Upon hearing Han Li's cold words, Lei Lan and the others could naturally see that Han Li wasn't kidding. As such, they didn't dare to delay as they hurried over to the infernal flame fruit trees, pulling out wooden boxes within which they could store the fruits. Xianxia even took an extra fruit and handed the wooden box to Han Li with both hands. Han Li accepted the box without any hesitation, sweeping a sleeve through the air, and the box disappeared amid a flash of azure light. At this moment, Lei Lan and Bai Bai had also collected their infernal flame fruits and gathered nearby. Let's go. Don't pause or delay for anything. We have to get back to the surface as quickly as possible, Han Li said in a grave voice before flying away as a streak of azure light without providing any additional explanations. Bai Bai and the others didn't know why he was suddenly in such a hurry to leave the earth abyss, but they could guess that this most likely had something to do with the blood WRM. Even the unfathomably powerful Han Li was in such an urgent state. The other three were feeling even more uneasy. Thus, Lei Lan and the others immediately set off in close pursuit. The four of them disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, the giant golden flower still stood within that wooden hall on the 3rd level of the earth abyss. The black shadow woman down below was stroking her chin, seemingly in deep thought. At this moment, there was no one else in the hall aside from a pair of green-robed female servants. All of a sudden, a streak of crimson light shot forth from outside the doors, following which the crimson light faded to reveal a crimson demon beast half-knelt within the hall. It was none other than the blood WRM that had just faced Han Li in battle. I pay my respects to my mistress, the blood WIRM said in a respectful manner. The woman turned an indifferent gaze toward the blood WIRM and asked, how did it go? Were you able to kill those people and take their souls? My mistress, I was too useless and was unable to kill those people. Xuedu replied as it lowered its WRM head even further. Oh? So that means those people really are quite out of the ordinary. Not only was the woman not enraged, she was quite intrigued. Yes, my mistress. The others were quite ordinary in that they were only normal spirit generals, but one of them was able to take the full power of my heavenly blood lightning head-on as a mere late spirit general as well as an attack from my blood river infernal spike with his physical body alone, yet remain completely unscathed. You told me to return immediately if I encountered any mishaps, so I returned after my failed attacks, Xuedu recounted. He was able to withstand your heavenly blood lightning and blood river infernal spike? The Black Shadow was already aware that she would be hearing some interesting news, but Xuedu's words still came as a surprise to her. The blood WRM paused momentarily before replying. That's right, not only that, but that man's movement techniques and other abilities are also quite extraordinary. Even if I were to engage in battle with him and fight with all my power, I would still most likely have been defeated. There are countless abilities in this world, so it's not too much of a surprise that he was able to withstand your heavenly blood lightning. However, being able to repel your blood river infernal spike with just his physical body alone as a late spirit general really does suggest that he's quite an extraordinary being. It means that his physical body is extremely powerful, and he would be the ideal blood sacrifice. Very good, we should have prepared 3 premium blood sacrifices, yet I've only found one, and I was just fretting over this matter. A hint of elation had crept into the woman's voice. What do we do next, mistress? I'll go in person and capture that man alive, then use him to conduct the final sacrificial ceremony. The woman's voice suddenly turned quite sinister. But mistress, isn't Master Di Shui after this man? The blood WRM reminded. Du Shui clearly wants to kill these flying spirit beings for their own souls and use them for some kind of exchange. I only want this man's physical body, so there's no conflict of interest here. Why should I be concerned? The woman said in a cold voice, and her guess was spot on. Your wisdom is unmatched, mistress. The blood WRM was enlightened by her words. We shouldn't delay any further. Di Shui, teleport to the 2nd level with me, and let's hunt this man down together, the woman instructed. Yes, mistress. The blood WRM immediately rose to his feet. The black shadow on the giant golden flower flashed. The woman appeared beside the blood WIRM in a wraith-like manner. She made a hand seal and began to chant something, upon which inky black light poured forth from her body, sweeping up the 2 of them in the blink of an eye. Following a quick flash, the 2 of them disappeared amid the black light. On the other end, Hanli and the others were flying with all their might, covering a distance that would have taken several days otherwise in just a single day. However, they were still racing along. Thankfully, all of the dangerous demon beasts along the way had already been exterminated by them, and they were quite familiar with this route, having traveled it once already, so there was no need for them to stop for anything. Even so, Bai, Xianxia, and Leilan had expended a lot of spiritual power during such high-intensity flight, and they were struggling to maintain this pace. However, they didn't dare to complain in the slightest as the sight of the grim expression on Han Li's face, so they could only grit their teeth and continue onward. A day later, a swamp appeared up ahead, and the second-level exit was revealed to them. Han Li heaved a faint sigh of relief upon seeing this before immediately leading the group into the exit without any hesitation. Half a day later, Han Li and the others reappeared in the valley on the first level of the Earth Abyss. At this moment, Han Li suddenly made a decision that had the others completely dumbstruck. As soon as they exited the valley, Han Li suddenly said in a cold voice, "We'll split up from now on. Separate yourselves from me, and we'll fly back the surface as quickly as we can along different routes." "What? Why, Brother Han?" Bai and the others were all stunned to hear this. "With the situation as it currently is, I won't keep you three in the dark any longer. We may have caught the interest of a demon monarch-level existence in this Earth Abyss. Even with my abilities, there's no way I can oppose such a fearsome being. I don't know when they'll be able to catch up to us, but if we split up, there's a very good chance that they'll come after me, which means there will be a greater chance for you three to escape to the surface. On top of that, without having to take the three of you with me, I'll be able to flee without any inhibitions. There should be very few things on this first level that can pose a threat to you, so you should be safe here," Han Li explained. "How could a demon monarch-level being have developed an interest in us? Are you sure you haven't misjudged the situation, Brother Han?" Xianxia immediately turned deathly pale. "I don't know the reason behind this, but that's all I have to say. Your lives belong to you, and you can choose whether you believe me or not. However, I suggest that it's best for us to split up. Perhaps our pursuers will catch up to us soon," Han Li said in a brisk tone. Leilan and the others glanced at one another upon hearing this. It was just as Han Li had said. Their lives belonged to them. Regardless of whether Han Li had misjudged or not, they could only regard this to be true. Furthermore, Han Li's judgment had been faultless throughout their journey, so there was a good chance that he was correct on this occasion as well. As such, Leilan and the others could only follow his advice and fly toward another direction after Han Li flew off and left them behind. As long as they could return to the surface, they would most likely be safe. A streak of azure light sped through a set of barren plains in a frenzy, moving as fast as lightning. It traveled from one end of the sky to the other after just a few flashes, and it was racing along in a completely soundless manner. Many demon beasts and demonic insects down below had noticed the streak of azure light in the sky, but they were nowhere near fast enough to catch up to it, so they could only look on as it disappeared into the distance. Han Li was flying as quickly as he could while holding a pair of top-grade spirit stones to replenish his energy. Back when he was traveling to the spirit realm through the spatial node, he had used up all of his myriad-year spirit milk. As such, he had no choice but to use top-grade spirit stones instead. They were indeed extremely valuable, but in this dire situation, he certainly couldn't be stingy with them. Han Li's decision to split up with the other three was a forced one. He had told Leilan and the others most of the truth, but he had hidden one thing from them. He had a feeling that those demons from earlier seemed to be targeting him, and didn't pay much heed to Leilan and the others. In this situation, splitting up with them would make the rest of their journey to the surface a lot safer. He had protected the two Tianpeng race holy disciples throughout this trial, helped them secure infernal flame fruits, and also led them safely back to the first level. He had done everything in his power, so the rest was up to those holy disciples themselves. He had to worry about his own safety now. Up to this point, he hadn't noticed anything amiss nearby, and he wasn't too far away from the entrance that led up the surface. But Han Li didn't dare to get complacent, even in the slightest. Not only did he not slow down, he instead expelled a mouthful of blood essence and unleashed a secret technique to accelerate even further. If he could expend some energy to avoid a body integration stage demon monarch, then that would most definitely be a wise decision. However, after flying for over half a day, Han Li's expression suddenly changed drastically as he abruptly turned around to look behind him. A streak of black light had appeared in the distant sky, and it was speeding straight toward him. Furthermore, it seemed to be closing in rapidly. A dark expression appeared on Han Li's face, and he immediately flapped his thunderstorm wings, appearing over 1,000 feet away in the blink of an eye. He didn't have any means through which he could conceal himself, so he could only unleash the full power of this thunderstorm wings. A faint cry of surprise sounded from within the black light, and Han Li felt as if it had been uttered right beside him. His heart sank as he flapped his wings vigorously, launching himself through the air at an astonishing pace, as if he were trying to puncture space itself. That's him up ahead, right? He really does have some skill. However, if he can escape from me, then that would be a massive joke. A female voice sounded. The ones within the streak of black light were none other than the Black Shadow Woman and Xuedu. They had managed to somehow track Han Li with unerring accuracy all the way to the first level. The woman chuckled coldly as she made a hand seal, and the black light around them immediately swirled before manifesting a black formation of light. Light surged through the formation, and the woman and Xuedu's bodies blurred slightly before vanishing. An incredible scene then ensued. Just as Han Li was racing through the air, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted up ahead, following which a massive black spell formation surfaced out of thin air. Han Li's heart jolted with shock, and he wanted to stop, but it was already too late. Unleashing the full power of his thunderstorm wings naturally allowed him to fly at an extraordinary speed, but what he gained in speed was compromised by a lack of control. As such, he plunged headfirst into the black formation, having been unable to arrest his own momentum. Han Li felt his world go dark, following which streaks of black light and gusts of winds swept forth from all directions, as if he'd entered through the gates of an infernal hell. Han Li immediately unleashed countless arcs of golden lightning without any hesitation amid a string of loud thunderclaps. All of the black light and winds immediately exploded into nothingness as soon as they came into contact with this golden lightning, as if they'd met the bane of their existence. Divine Devilbane Lightning. You possess lightning of this caliber? The woman's surprised voice sounded from all around Han Li, following which the black light in the surrounding area began to swirl, and it was only picking up speed in its rotation. Han Li's heart jolted with shock as all of the golden arcs of lightning around his body formed a golden lightning garment that settled over his body. However, right at this moment, a woman's giggling voice sounded. There's no need to be alarmed, fellow Taoist. I bear no ill will toward you. I only wanted to invite you as a guest to my humble abode. Han Li naturally wasn't going to be fooled by this as he flapped his wings to try and escape. However, the woman seemed to have predicted his actions in advance, and she suddenly thrust a palm toward him from afar. A burst of enormous power crashed into Han Li, and such was its power that even with his current body, he was still unable to force his way through it. Han Li's heart immediately sank. During this split-second delay, black light flashed within the massive formation, and all three of them disappeared at once. Han Li was struck by a rush of dizziness, and he immediately activated his great development technique to regain his clarity of mind. Only then did he discover that he'd been teleported to a tall platform that resembled a sacrificial altar. At this moment, he was standing atop a teleportation formation. The woman and the blood WIRM were standing not too far away from him, and it was as if they hadn't even moved a single step since the beginning. Judging from the dense aura of darkness in the surrounding air, this was most likely a level of the earth abyss that was deeper than the second level. What was even more concerning to him was that there were 7 or 8 demons of different forms standing near the platform. All of them were half-humanoid, half-demonic creatures, and they were at the nascent soul and deity transformation stages. Looking at the buildings around the tall platform, he had clearly been teleported into the nest of some kind of demon beast. In this perilous situation, Han Li didn't dare to engage in any reckless actions, and merely appraised the woman in silence. This was most likely the mistress that the blood WIRM had been referring to. Otherwise, how could she possibly possess such extraordinary abilities to be able to abduct him to this place with such ease? Come and have a chat with me in the hall first, fellow Taoist. The Black Shadow Woman invited with a smile before flying toward the cluster of buildings in the distance. Du glanced at Han Li with a rather peculiar look on its face before also following the woman away. He didn't seem to be concerned in the slightest that Han Li would try to escape again. Han Li looked around at the cluster of buildings, then up at the sky, and a wry smile appeared on his face. The entire sky was filled with dense gray clouds, and there was a burst of indescribable spiritual power radiating from the sky along with flashes of black lightning. A powerful restriction had clearly been set up here, and it was definitely not one that he'd be able to escape from in a short time. However, judging from the woman's words and actions, she didn't seem intent on killing him right away. As such, it was best to listen to what she had to say first, then see if there were any opportunities he could take advantage of. With that in mind, Han Li was feeling slightly more assured as he followed the woman and Du as a streak of azure light. Han Li was led to the largest of the cluster of buildings by the woman and the blood WIRM. He glanced at the demon beasts standing guard on either side of the wooden hall, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. All of these demon beasts were short ape-like creatures, each sitting atop a black giant spirit flower with their roots planted deep into the soil outside the doors of the wooden hall. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face, and he felt as if he discovered why this woman was targeting him. Without any further delay, Han Li strode into the hall under the menacing eyes of the apes outside. The entire hall was completely empty aside from the Black Shadow Woman and the Blood WRM. There were 2 rows of wooden chairs lined up on either side of the hall, and the woman had already made her way over to a massive golden flower at the center of the hall. She then sat down with her legs crossed while the Blood WRM stood beside her in an obedient manner. The woman gestured for Han Li to take a seat on one of the nearby wooden chairs before clapping her hands as she instructed, "Bring some tea for our guest." Moments later, a green-robed female servant with a set of fine and delicate facial features appeared within the hall, carrying a wooden platter, upon which was placed 2 white teacups. The servant handed one cup to Han Li and the other to the woman, neglecting to prepare one for the blood WRM. However, Du's expression remained unchanged, as if he were already accustomed to such treatment. Han Li looked at the tea in the cup, and his lips twitched. Within the pristine white teacup was a tiny pool of inky black liquid that was emanating a rank odor. Even just catching a whiff of this tea was making his expression change slightly, let alone drinking it. He was able to instantly identify that there were several tens of types of lethal poison in this tea, and he had only been able to identify a small portion of its constituents. Even with the poisons that he'd identified, those would definitely be sufficient to kill a normal person on the spot. Han Li was indeed quite confident in his physical body, but he certainly wasn't going to go around drinking poison for no good reason. The woman wore a faint smile on her face, and she seemed to have identified Han Li's reluctance. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I brewed this tea using 81 different types of lethal poison, yet all of them cancel each other out to create a completely harmless drink. On top of that, frequent consumption of this beverage is beneficial to one's spiritual sense." She then took a sip of this tea to set an example, and he hesitated momentarily before also taking a small sip. With the woman's abilities, there was no need for her to try and kill him using poison tea, as other more direct methods would suffice. As such, decided to go along with whatever she had planned. Furthermore, it appeared that she wasn't lying about this. The putrid-smelling tea was extremely bitter, but after sliding down his throat, it transformed into a ball of heat that spread through his entire body via his meridians. At the same time, a cool sensation rushed into his mind, making him instantly feel more sharp and alert. He quickly inspected his body with his spiritual sense, and was greatly relieved to find that he hadn't been poisoned. "Thank you for your hospitality, Senior. But may I ask why you've brought me here? This is my first time here in this earth abyss, and surely I haven't done anything to offend you," Han Li said in a grim voice as he placed the teacup onto the table beside him. The Black Shadow Woman appraised Han Li carefully for a while, and only after Han Li was starting to get chills running down his spine did she reply in an unhurried voice. "I've invited you here because I have something important to discuss with you, but there's no hurry in that. You can stay here for a few days first, and I'll reveal everything to you after that. By the way, may I ask your name?" "My name is Mu Qing." After a brief hesitation, Han Li decided to tell the truth. Junior Han Li pays his respects to Senior Mu Qing. There was no point in lying about something like this, and if his lie were to be exposed, it would surely leave a bad taste in Mu Qing's mouth. So it's fellow Taoist Han. Buyer, take fellow Taoist Han to rest in the guest pavilion for now. Make sure to satisfy every single one of his needs. Mu Qing's voice suddenly turned quite cold as she delivered an instruction to the female servant in the hall. The green-robed woman faltered upon hearing this before immediately falling to her knees to accept the order. As such, Han Li could only stand up and follow her out of the hall. Thus, Mu Qing and Xuedu were the only ones left in the building. Mu Qing looked on in the direction that Han Li had departed in, and the expression on her face suggested that she was in deep thought. Meanwhile, Xuedu remained completely silent beside her as if he were a mute. Xuedu, don't you want to ask me why I changed my mind? Mu Qing suddenly asked. My mistress naturally has her reasons. There's no need for my lowly self to state any questions. Xuedu replied with a respectful bow. Hehe, you sure know how to talk. There's no reason for me to keep this a secret from you. I decided to change my mind naturally because I found a more worthwhile use for him than using him as a blood sacrifice. Mu Qing giggled. Could it be that you're referring to his divine devilbane lightning, mistress? Xuedu asked as his heart stirred slightly. Hehe, it's exactly because of that. Premium blood sacrifices are hard to find, but I can always gather more given some time. However, with this divine lightning to assist me, the probability of success for our grand scheme will be increased by at least 10%. Do I need to elaborate on which one is more important? Mu Qing explained. I see. No wonder you changed your mind then, mistress. However, Master Di Shui singled out that man to be killed, so we'll have to give him a proper explanation. After all, he's certainly not the kind to forgive and forget. Xuedu chuckled. I'm well aware of that. However, make sure to keep a close eye on that Han brat before I reveal everything to him. Otherwise, it'll be quite troublesome if he were to get away again. Mu Qing instructed. Yes, mistress. I'll be sure to keep a constant eye on him, Xuedu replied in a respectful manner. Mu Qing nodded with a pleased expression before waving a dismissive hand, and Xuedu immediately recognized that as a cue for him to leave. Meanwhile, Mu Qing sat still in contemplation for a while before suddenly laying a hand on the giant golden flower before her. The massive flower tremored slightly, and a shimmering golden mirror of an antiquated design emerged from the flower's core. There were runes flashing indistinctly over the mirror, and Mu Qing opened her mouth to expel a ball of green qi onto the mirror's surface. Golden light flashed, and the green qi disappeared into the mirror, following which a layer of golden light appeared over the surface. Moments later, an indifferent male voice sounded from within the golden light. Why have you contacted me, fellow Taoist Mu? Mu Qing smiled upon hearing this voice, and she replied, Brother Lu Zhu, I was wondering how your Yin Qi collection was going. Will you be able to supply sufficient Yin Qi for that ghost hag to refine a sufficient number of Yin armor profound ghosts by the designated date? After a brief silence, Lu Zhu replied in a completely emotionless voice, I've collected all of the Yin Qi there is on the lower levels. The Yin Qi on the first level is the most sparse, but I can gather quite a bit given sufficient time. There will definitely be enough for 8,000 of those profound ghosts. Why are you suddenly asking me this, fellow Taoist Mu? Instead of answering the question, Mu Qing changed the subject. According to our plan, the 8,000 profound ghosts and all of Di Shui's puppets are mere cannon fodder to pave the way for the infernal river ghosts. However, we have to employ another method to remove the restriction on the infernal river. The resources that we currently have at our disposal may not be all that reliable for that task. Lu Zhu immediately caught on to something, and his voice changed slightly as he asked, Have you found a good way to dispel this restriction, fellow Taoist Mu? Hehe, you sure know me well, brother Lu Zhu. I have indeed just discovered something of value, and I wanted to share the good news with you. Mu Qing chuckled. So what's the good news? Lu Zhu's voice turned flat and emotionless again. I found a being that can use divine devilbane lightning. The infernal river restriction is predominantly comprised of Yin Qi, but the most troublesome element about the restriction is actually the infernal devilish Qi contained within it. The devilish Qi is extremely pure, and if we were to go ahead with our original plan, there's a good chance that it might fail. However, with divine devilbane lightning on our side, that devilish Qi won't be an issue for us. Mu Qing said as a serious expression appeared on her face. Divine Devilbane lightning is indeed the bane of all devilish qi, but in ancient times when the evil dragon race ruled over the spirit realm, almost all of the golden lightning bamboo in the spirit realm was harvested into extinction by them. At the time, all cultivators with divine Devilbane lightning or possessed this bamboo were also slain. How did you manage to find someone capable of using such divine lightning? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Lu Zhu seemed to be rather skeptical of her claim. Rest assured, Brother Lu Zhu, the lightning unleashed by that man was most definitely divine Devilbane lightning. The only problem is that he doesn't seem to be aware of the true method to use this lightning. He's merely unleashing it as part of his attacks as if it were merely normal lightning, and he's only able to make use of a tiny portion of its power as a result. Mu Qing chuckled coldly. Oh, in that case, then that makes sense. That being must have unintentionally come across some golden lightning jade and attained this lightning by chance. Lu Zhu analyzed calmly. I also believe that to be the case. Otherwise, if he were capable of unleashing the true power of his divine Devilbane lightning, even you and I would have to be wary of him. However, for us to encounter a being like at this time and in this place is a massive stroke of fortune for us. It appears that even the heavens is lending us its assistance, Mu Qing said with a smile. If he really does possess divine Devilbane lightning, then he'll naturally be a great help to us. However, why have you suddenly decided to tell me about this? Are there some troublesome circumstances involved? Lu Zhu asked. Your wisdom is truly unmatched, Brother Lu Zhu. Truth be told, Di Shui asked me to kill this man and hand over his soul to him. I'm guessing that this most likely has something to do with the ghost hag. Mu Qing replied with a faint smile. I see. So you want to keep this man for yourself and ask me to mediate. Lu Zhu immediately understood Mu Qing's intentions. Exactly. You should be aware that I possess a wood spirit body, so my understanding of golden lightning jade is unmatched among the four of us. If I can provide guidance to that man in person, he should be able to quickly master the true power of his divine Devilbane lightning before the initiation of our plan. Mu Qing chuckled in response, showing no intention of hiding anything. You're right, but this matter is quite important, so I'll have to discuss it with the others. The three of us will also have to see this man in person for verification purposes. Lu Zhu finally replied after a lengthy period of contemplation. That can definitely be arranged. All of you can gather at my abode in half a month. I'll leave it to you to inform the others, Brother Lu Zhu. I'll make sure to prepare a splendid welcome for all of you, Mu Qing said with a smile. All right, we'll do as you say. Lu Zhu agreed without any hesitation. The golden light on the mirror then faded, and the voice transmission was cut off. It's just as I expected. Lu Zhu doesn't care whose hands this man falls into. But then again, he's the only one among us who doesn't fear divine lightning, so of course it doesn't matter to him. The other two most likely won't be able to accept this arrangement, though. It's too bad for them that I'm the one who captured him, and there's no way I'm handing over to them. Mu Qing's cold voice reverberated throughout the spacious hall. Han Li sat beside a round table, looking at the man who was pouring wine for him with a wide smile on his face in a speechless manner. This was a scholar with a set of graceful features, and he appeared to be in his 30s. He was currently holding a green jade cup of wine and trying to propose a toast. There were all types of delicious dishes, as well as a black urn on the round table. The urn was filled with delectable wine that was giving off a mesmerizing aroma. The green-robed servant by the name of Baya was standing off to the side. Come on, Brother Han, have a taste of our wood essence wine. It was brewed using the essence of myriad-year spirit wood, and even though it may not be as effective as the tea you had earlier, it can still bolster your spiritual sense. Once you have a few more cups of this wine, you'll know how amazing it is, the middle-aged scholar urged in an enthusiastic manner. Senior Shui, I'm a complete lightweight when it comes to drinking. After the few cups I've had, I'm already at my limit. If I keep going, I'm going to make an embarrassment out of myself, Han Li said in a resigned manner. This middle-aged scholar was none other than the human form of that blood WIRM. As soon as Han Li had been led into the guest pavilion, he had immediately turned up and organized this massive feast for himself and Han Li. Han Li was essentially being held as prisoner by them, so he naturally couldn't refuse. As such, He could only sit down by the table and dine with the blood WRM. Haha, at our cultivation bases, a few cups of spirit wine will barely have any effect. Could it be that you still hold a grudge against me from our earlier battle? Xuedu suddenly asked as he cocked his head to the side. Hehe, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten such a trivial event already, so I certainly wouldn't be holding any grudges. All right, then I'll have one more cup of wine. Hanli could only make a concession in the face of Xuedu's insistence. He then poured himself a cup of wine before downing it in a single mouthful. Buyer immediately stepped forward to fill Han Li's cup with wine from the urn again, and Han Li furrowed his brows in response, but refrained from saying anything in the end. Meanwhile, Xuedu smiled as he said, "Enjoy your time here in our Immortal Valley. My mistress clearly holds you in high regard, so she must have an important task for you to complete. Regardless of what that task is, you'll definitely receive a rich reward for your efforts. Isn't that much better than going back to the flying spirit race to be a so-called holy disciple? I'm going to go as far as to say that our Earth Abyss can provide you with everything that the flying spirit race can, and we can even give you things that the flying spirit race can't. This is a brilliant opportunity for you, fellow Taoist." Xuedu was trying to convince Han Li to switch his allegiance. Han Li's lips twitched and he didn't give a direct reply. Instead, he smiled and asked, "What level of the Earth Abyss is this? Would you be able to disclose that to me, Senior? And would you be able to tell me what Senior Mu Qing intends to do with me?" "Unfortunately, that's something that I won't be able to tell you for now. However, everything will be revealed to you in half a month or a month at most by my mistress. As for what level of the Earth Abyss we're currently situated in, that's something I can certainly disclose to you. This is the Black Mist Forest of the 3rd level," Xuedu replied. "The Black Mist Forest is the forest enshrouded under a mist that traps all beings who enter it." Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "Haha, that's the one. I didn't think that our forest would be so renowned in the flying spirit race. Truth be told, my mistress set up a restriction in the forest, which is why no beings are able to escape from it," Xuedu replied with an amused chuckle. "I see." A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face and he didn't say anything further. After convincing Han Li to down a few more cups of wood essence wine, Xuedu suddenly asked, "By the way, there's something that I'm quite curious about. Would you be able to enlighten me, Brother Han?" "Of course. I'll tell you everything I know." Han Li's heart stirred, and he immediately activated his great development technique to completely dispel the hint of inebriation that was numbing his mind. "Hehe, it's nothing much. I was just wondering how you were able to attain such a powerful body. Even though my Blood River Infernal Spike isn't renowned for its sharpness, for you to be able to repel it with your physical body alone is still incredible," Xuedu said after a brief pause. At the same time, he was looking into Han Li's eyes with an unblinking gaze. "So that's what you wanted to ask me? My body is indeed slightly more powerful than that of the average person, but that's only because I stumbled upon a few spirit medicines by chance in the past and consumed them to bolster my constitution. My body can't compare to the body of a WIRM like yours, Senior," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "I see. I suspected that to be the case. However, the final 3-headed and 6-armed projection you summoned to withstand my final attack doesn't seem to be the true spirit projection of your race. Right, Brother Han? It felt rather familiar to me, but I can't recall where I've seen it before. Would you be able to provide me with a reminder?" Xuedu asked with a faint smile. "Oh, that's just a foreign cultivation art that I happened to obtain, and I decided to cultivate it, seeing as it was a rather useful ability, but I'm not too familiar with its origins either," Han Li replied in an extremely vague manner. In reality, his answer provided no answers whatsoever. Xuedu was slightly surprised that Han Li was able to muster up such a wily response after downing so much wine, but he merely chuckled and spoke no further about this matter. Thus, Xuedu only bade farewell to Han Li after seemingly becoming extremely inebriated. Han Li stood at the window of the pavilion, and his fake smile faded as he looked out at the departing Xuedu. The middle-aged scholar stumbled unsteadily toward another pavilion that was only several thousand feet away from the one that Han Li was situated in. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. At such close quarters, Xuedu would be able to constantly monitor his actions. It appeared that he had been tasked with keeping an eye on Han Li. With that in mind, Han Li strode away from the window. At this point, the green-robed servant had already carried the dishes and wine urn away, and the room had been cleaned up to a pristine condition. She then stood respectfully off to the side, awaiting any instructions from Hanli. Hanli waved a dismissive hand toward her and said, "You can go now. I want to take a rest. I'll be on the first floor. Feel free to summon me at any time, Master Han." Bayer replied obediently before departing from the room. After the servant had left, Hanli swept a hand over his storage bracelet to produce a stack of azure formation flags. He then raised his hand, and a dozen or so streaks of azure flew in all directions around the room before disappearing into space. Hanli made a hand seal and cast an azure incantation seal, following which a dull thump erupted all around him. An azure barrier of light appeared on the walls of the room, creating a restriction. This restriction had no defensive properties, but it was quite effective in cutting off the spiritual sense of others. Hanli knew that he had been imprisoned, but he still didn't want Xuedu to be able to see everything that he was doing. In the other pavilion, Xuedu had just sat down atop a futon with his eyes closed when his expression changed slightly, and he abruptly reopened his eyes. However, a cold smile then quickly appeared on his face as he closed his eyes again. At this point, Hanli had already laid down on his bed. Even though he was in a perilous place, there was nothing he could do about his current situation. Furthermore, he was rather exhausted from the ordeals he'd been beset with during this Earth Abyss trial. So this was a good opportunity for him to relax and recuperate. He could consider strategies to try and escape after recovering to his peak condition. With that in mind, Hanli quickly fell asleep. He slept for an entire day and an entire night before finally waking up. After getting up from his bed, Hanli did a series of stretches in an unhurried manner before sitting down in the wooden chair beside his bed, stroking his chin in deep thought. Mu Qing and Xuedu had tried to convince him that they wanted to entrust him with an important task from the very beginning, but Hanli didn't believe a word of that. Setting aside everything else with his countless years of battle experience, he could tell that the two of them had truly been intent on killing him initially. As for why this Mu Qing suddenly changed her mind, that was definitely because she's unintentionally discovered something about him that could be used to her benefit. However, it had only taken mere moments for her to change her mind, and the only clue that Hanli could think of was that she seemed to have been alarmed by his ability to use divine devil-bane lightning. Hanli's eyes flashed as this thought occurred to him. He felt like he was onto something. However, despite the fact that the divine devil-bane lightning was extremely effective for anguishing all powers of darkness and evil, its efficacy was limited when the devilish chi was of a high enough caliber. How could the power of his divine devil-bane lightning possibly have garnered the interest of a body integration stage demon monarch like Mu Qing? If a devilish creature or evil spirit was too powerful even for her to deal with, then how was Hanli's divine devil-bane lightning supposed to do anything? Hanli was feeling rather perplexed. However, he didn't try to force himself to arrive at a conclusion. Instead, he merely exhaled and relinquished this train of thought for now. Seeing as they had found a worthwhile reason to keep him alive, then he would most likely be safe for now. As long as he remained alert, he was quite confident in his ability to escape from this place. Next, he only had to wait for Mu Qing to disclose everything to him before formulating a plan based on that information. Thus, Hanli decided to play the waiting game. As for escaping right away, the thought did cross his mind, but he didn't consider it for very long, seeing as Xuedu was residing so close to him. His thoughts then strayed to Lei Lan and the others. Seeing as Mu Qing and Xuedu had both come after him, those three had most likely returned to the surface and passed the trial. As such, he had fulfilled his promise to the Tianpeng race and regained his freedom. As a result, the Tianpeng vow of the Tianpeng race would cease to have any further restrictive effect on him. But then again, the Tianpeng race was only concerned about whether Lei Lan and Bai Bai would be able to pass the trial. They didn't care whether Hanli died or not. Hanli chuckled to himself before returning to his bed and taking a seat in a cross-legged manner. His expression smoothed out as he began to meditate. Half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xuedu would occasionally come over to drink and chat with Hanli, but Hanli stayed in his room all day and made Xuedu's job quite an easy one. On this day, Xuedu visited Hanli again, and he wore a serious expression as he said, "Brother Han, My mistress would like you to meet her in the Wood Spirit Hall. She would like to introduce you to a few other seniors. Sure. Thank you for informing me of that, Senior Shui, Han Li replied in a completely calm manner. Shuidu was starting to admire Han Li's mental fortitude. If he were in Han Li's shoes, he knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to remain so calm and collected. Thus, Shuidu led Han Li out of the pavilion. After a while, Han Li appeared in front of the wooden hall again before entering through the doors behind Shuidu. The setup within the hall was slightly different from when Han Li had last been here. There were 3 long tables set up on either side of the hall, with a group of people seated at each table. Han Li cast his gaze over to a table where only 2 people were seated. Both of their bodies had been hidden under long crimson robes, and Han Li was completely unable to glean their appearance nor their auras. As far as Han Li knew, these people could even be avatars of the same person. On another table, there was a burly man wearing a black cloak, and a burst of glacial chi was emanating from his body, making it feel as if the air around him had been frozen solid. At the final table sat 3 women. One of them was a middle-aged beauty with a head of snowy white hair and an extremely pale complexion. She wore a green palatial dress and sat at the head of the table. 2 young women sat at the table with her. One of them was quite petite with a sweet and adorable oval face and a pair of shimmering eyes. The other woman had a lithe and graceful figure with skin as fair as snow and an expression as cold as ice. All 3 women were quite pale in complexion. None of the people on the first 2 tables caught Han Li's attention. Even though all of their cultivation bases were unfathomable to him, he had expected this to be the case prior to coming here, so he wasn't very surprised. However, his calm facade finally cracked a little at the sight of the 2 young women on the final table. He quickly composed himself again and his expression reverted back to normal, but the hint of shock in his eyes betrayed his true emotions. How could it be them? Back when he'd been separated from these 2 in the scattered star seas of the human world, he hadn't heard anything about them again, and never would he have thought that he'd encounter them here in the spirit realm. Seeing as the 2 of them were still alive, it appeared that they had successfully mastered the soul rise technique. Even though Han Li quickly turned his attention away from them, his heart was still reeling with shock. The lithe and graceful beauty was none other than Yuan Yao from the scattered star seas, and the petite woman beside her was naturally her senior martial sister, Yen Li, who had almost perished all those years ago. Back when he was starting to make a name for himself in the human world, he'd encountered Yuan Yao on several occasions. He was touched by her determination to save Yen Li and gave in to her pleas in the end, deciding to provide her with his assistance. However, who would have thought that they'd encounter the legendary ghost missed along the way? He was sucked into the Umbra realm as a result, and only managed to escape after an extensive struggle. However, after emerging from there, Yuan Yao had disappeared. Now that he was encountering her again, she was seemingly ranked alongside the demon monarchs of the Earth Abyss. How was Han Li supposed to remain calm after making such a discovery? In the instant that Han Li made his way into the hall, everyone else also turned their attention toward him. However, Yuan Yao and Yen Li's reactions were quite different. A hint of astonishment had flashed through Yuan Yao's eyes upon catching sight of Han Li, but she immediately adopted an expressionless facade again, not giving away anything. In contrast, Yen Li merely blinked with confusion, and it was quite clear that she'd basically forgotten about Han Li, yet was struck by the feeling that he was rather familiar somehow. He's just a spirit general. Are you sure he'll be useful to us? The middle-aged woman sitting at Yuan Yao's table asked in a cold voice. Don't be so hasty to jump to conclusions, fellow Taoist Lan. Fellow Taoist Han is far more powerful than his cultivation base indicates, and he possesses the divine Devilbane lightning. Even if his cultivation base were a rank or 2 lower, he'd still be of great help to us if he could unleash the true power of his divine Devilbane lightning. Mu Qing chuckled. Divine Devilbane lightning isn't that easy to master. The higher one's cultivation base, the greater the likelihood that they'll be able to master this lightning. I'm very skeptical that a spirit general would be able to truly unleash the power of the divine lightning. If I recall correctly, you'd have to at least be an early great spirit general to be able to unleash the divine Devilbane lightning's full power, right? A red-robed being from another table spoke on this occasion, and his voice was quite sharp and piercing, akin to the sound of metal grating on metal. Don't worry about that, brother Di Shui. Even though fellow Taoist Han is only a late spirit general, the purity and abundances of his magic power is only a tiny bit inferior compared to that of an early great spirit general, so I'm sure he's up to the task. Alternatively, do you have any suggestions for methods that could help us dispel the infernal river restriction? Mu Qing asked in a meaningful voice. If this man really can help us break the restriction, then that would naturally be fantastic. I have no intention of stopping him. I'm merely concerned that he's not going to be able to provide us with any substantial assistance, so please don't misconstrue my words, the other red-robed figure chimed in. And his voice was exactly the same as that of the man who had just spoken. As if they were the same person. Mu Qing's expression remained unchanged as she said, "It would be best if that was indeed the case. Brother Lu Zhu, Sister Lan, what do you two think of this? As long as it's beneficial to our grand scheme, I'll support it," the mysterious figure in the black cloak said in an emotionless voice. However, the white-haired beauty's brows were tightly furrowed, as if she were mulling over something. "What is it, Sister Lan? Do you have any alternative opinions you'd like to air?" Mu Qing asked. "This man's soul is remarkably powerful, and I was planning to refine his soul into one of my ghost monarchs. But I have to source other materials now. Besides, Shui Di and I discovered this person before you, so isn't it inappropriate for you to claim him like this?" The woman said in a calm voice. "Hee, are you saying you'd like to instruct him instead, Sister Lan? But if I'm not mistaken, you're vulnerable to lightning, are you not? In that case, how will you instruct him to master his divine lightning? If we miss out on this opportunity due to a delay on your end, we'll be regretting this for the rest of our lives," Mu Qing said with a faint smile. "Oh? It sounds like you're implying that you have a better understanding of divine devil-bane lightning than I do. Neither of us has attained this lightning before, so why does it make a difference whether you or I instruct him?" The white-haired beauty chuckled coldly. "I possess a wood-spirit body. Back in ancient times, divine devil-bane lightning was the paramount would attribute divine lightning among the divine lightning of the 5 elements. Surely I'm more qualified than anyone else here to instruct him." Mu Qing's expression darkened slightly. "That's not necessarily the case. I've spent far more years cultivating than you have, and I believe that gulf in experience is more than enough to outweigh any other advantages you may have in this respect," the woman retorted in a cold and unyielding manner. Mu Qing's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she was just about to say something when Lu Zhu interjected. "There's no need for an argument. Shouldn't we confirm whether fellow Taoist Han truly possesses the divine devil-bane lightning before we discuss anything else?" This Lu Zhu was clearly the most authoritative figure among the 4, as evidenced by the fact that both women did indeed fall silent upon hearing his words. Mu Qing turned to Han Li with a calm expression and said, "I'm sure you've heard everything we've just discussed, so I'll have to trouble you to unleash your divine devil-bane lightning again and display it to everyone present. I'm sure you wouldn't refuse such a small request, right, fellow Taoist Han?" A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he wasted no time with words as he made a hand seal. A rumbling thunderclap immediately erupted as brilliant golden light radiated from his body. Countless thin arcs of electricity surfaced from within his body before forming several thick bolts of golden lightning in the blink of an eye, creating quite a marvelous spectacle to behold. Everyone in the wooden hall stared intently at the golden arcs of lightning, including Mu Qing, even though she'd already seen it once before. Lu Zhu waved a sleeve toward Han Li, and a burst of black yin winds rushed directly toward him. Han Li raised an eyebrow before pointing a finger, sending a bolt of golden lightning hurtling toward the oncoming gust of yin winds. The golden lightning exploded amid a loud boom as soon as it came into contact with the black winds, and the latter faded like snow under the scorching sun, disappearing into nothingness in the blink of an eye. "There's no mistaking it. This really is divine devil-bane lightning." Lu Zhu nodded, and there was a hint of elation in his voice. "How many bolts of divine devil-bane lightning of that caliber are you capable of unleashing, fellow Taoist?" one of the red-robed figures suddenly asked. "Around 20, but after that, it'll take a long time for the lightning to recover to its original power," Han Li replied. He was completely lying in his response. In reality, he was able to unleash thrice the quantity of lightning he'd proclaimed. 20 should be enough." The other red-robed figure cackled with glee upon hearing this. "Indeed, even though the infernal river restriction is quite formidable, There's no way that it'll hold up in the face of so many bolts of divine lightning. Alright, his divine lightning has been confirmed. Let's discuss who will be instructing fellow Taoist Han. Fellow Taoist Dishui and I are quite unfamiliar with divine lightning, so we won't put our names forward. The issue at hand is that both Fairy Mu and fellow Taoist Lan want to take fellow Taoist Han under their wing, and it's rather difficult to decide who is the better candidate. Here's my proposal. There are still a few years left until the implementation of our plan. For the first 2 years, we can get him to learn from Fairy Mu, and the 2 years after that will be spent under fellow Taoist Lan's tutelage. As for the final 2 years, those will be for fellow Taoist Han to cultivate and digest what he's been taught on his own. Do either of you two have any objections? Lu Zhu said in an emotionless voice. Both of the women faltered upon hearing this proposal. Hee, that's a brilliant suggestion, Brother Lu Zhu. Neither of the fellow Taoists seems willing to back down, so this is the best way to proceed. One of the red-robed figures cackled as he rubbed his hands together. The white-haired beauty hesitated momentarily before nodding in response. Seeing as both fellow Taoist Lu Zhu and fellow Taoist Dishui approve of this arrangement, then I have no objections either. In contrast, Mu Qing remained silent with a contemplative look on her face. A cold light flashed through Lu Zhu's eyes as he asked in a cold voice, "Are you unhappy with this arrangement, Fairy Mu?" "Of course not, we'll do as you say." Mu Qing's heart stirred as she forced a smile onto her face. Then it's settled. These are all trivial matters anyway. Everything is building toward the implementation of our grand scheme. Fellow Taoist Han, we'll give you 6 years to master the true power of the divine Devilbane lightning. If you're able to do so, we'll take you to a place where brilliant rewards will await you. But if you can't master the divine lightning in 6 years, hee. One of the red-robed figures began before his voice trailed off. Even though he hadn't finished his sentence, the threat in his words was quite apparent. Han Li's expression darkened a little upon hearing this. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Han. You're able to attain this divine lightning at such a young age, so you must possess outstanding aptitude. For someone like you, mastering the divine lightning in 6 years will be no issue at all. However, in order to prevent you from attempting to do anything to our detriment, we'll have to place some restrictions on your body, the white-haired beauty said before suddenly raising a hand. A gray thread shot forth without any hesitation, reaching Han Li in the blink of an eye. Han Li's expression changed drastically, and he reflexively tried to evade, but the nearby space suddenly tightened, following which he was completely immobilized by an enormous force. Han Li's eyelids twitched, and after a series of thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind, he refrained from using any of his powers to try and resist. He merely looked on as the silver thread disappeared into his body with a dark expression. Almost at the exact same moment, Lu Zhu, Mu Qing, and Dishui released a ball of black qi, an orb of green light, and a cloud of blood mist respectively, all of which also disappeared into Han Li's body in quick succession. Only then did the enormous power weighing down on Han Li disappear. He hurriedly conducted an internal inspection of his body with his spiritual sense, and his findings left him rather concerned, but also allowed him to heave an internal sigh of relief. The restrictions that had entered his body were merely tracking symbols that wouldn't actually be able to harm him. However, with these things in his body, it would be next to impossible for him to escape. Fellow Taoist Han, you'll be staying in the Immortal Valley for the next 2 years. After that, fellow Taoist Lan will send someone to take you to her. That will be the extent of our discussion on this matter. Let's discuss some other things now. Fellow Taoist Lan, I heard that you've refined almost all 8,000 profound ghosts, but you're still missing. Lu Zhu quickly moved on to other subjects after settling this issue. Everyone else listened while interjecting from time to time in a spirited discussion. Throughout this entire process, the demon monarchs gave no opportunities for Han Li to speak, and they had no intention of hearing what he had to say. But then again, he really didn't have the right to make his opinions heard in the face of 4 demon monarchs at the body integration stage and above. After all, regardless of whether it was in the human world or the spirit realm, power determined one's rights. A mere deity transformation cultivator like him was far too insignificant to take seriously. As such, even though Han Li was feeling quite gloomy, he could only remain silent while pondering what he had just heard. The demon monarchs hadn't revealed many details, but he roughly understood the situation now. As expected, these beings wanted to borrow the power of his divine Devilbane lightning, and they wanted to use it to break some infernal river restriction. However, what was it that they had said about truly mastering the divine Devilbane lightning? Could it be that there was some kind of unique method to maximize the divine lightning's power? Or was there another ability he could unleash with it? Hanli was completely perplexed. All of a sudden, Hanli sensed someone scrutinizing him, and he looked up just in time to meet a furtive glance from Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao remained completely expressionless even after meeting Hanli's gaze, but Hanli's expression stirred slightly. Only after a while did he withdraw his gaze in an unhurried manner. The demon monarchs discussed many things in front of Hanli, but none of them mentioned Hanli in their subsequent discussion. At this point, Hanli had already backed away to the side and was secretly inspecting these demon monarchs. In all honesty, the two most mysterious and unfathomable beings among these four demon monarchs were Lu Zhu and Di Shui. The former was emanating a frosty aura that was extremely unsettling, and he didn't even seem to be a living being. If it weren't for the fact that it was clearly moving and speaking, Hanli would have been led to suspect that he was an inanimate object. The latter was also quite unfathomable to him, as both of the red-robed figures were completely identical in every single way. Their voices, statures, and auras were both completely identical, and both of them were referred to as Di Shui, thereby further adding to Hanli's confusion. As for Mu Qing and the white-haired beauty, Hanli had roughly gleaned their origins. Mu Qing's body was enshrouded in a layer of black that even his bright sight spirit eyes were unable to see through, but he could glean a faint wisp of green through the black light. In conjunction with the extremely pure wood attribute spiritual power emanating from her body, Hanli was almost certain that she was a rare wood spirit demon, but he didn't know what kind of spirit would her true body consisted of. As for the white-haired beauty, her body contained the densest yin qi that he had ever seen. Furthermore, judging from the conversation between the demon monarchs, Hanli could determine that she was a ghostly demon. As such, the fact that she was able to manifest a body identical to that of a normal person was a sufficient indication of her power. However, Hanli also noticed that Yuan Yao's body also contained dense yin qi, suggesting that she was also no longer a normal human. However, she wasn't a true ghostly being like the white-haired woman, so she had to have gone down a slightly different path. Yan Li's situation was also identical to Yuan Yao's. Judging from the auras emanating from their bodies, the two of them were only at the early deity transformation stage. For them to be allowed to accompany the white-haired beauty with their cultivation bases suggested that the woman truly adored them, or was keeping them around for other purposes. The discussion between the demon monarchs didn't last too long. There were occasional clashes of opinions, but they were quickly resolved through diplomatic votes. After a while, everything had been discussed and everyone got up to leave. Mu Qing rose to her feet and saw off the demon monarchs in person. When the two red-robed beings were on their way out, they just so happened to pass by Hanli, and one of them asked, "Were you the one who destroyed the two puppets I sent out?" Hanli hesitated momentarily before bowing as he gave an honest reply. "They were indeed destroyed by me. I was unaware that they belonged to you at the time, Senior, so please don't hold it against me. Hee hee. A couple of blood puppets aren't significant enough for me to lose sleep over. However, I can't just let you get away with this. Why don't you do me a small favor at some point in the future to make up for this?" Du Shui suggested. Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this, yet when he raised his head again, the two red-robed figures had already walked past him as if they hadn't said anything to him at all. Hanli's brows furrowed, and he couldn't help but feel as if he had more trouble on his hands. The white-haired beauties trio was the final group to depart, and they also walked past Hanli. The beauty merely smiled at him, yet didn't say anything. As for Yuan Yao, she remained completely expressionless, as if she couldn't even see Hanli. In contrast, Yanli blinked and was looking at Hanli with a contemplative light in her eyes. Hanli's lips suddenly twitched in a barely noticeable manner, following which one of his hands suddenly clenched up into a fist within the sleeve of his robes. As soon as everyone had left, Xuedu turned to Hanli with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Brother Han. Everyone is holding you in very high regard? What is there to congratulate me about?" I'm still completely in the dark about everything. Do you know what they were referring to when they were talking about true mastery of my divine Devilbane lightning, Senior Shui? Will it actually improve the power of my lightning? Han Li asked with a wry smile on his face. To Han Li's surprise, Shui Du actually gave him a detailed response. I do actually know a little bit about this. In ancient times, divine Devilbane lightning was the vastly renowned paramount wood attribute divine lightning, and was one of the 5 elemental true lightnings. It specialized in vanquishing devilish chi and all evil creatures, and its power far exceeds that of even my heavenly blood lightning. However, unless this lightning is refined through a special method, the wielder will only be able to unleash a tiny portion of its power. During the reign of the evil dragon race in ancient times, they destroyed all of the golden lightning bamboo they could find, essentially erasing the existence of divine Devilbane lightning off the face of the spirit realm, so its special refinement method naturally became lost. At the very least, I do not know of this method. The evil dragon race? Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. He had never heard of such a race in the spirit realm back when he was in human territory. You've never heard of such a race, right, fellow Taoist Han? That makes sense. Due to the excessively violent and oppressive way through which they treated other races during ancient times, a joint rebellion from all other races toppled their despotic rule. All of the current major races of the spirit realm rose into prominence in the aftermath of that epic war, while the name of the evil dragon race fell into complete obscurity. Shui Du explained, giving Han Li a brief history lesson in the process. Han Li was feeling a little overwhelmed by this information. How had the history books of the human race and flying spirit race failed to record such a monumental event? Despite his confusion, he refrained from asking any questions. By the way, when I say ancient times, I mean well and truly in the distant past. At that point, your flying spirit race hadn't even come into existence yet, so they naturally wouldn't have any records of this piece of history. Shui Du chuckled, seemingly having identified Han Li's confusion. I see. Han Li was immediately enlightened. According to the historical records of the human race, they had appeared in the spirit realm after the flying spirit race, so it was no surprise that they didn't have records regarding this matter either. Just as Han Li and Shui Du were chatting with one another, footsteps sounded outside the wooden hall, and Mu Qing strode in through the doors. Shui Du immediately ceased conversing with Han Li as he made his way over to Mu Qing and extended a respectful salute. Mu Qing nodded in an errant gesture of acknowledgement before sitting back down on her giant golden flower, supporting her chin with a hand as she sat in silence. She seemed to be mulling over a difficult decision, and she didn't say anything for a long while. Han Li didn't know what was happening, so he cast a glance toward Shui Du to gauge his reaction. The blood WIRM wore a calm and collected expression on his face, seemingly already accustomed to such occurrences. Listen up, fellow Taoist Han. I don't care what you're thinking, but you have to master the divine Devilbane lightning under my tutelage within these 2 years. Once you do, I'll think of a way to waive the 2-year period you have to spend with that ghost hag, understood? Mu Qing's voice sounded from within the black light. Han Li's expression stirred slightly, and a wry smile appeared on his face as he replied, I'll be sure to do my best, Senior Mu Qing. Humph. You'd better do your best. Otherwise, I won't let you go to that ghost hag without leaving you a memento to remember me with. Mu Qing's voice suddenly became cold and forbidding. Han Li's heart sank, and he could only fall silent. 3 days from now, move over to my wood essence cave. I'll instruct you to master your lightning during these 2 years. Shui Du, I'll leave the preparations for the blood sacrifice to you during this time, Mu Qing instructed in an implacable voice. Yes, mistress. Shui Du was rather surprised to hear this, but he naturally accepted his orders. Han Li also faltered slightly in response. After that, Mu Qing waved a dismissive hand as she said, All right, I'm feeling a little weary, so all of you can go back for now. Han Li and Shui Du could only depart after extending farewell salutes. As soon as they exited the hall, Shui Du suddenly said, TSK, you're a lucky man, Brother Han. To think that my mistress is going to instruct you in person, this is a brilliant opportunity for you. Is that so? I don't even know if I can master my lightning in 2 years. Han Li shook his head in a rather gloomy manner. Haha, the fact that my mistress said what she just did indicates that she has confidence in you, so there's no need to worry, Brother Han. I still have some matters to take care of, So I'll be taking my leave now. Xuedu chuckled before flying away as a streak of crimson light. Han Li stood on the spot and looked on at the departing streak of crimson light. Only after it had disappeared out of sight did he slowly return to his living quarters. Not long after that, Han Li was back in his pavilion. He immediately activated his restriction to prevent anyone from being able to conduct surveillance on him, then sat down on his bed with a dark expression. A while later, he suddenly raised a hand and glanced at his palm. There was a black character around the size of a grain of rice that had appeared on his palm, and upon careful inspection, Han Li discovered that it was the character for Yuan. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. If he had been slightly skeptical about Yuan Yao's identity before, then all of that skepticism had now been wiped away. This character was something that had appeared soundlessly in his hand when Yuan Yao had brushed past him earlier. No trace of spiritual fluctuations had been set off during that process, so even the 4 demon monarchs were unable to detect anything. It was quite astonishing that a mere deity transformation cultivator was capable of doing something like this. Han Li extended a finger before gently tapping the Yuan character on his palm. A flash of green light erupted from his fingertip to wipe this character away. He then withdrew his hands into his sleeves and began to contemplate his situation with an indecisive expression. After a few moments, he suddenly extended a palm again. A low thunderclap erupted as a fist-sized ball of golden lightning surfaced over his palm, and its mass was fluctuating slightly. A series of shimmering strands of electricity were also flashing over its surface. Han Li appraised the ball of lightning expressionlessly before suddenly narrowing his eyes. Many years ago, he'd unintentionally nurtured a shoot of golden lightning bamboo, thereby allowing him to refine his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords as well as to attain the divine devilbane lightning. But never would he have thought that this lightning would have such stunning origins, nor have some kind of special refinement method. If the divine devilbane lightning really was one of the 5 elemental true lightnings of the spirit realm and its power could truly be significantly increased, then it would become staggeringly powerful. In that case, it would immediately become one of his trump cards. Being able to master his divine devilbane lightning would certainly be a good thing, but having to go to this infernal river place was most definitely going to incur a massive risk for him. If he weren't careful, it was quite possible that he could die in the process. Thankfully, it appeared that there were still around 6 years left before he'd have to face that ordeal, so he could carefully consider his situation during that time, perhaps allowing him to devise some kind of plan to avoid this peril. Furthermore, it was quite a surprise to see Yuan Yao again here. Many years ago, she'd been willing to sacrifice her own core formation stage cultivation base to save Yanli, and that was naturally worthy of respect and admiration. However, after the passage of so many years, it was yet to be seen whether she was still someone who cherished her bond with others. After all, the most fickle thing in this world was one's heart. However, Yuan Yao had refrained from revealing the fact that they were acquaintances, and that was quite a relief to Han Li. Even though he didn't have to hide the fact that he was merely impersonating Flying Spirit Tribe being, he still didn't want his true origins to be revealed to the Earth Abyss Demon Monarchs. Han Li silently recalled all of the memories he had of Yuan Yao. They had met on several occasions, the first of which was in the secret chamber within the Heaven Void Hall. At the time, she was bathing in a spring, and the image of her flawless body flashed through his mind, sending a slight stir through Han Li's heart. However, Nangong Wan's figure then surfaced from the bottom of his heart, and a sense of clarity immediately returned to Han Li's mind. After so many years, if everything had gone smoothly, she would have most likely reached the deity transformation stage in the human world as well. Han Li wondered how long it would take for him to be reunited with his beloved Dao companion here in the spirit realm. Nangong Wan's appearance and voice, as well as the memories of the intimate times they'd spent in the heavenly south region, flashed through Han Li's mind, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he basked in those warm memories. A long while later, when Nangong Wan's voice gradually faded from his mind, another set of exquisitely beautiful facial features surfaced in his heart, and he was once again lulled into a period of sentimental recollection. After the passage of an indeterminate period of time, Han Li heaved a long sigh and finally returned to his senses as a wry smile appeared on his face. He didn't think that Yuan Yao's appearance would trigger such a long walk down memory lane for him. Thankfully, There wasn't anyone nearby who bore ill will toward him. Otherwise, he would have been in some peril, having been completely absorbed in his memories. However, seeing as he was unable to depart from the Earth Abyss anytime soon, he would always get opportunities to meet Yuan Yao again. As such, he didn't have to be in a hurry to contact her. With that in mind, a contemplative look appeared on his face again. 3 days later, Han Li stood before a small mountain, looking at a strange mountain face, the entirety of which was as green and translucent as jade. A hint of surprise quickly flashed through his eyes. This is the wood essence cave that I cultivate enduring the seclusion. There are very few places in the spirit realm with such abundant wood attribute spiritual qi, and those using wood attribute cultivation arts will be able to enjoy rapid progress in their cultivation here. Mu Qing introduced in a proud manner. Han Li had turned up to meet Mu Qing as instructed, and Mu Qing had taken him over several mountains, then entered a restriction that was filled with dense mist before finally stopping in this strange place. They were quite far away from his previous living quarters, and it was quite a surprise that Mu Qing had set up her cultivation venue here. However, the entire green mountain face was as smooth as a mirror with not a single cave to be seen. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the mountain face several times, but was unable to discover anything more than what met the eye. Thus, a peculiar look appeared on his face. Mu Qing stepped forward and swept a hand gently over the mountain face. Green light flashed over the mountain face, following which a large opening appeared, revealing a green passageway that led straight into the heart of the mountain. The entrance to the passageway had been sealed by a layer green light barrier, and there was also a series of strange runes carved onto the surrounding rock face, creating quite a discreet and mysterious camouflage effect. Han Li was quite flabbergasted to see this. How had his powerful spiritual sense been unable to detect this passageway? It appeared that these Earth Abyss demon monarchs really did have some unfathomable abilities. He was going to have to take extra care around them from now on. Mu Qing led the way into the passageway, having been completely unaffected by the green light barrier. Han Li hesitated momentarily before following suit. The light barrier posed no impediment to him, either, and soon after he'd passed through it, the entrance of the passageway disappeared again. Not only that, but the entire green mountain face also turned completely dull and lusterless not long after that. On the other end, Han Li walked behind Mu Qing in this passageway for a long while before they finally reached a hall that was not very large. The entire hall was empty, and there was nothing else in there aside from 7 or 8 openings that led to other places. As soon as Han Li entered this hall, he could sense the rich wood attribute spiritual qi emanating from the walls around him, and that was something that filled him with both elation and concern. He was elated the wood attribute spiritual qi was so abundant here, and it seemed that with such exceptional facilities, mastering the divine Devilbane lightning in 2 years wasn't entirely impossible. However, at the same time, he was concerned by the fact that Mu Qing was willing to let him use such an exceptional cultivation venue. This indicated that she was intent on keeping him, and it wouldn't be easy for him to escape from this demon monarch's control in the future. Come with me, I'll set up a place for you to stay. You'll be spending the upcoming 2 years in here, and you're forbidden to take so much as a single step out of this wood essence cave. I've already set up an extremely powerful restriction in the surrounding area. Unless I open it for you in person, there's no way that you can leave this place, Mu Qing said in an indifferent voice that was full of confidence. Han Li's lips twitched, but he didn't say anything as he silently followed Mu Qing into one of the passageways that led away from the room. After passing through a large garden filled with strange and exotic plants, Han Li was brought to a large yellow gate that was refined from some kind of unknown metallic material. Mu Qing stopped here and said, "This is a secret chamber that I often meditate in, but I'll let you live in it for now. From now on, I'll instruct you in mastering the divine Devilbane lightning once every 7 days. At midday on the 7th day, just come to the hall to find me." "All right, you can go in now. I'm going to another secret chamber. Aside from a few important places that I've set up restrictions at, you can go anywhere you like in here. Thank you for your kindness, Senior." Han Li hurriedly expressed his gratitude. However, Mu Qing merely took an indifferent glance at Han Li before departing, disappearing from sight after she rounded a corner. Only then did Han Li heave a faint sigh and strode into the secret chamber beyond the metallic yellow doors. Time passed by in a flash, and a year flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, within a vast expanse of mist, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the air above a mundane-looking small mountain. Countless dark clouds converged at low altitudes, following which azure lightning flashed amid rumbling thunderclaps. It was as if a fearsome, vicious beast was being born from the clouds. All of a sudden, a black formation that was over 100 feet in size appeared amid a flash of black light on the mountain's summit. Two humanoid figures appeared, one of which was a slender female with black light swirling all over her body, while the other was an ordinary-looking young man in a set of azure robes. These two were none other than Mu Qing and Han Li. In the instant that the two of them appeared, loud thunderclaps erupted in the air above, following which the dark clouds began to tumble and surge violently. Countless azure arcs of lightning surfaced within those clouds, creating a formidable sight to behold. Mu Qing looked up into the sky with a calm expression and said, "What a coincidence that your heavenly tribulation would arrive at a time like this. You possess the divine devil-bane lightning and have achieved an elementary level of mastery over the lightning, so you should be able to transcend this tribulation with ease. This will also be a good opportunity to further hone your affinity for lightning, and that'll be quite beneficial to improving your mastery of your divine devil-bane lightning. I'll leave you to your own devices now." As soon as Mu Qing's voice trailed off, she abruptly disappeared amid a flash of light. Thus, Han Li was the only one remaining on the mountain summit. He could only give a wry smile in this situation. Never would he have thought that he'd be beset with his second minor heavenly tribulation in the spirit realm under such circumstances. Thankfully, he'd been consuming earth-cleansing pills regularly, so he was well prepared to handle this tribulation. The first bolts of lightning to fall were normal azure heavenly lightning, rather than the extremely fearsome two-colored tribulation lightning. Even so, Han Li didn't dare to get complacent in the slightest. After all, this was his second minor lightning tribulation, and it was certainly not something to be scoffed at. Han Li opened his mouth to expel a small azure cauldron, and at the same time he laid his hand on the back of his head to summon a burst of gray light that created a light barrier around his body. After that, he let loose a low cry as both of his hands balled up into fists. A resounding boom erupted as countless arcs of golden lightning erupted from his body, hurtling up toward the sky. Moments later, a golden net of lightning took shape, and the golden lightning was even more dazzling than the tribulation lightning up above. At the same time, more and more arcs of azure lightning began to appear, and they intensified in brightness at an alarming rate. Finally, countless arcs of azure lightning came crashing down with reckless abandon amid an earth-shattering boom, heading directly toward Han Li. The arcs of lightning as thick as human thumbs, and they rained down in a torrential downpour, crashing headfirst into the net of golden lightning. Han Li made a hand seal, and the net of lightning let loose a loud thunderclap as a blurry golden rune appeared over its surface, then transformed into vortex-like swaths of golden light. A peculiar scene then ensued. As soon as the azure arcs of lightning came into contact with the golden vortexes of light, the former disappeared into the latter in a completely soundless manner, as if the tribulation lightning had been devoured. Thousands of arcs of azure lightning were engulfed in such a manner in mere moments, while a small portion of them struck the golden net of lightning amid resounding booms, only to be deflected with ease. The first wave of tribulation lightning had fallen, and Han Li didn't even bat an eyelid, having withstood this initial wave with ease. After devouring so much azure tribulation lightning, the golden net above Han Li's head swelled to several times its original size, encompassing an area over 200 feet in size. As soon as the first wave of tribulation lightning ceased, even thicker bolts of azure lightning materialized up above before crashing down as the second wave. Han Li made a hand seal before extending a finger and rapidly scribbling something in the air with his fingertip. Golden light flashed, and a shimmering golden rune was inscribed in mid-air. Following an explosive thunderclap, the rune transformed into a bolt of golden lightning that hurtled up toward the air. The golden arc of lightning then disappeared into the golden lightning net in a flash, causing the entire net to tremor. The balls of light that were hovering within the net of golden lightning converged toward the same spot to form a vast expanse of golden light, within which runes were shimmering erratically. During this split second, the second wave of azure lightning was already descending with devastating might. The same scenes appeared again. The powerful bolts of azure lightning quickly disappeared without a trace into the vast expanse of golden light. However, the second wave of tribulation lightning was far more powerful than the first, as evidenced by the fact that the vast expanse of golden light was tremoring violently from the lightning strikes while the golden net of lightning continued to expand. Moments later, a series of cracks finally began to appear amid the golden light, and it was slowly being vanquished by the tribulation lightning. Without the golden light posing as an obstacle, the bolts of tribulation lightning struck the net of lightning directly. The two clashed, and golden and azure light intertwined, creating a thunderous commotion. Despite how ferociously powerful the bolts of heavenly lightning were, the golden lightning net remained resolute, managing to keep most of the azure lightning at bay. The occasional stray bolts of heavenly lightning that managed to sneak through were all vanquished by Han Li's divine essence-fused light. Standing atop the mountain summit, Han Li looked up at the dark clouds overhead, but showed no intention of unleashing his divine devilbane lightning. He seemed to have some other course of action in mind. After a while, the golden net of lightning was finally shattered, and the second wave of tribulation lightning also ceased. However, the dark clouds in the sky were only surging more violently, and within the span of a few breaths, balls of azure lightning had appeared up above. Each ball was around the size of a human fist, and they were clearly imbued with far more power than the bolts from the previous wave of tribulation lightning. Han Li adopted a more serious expression as one of his hands turned white while the other turned black, and he thrust both palms into the air. All of a sudden, the gray light overhead congealed, following which the projection of a miniature black mountain surfaced within it. Almost at the exact same moment, 5 wagon wheel-sized skull projections appeared above the gray light, and all of them opened their mouths in unison. 5 colored flames tumbled forth, instantly forming a protective barrier over the divine essence-fused light. Han Li then let loose a low cry, and the miniature azure cauldron above his head swelled to more than 10 times its original size amid a flash of brilliant spiritual light, transforming into a massive cauldron that was around 10 feet in size. Azure light tumbled within the cauldron alongside an indistinct rumbling sound. The third wave of tribulation lightning came crashing down in a merciless manner. The balls of azure lightning were like massive chunks of hail, and they were far more fearsome than the previous 2 waves of heavenly lightning. However, Han Li had been able to withstand 2-colored tribulation lightning even when he was only at the early deity transformation stage, so he certainly wasn't going to be fazed by these azure balls of lightning. The lightning balls crashed into the 5 colored flames, and an incredible scene ensued. All of the balls of lightning became extraordinarily slow after entering the 5 colored flames, as if they'd been trapped. In the blink of an eye, over 100 balls of lightning had been frozen in midair. Han Li made a hand seal, and gray light erupted from the miniature mountain projection, sweeping up all of the balls of lightning. At the same time, brilliant azure light erupted from the massive cauldron down below, and all of the lightning balls appeared at the cauldron's opening. Countless azure threads then shot forth, dragging all of the balls of lightning into the cauldron. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. An hour later, the dark clouds in the air above dissipated, and the lightning tribulation drew to a conclusion. Han Li had already arrived back in the secret chamber of the Wood Essence Cave. He was seated with his legs crossed on a futon while a small azure cauldron hovered before him. The lid of the cauldron had already been removed, and electricity was flashing within alongside the occasional dull thunderclap. Han Li stared at the cauldron for a while before waving a hand toward it and drawing it into his grasp. He patted the cauldron with his hand, and it tremored before producing an egg-sized ball of lightning. The ball of lightning was flashing erratically, but it was unable to escape from the azure threads by which it was bound. This was the heavenly tribulation lightning that Han Li had procured. This lightning naturally couldn't compare to the golden and silver heavenly lightning that he'd captured in the past, but it was still a lot more powerful than normal lightning. Having been given the opportunity, Han Li was naturally going to secure as much of this lightning as possible to refine some lightning beads with. 1 lightning bead or 2 could perhaps only pose a threat to spatial tempering stage beings, but if a dozen or so were to be hurled at once, even body integration cultivators would be forced into retreat. Aside from the first 2 waves of heavenly lightning, all of the subsequent lightning had been drawn into the heaven void cauldron. There was enough azure lightning in there to refine several tens of lightning beads in one go. However, due to the power of the heavenly lightning itself, these lightning beads were going to be slightly inferior compared to the ones he'd refined in the past. Even so, with so many lightning beads at his disposal, They could serve as one of his trump cards in the face of unforeseen threats. Even though this heavenly tribulation hadn't posed any threat to him, each successive heavenly tribulation was more devastating than the previous one. By his estimations, he would only be able to transcend 7 or 8 more tribulations of this nature before things would get rather out of hand for him. As for the major heavenly tribulations that befell spatial tempering stage beings, even the first of such tribulations were extremely dangerous, and there was no lack of spatial tempering stage beings in history who'd fallen to their first tribulations. However, that was only something for Han Li to worry about in the future. For now, he had to think about how he was going to escape. Han Li's expression darkened again as he considered the perils that he was going to face in the future. During this past year, Mu Qing had truly done everything in her power to instruct him. Furthermore, he was quite proficient in using lightning himself, so he had made steady and fast progress. It appeared that it wouldn't be an issue for him to fulfill Mu Qing's requirements within 2 years. Perhaps it was due to this that Mu Qing had been a lot more benevolent toward him of late, and after instructing him in the way of mastering his divine lightning, she would occasionally answer some of his cultivation questions as well. At her lofty cultivation base, her guidance in cultivation was naturally extremely invaluable to a mere deity transformation cultivator like Han Li. However, Han Li naturally wasn't going to allow himself to be imprisoned just because of the improved treatment he was receiving. During this time, he had snuck around the mountain on several occasions to search for any holes in the restriction, as well as researched potential methods to erase the 4 tracking marks within his body. If he could find solutions to these 2 issues, he'd be able to escape. However, the results yielded by his efforts were very disheartening. The restrictions around the Wood Essence Cave was unimaginably profound, transforming the entire cave into a massive cage from which there was simply no escape for him. Of course, that wasn't to say that he couldn't destroy the restriction by force. After all, his divine essence-fused light and spirit engulfing heavenly flames were both extremely effective in this respect. However, if he were to attempt to do this, Mu Qing would immediately be alerted to what he was up to and things would not end well for him. As for the tracking marks planted in his body by the 4 demon monarchs, they were even more troublesome. The marks seemed to have taken root in his body and refused to be removed regardless of what he tried. The only way was to use the nascent flames within his body to slowly refine them. But these were marks left behind by 4 body integration stage demon monarchs. Refining them was far from simple. Setting aside whether the demon monarchs that had planted the marks in him would notice what he was doing, even if he were to take a massive risk and forcibly refine the marks, it would still take him at least 3 or 4 years. As such, he was feeling quite depressed. However, Han Li was certainly no ordinary person, and he did manage to devise a feasible strategy. In a dire situation, he could use the powers of his divine essence-fused light and divine devilbane lightning to temporarily mask the 4 tracking marks in his body. Han Li hadn't tried this method to see if it would work, as doing so would most likely alert the 4 demon monarchs, but with his understanding of those 2 abilities of his, he estimated that there was at least a 70% chance that it would succeed. Of course, this masking effect would only work on a temporary basis. As soon as the 4 demon monarchs sensed what he was doing, they'd be able to forcibly summon the tracking marks from within a certain distance, and he most likely wouldn't be able to conceal himself for long. As such, this was only going to be a last resort. Han Li exhaled deeply as if he were trying to expel all of the frustrations in his heart. He then tossed the miniature cauldron in his hand forward and prepared to begin refining lightning beads. Even though this was a place where Mu Qing had once cultivated, he'd set up restrictions here again, so he wasn't afraid that she'd be able to see what he was doing. Thus, loud thunderclaps erupted within the secret chamber as Han Li set about refining one lightning bead after another. Several days later, a streak of green light flew over the nearby garden, then disappeared in a flash through the doors of Han Li's secret chamber. Only after a long while were doors opened, and Han Li emerged from within with furrowed brows and a peculiar look on his face. This wasn't the date for his weekly lesson yet, so why had Mu Qing summoned him using a voice transmission talisman? This was something that hadn't ever happened during the past year. Thus, Han Li made his way slowly down the path in the garden with a hint of confusion in his heart. There were already over 30 extra thumb-sized lightning beads in his storage bracelet, all of which were shimmering with azure light. Han Li had exhausted most of the heavenly lightning that he'd procured to refine these lightning beads, and if it weren't for Mu Qing's voice transmission talisman, he was preparing to refine all of the heavenly lightning in his heaven void cauldron in one go. When Han Li finally made his way into the hall, he was surprised to discover that not only was Mu Qing seated in the hall, there was a crimson-robed figure sitting off to the side. This crimson-robed figure was none other than Di Shui. "Fellow Taoist Han, fellow Taoist Di Shui would like to see you," Mu Qing said in a calm voice as she held a teacup in her hand. "You're looking for me, senior?" A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes. "That's right. I am indeed here to see you. Have you forgotten my voice transmission from a year ago?" Di Shui's voice was just as sharp and metallic as ever. "Of course not. What can I do for you, senior?" Han Li was feeling a little uneasy, but he naturally wasn't going to feign ignorance in this situation. "You heard him, right, Fair Mu? Han Brat agreed to help me voluntarily, so you can't refuse anymore." Di Shui chuckled. "I never refused in the first place, but as I'm sure you're well aware, our top priority now is for fellow Taoist Han to master his divine Devilbane lightning as soon as possible. As such, there's no way that I can loan him to you for 3 months. I can only give you 1 month at most. Otherwise, you're going to be hindering his progress too much." Mu Qing replied calmly as she took a sip of her tea. 1 month is nowhere near enough to finish what I'm doing. The puppets I'm refining are also extremely important and can't be delayed. How about this? Hand him over to me for 2 months, that should just barely suffice, Di Shui conceded. I can give him to you for 1.5 months at most, no more than that. Mu Qing countered in a cold voice. Di Shui paused momentarily before nodding as he said, "All right, 1.5 months it is. However, I'll have to borrow your teleportation formation then." "That won't be an issue. I'll teleport both of you straight to the Bloodflame Mountain. But you have to bring him back to me in person." Mu Qing's voice eased slightly upon hearing this. "Haha, I can certainly do that. Come with me, Han Brat." Di Shui chortled with glee as he rose to his feet. More than half a day later, black light flashed from a teleportation formation on an obscure stone platform in front of a black mountain on the 5th level of the Earth Abyss. 2 humanoid figures appeared on the teleportation formation, and they were naturally none other than Han Li and Di Shui. As soon as Han Li recovered from his rush of dizziness, he surveyed his surroundings to find that there was another crimson-robed figure standing next to the teleportation formation. As soon as he caught sight of Han Li, the crimson-robed figure cackled. "You're finally here, fellow Taoist Han. My 4 purple blood puppets require an injection of power from your divine Devilbane lightning. Only then will they be able to serve a substantial purpose when we get to the Infernal River." Purple blood puppets. Han Li's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this. "Hee. I'll tell you about the specific details when we get there." The crimson-robed figure was acting in a very polite manner, presumably because he required Han Li's services. Han Li naturally wasn't going to state any objections, and thus he flew toward the black mountain behind the 2 crimson-robed figures. This mountain was around 40,000 to 50,000 feet tall, and the 2 crimson-robed figures were leading Han Li toward a point halfway up the mountain. In the end, they arrived on a nondescript cliff over 1,000 feet up the mountain. One of the crimson-robed figures strode forward and made a hand seal with one hand. He then began to chant something before abruptly raising his other hand. The scenes that unfolded next had Han Li completely flabbergasted. The entire cliff began to tremor amid a loud burst of rumbling, and black light flashed as a gargantuan moss-covered stone WRM head appeared. The WRM head abruptly opened its massive eyes to reveal a pair of crimson eyeballs. It swept a cold gaze across Han Li and the 2 crimson-robed figures, then opened its mouth to reveal a passageway that was shimmering with white light. "Come in," one of the crimson-robed said emotionlessly before making his way into the passageway with his identical companion. Han Li recomposed himself and carefully examined the WRM head through narrowed eyes for a moment before entering the passageway. The passageway inside was remarkably spacious at around 40 to 50 feet tall, and all of the walls were paved with angular black stones. There were thumb-sized phosphorescent beads embedded into the walls at regular intervals, illuminating the path that led deep into the heart of the mountain. The two crimson-robed figures walked side by side and remained completely silent from the moment they entered the passageway. After traversing through the passageway and descending over 1,000 feet underground, they arrived at a series of 7 or 8 completely identical entrances placed next to one another on a large plot of empty land. This was a rather surprising sight to Han Li. However, neither of the two crimson-robed beings stopped for even a single instant as they casually made their way into one of the passageways. The entire mountain seemed to have been hollowed out, and there were countless passageways interconnected with one another, making this place resemble a massive diabolical maze. Through these passageways, one could occasionally catch glimpses of puppets of different shapes and sizes, all of which were wielding different types of massive blades, patrolling through their respective areas. Some of these puppets were constructed from metal and shimmering with golden light. Some were of a murky gray color, having been constructed from rocks and stones, and there were also some agile puppets carved out of a spirit wood. All of these puppets were emitting astonishing spiritual pressure, and there were even a few special puppets that possessed deity transformation stage power. Han Li was quite astonished by what he saw. He could tell that Di Shue's proficiency in the art of puppetry was most definitely superior to that of the monarch of soul divergence. Of course, that wasn't to say that Di Shue possessed far superior aptitude than the monarch of soul divergence in the art of puppetry. Not only did Di Shue possess a body integration stage cultivation base, there was a vast variety of materials and resources to be found in the spirit realm that couldn't be sourced in the human world, so it would simply be unfair to compare the two. After traversing through this maze-like structure with the two crimson-robed figures for a while, Han Li finally emerged into a cavernous space with a scorching crimson lake down below. This was a natural underground lava lake. There was a crimson palace floating on the surface of the lake, and even though it wasn't an extremely large palace, it was still over 10,000 feet in size. The entire palace emanated an overwhelming aura of blood and gore, but its construction was absolutely exquisite. There was a massive crimson crystal that was several feet in size attached to the top of the palace, and it was emitting a vibrant crimson light. Han Li couldn't help but falter slightly upon seeing this. This crystal almost immediately evoked recollections of the strange crystal Han Li had seen on the Spirit Seal Tower of the Tianpeng race's holy city. That crystal was just as massive and mysterious. It appeared that some kind of extremely powerful restriction had to have been placed on those crystals. The crimson-robed figures suddenly descended after leading Han Li to the edge of the lava lake. One of them rustled a sleeve, and a yellow bell immediately shot forth from within before landing in his grasp. Yellow light flashed as a crisp clink sounded from the bell, and as soon as Han Li heard the sound, his consciousness immediately began to waver as he was struck by a sense of feebleness. His heart jolted with shock, and he hurriedly activated his great development technique to dispel those debilitating effects. He then retreated a step and appraised the two crimson-robed figures with wariness in his eyes. He didn't believe that the two would suddenly try to kill him here, but he had never let his guard down even for a single instant. One of the crimson-robed figures immediately turned around to appraise Han Li with a cold expression, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes upon seeing Han Li's ability to retain clarity of mind. Right at this moment, a burst of violent tumbling and surging suddenly erupted from within the crimson lava in the lake down below, following which a giant beast that was around 100 feet in length emerged. This was a shelled beast that resembled a giant turtle, but it possessed 3 elk-like heads with strange vibrant red coral-like horns on those heads. The beast seemed to have been summoned by the bell, and as it swam quickly toward Han Li and the others as soon as it emerged from the lava. This is my Gate Guardian beast, a chaotic turtle beast. This beast possesses a fire spirit body from birth and can unleash 3 different types of spirit flames. It's extremely powerful when in its natural habitat of lava, and it took me a lot of effort to tame it. If we want to enter my blood flame palace, we'll have to get around this beast first. One of the crimson-robed figures chuckled. I am truly in awe of your exceptional powers, Senior. Han Li immediately replied upon hearing this. He then cast his gaze toward the lava lake as blue light flashed through his eyes, and his expression changed drastically. With the assistance of his bright sight spirit eyes, he was able to see that there were countless transparent threads up ahead, intertwining to encompass the entire lava lake down below. One end of those threads was connected to the giant crystal on top of the palace, and if someone were to fly down recklessly from above without being aware of the presence of these threads, they would most likely be sliced into countless pieces. Han Li's lips twitched, and he drew a sharp breath upon making this discovery. At this moment, the chaotic turtle beast had arrived at the shore of the lava lake, and it opened its 3 mouths to let loose a strange cry that resembled frog croaks. One of the crimson-robed figures raised a hand upon seeing this, and a black fist-sized ball shot forth amid an aura of blood and gore. One of the demon beast's heads opened its mouth to lap up the black ball by expelling a burst of red light. The 3 heads then let loose low cries in unison, seemingly in a display of joy and elation. It then turned around and laid a thick tail onto the shore of the lake to act as a bridge. The 2 crimson-robed figures climbed along the tail onto the creature's back, then turned around to face Han Li. Han Li heaved an internal sigh before also making his way onto the beast's back. One of the crimson-robed figures shook the yellow bell again, and the chaotic turtle beast swam rapidly toward the blood flame palace at the center of the lake with the trio on its back. The lake wasn't very large, and it only took moments before the beast reached the palace. The 3 of them immediately rose into the air and flew over to the palace gates. Han Li had only just descended onto the ground when the palace gates abruptly opened up from the inside, and 2 groups of beings emerged. One group was clad in red armor while wielding fiery halberds, and all of their bodies were covered in scorching flames. The other group consisted of unarmed black shadows that were enshrouded in clouds of gray mist. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward them to find that these 2 groups of beings seemed to possess signs of life, so they didn't appear to be puppets. The 2 groups of strange beings strode forward at once before extending respectful bows toward the 2 crimson-robed figures. "Open the Inflame Palace. I'm going to give fellow Taoist Han a warm welcome," one of the crimson-robed figures commanded. The 2 groups of beings immediately sprang into action upon hearing this. Most of them rushed back into the palace while the remaining group split up into 2 neat lines as they stood respectfully on either side of the gates. None of them uttered a single word during this process, and it was as if they were all incapable of speech. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of bewilderment welled up in his heart upon seeing this. Just as Han Li was appraising these strange beings, one of the crimson-robed figures suddenly asked, "Are you interested in my spirit servants, fellow Taoist Han?" "Spirit servants? Forgive me for my ignorance, senior. This is my first time hearing about such things." Han Li replied truthfully. "Hee. It's no surprise that you haven't heard of it. These spirit servants are a type of semi-puppets that I've refined." The crimson-robed figure chuckled with a hint of smugness in his voice. "Semi-puppets? I really would like to know more about them now," Han Li said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You seem to be quite interested in these spirit servants. You must also be familiar with the puppetry arts, right?" "I'd be happy to provide some guidance, but let's go to the Inflame Palace first," the other crimson-robed figure interjected. Han Li naturally wasn't going to state any objections, and he merely nodded in agreement. Thus, the group entered the palace, and the gates slowly closed behind them. The chaotic turtle beast that was outside the palace also disappeared into the lava again. After a while, Han Li and the 2 crimson-robed figures appeared within a large hall that was over 1,000 feet in area. Everything in the hall had been constructed from some kind of strange black and red jade, and upon making contact with the material, Han Li was struck by a scorching sensation, which then turned into a flow of icy coolness. This was quite an interesting material. Han Li was quite intrigued as he felt the interchanging hot and cold sensation making its way into his body from the jade chair that he was sitting on. At this moment, he was situated on one side of the hall while the 2 crimson-robed figures naturally sat together at the center. The jade tables before the 3 of them were all piled full of exotic fruits and delectable wines, and there were humanoid figures enshrouded in pink mist standing off to the side, attending to their needs when required. Every time someone finished the wine in their cup, one of the humanoid figures would rush forward for a refill in a respectful manner. These humanoid figures in the pink mist were different from the earlier ones that were enshrouded in gray mist. Not only were all of them quite slender, the mist around them emitted a pleasant fragrance that evoked within one a sense of relaxation. At such close quarters, Han Li was naturally able to examine these spirit servants from time to time, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. Have you gleaned the secrets of the spirit servants, fellow Taoist Han? One of the crimson-robed figures downed his cup of spirit wine before turning to Han Li with a hint of a smile in his voice. I'm afraid I can only identify that these beings seem to be spirits, but also like objects, yet also like neither at the same time. As for the exact intricacies involved, that's definitely beyond me. Han Li replied with a smile. You're not wrong. Spirit servants are indeed beings that are a mix between spirits and objects. They possess souls and their actions appear to be identical to that of a normal person, but most of what they're doing is merely instinctive, and they're being controlled by me using a puppet secret technique. As for how they came to be, I discovered 2 types of spirit bodies on the Blood Flame Mountain that are unable to attain intelligence, and I infused them into puppets, the other crimson-robed figures explained, finally revealing the origins of these spirit servants to Han Li. Infusing spirit bodies into puppets. Han Li's expression stirred upon hearing this, and he instantly recalled back to how he had once infused his second nascent soul into his humanoid puppet. Indeed, these spirit bodies are yet to manifest complete souls, so they're extremely docile, yet they possess a certain level of spiritual nature, thereby allowing them to complete some simple instructions. On top of that, they're able to fuse together with puppets, so they're perfect for refining spirit servants. It's exactly because of this that I decided to settle permanently on the Blood Flame Mountain, the crimson-robed figure explained. This is also a result of your proficiency in the puppetry arts, Senior. Otherwise, even if others were able to find such spirit bodies, they wouldn't be able to incorporate them into puppets. Di Shui had made the process sound quite simple, but infusing spirit bodies into puppets was extremely difficult. As someone who was proficient in the puppetry arts himself, Han Li was naturally well aware of this. As such, those words of praise were truly genuine. The 2 crimson-robed figures glanced at one another, and one of them offered, "If you'd like, I can teach you the secret technique required to infuse spirits into objects. I haven't done anything for you yet, Senior. How could I ask for a reward that I don't deserve?" Han Li was rather surprised, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Haha, it's just a little trick that I managed to invent during my free time. There's no need for you to be so polite, fellow Taoist Han. I'm going to require a lot of assistance from you in the coming month and a half, and I hope you'll help me to the best of your abilities. One of the crimson-robed figures said with a smile. His tone became even more polite. As such, Han Li could only accept this offering with gratitude. Senior Di Shui, seeing as I'm already here, would you be able to tell me how I can assist you in refining your puppets? Han Li asked. There's no hurry. You've only just arrived at my Blood Flame Palace, so you should drink to your heart's content, then have a good rest. We can discuss those matters tomorrow. The crimson-robed figure waved a hand to brush his question aside. Han Li could only comply with a wry smile and down another cup of spirit wine. All of a sudden, one of the crimson-robed figures clapped his hands a few times and a series of shuffling footsteps sounded from outside. All of a sudden, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air as 12 beautiful young women in 5-colored dresses made their way into the room. Han Li cast his gaze toward the faint pink mist emanating from the bodies of those women, and he quickly realized what they were. These women were also spirit servants, just like the other beings enshrouded in pink mist in the room. However, the pink mist on their bodies had become extremely faint, thereby revealing their true appearance. Han Li didn't know what materials their bodies had been refined from, but judging from their appearance and complexion, they appeared to be identical to normal flying spirit race women, and they even had a pair of azure wings on each of their backs. A flash of blue light appeared in Han Li's eyes, yet he was unable to glean any illusionary techniques concealing the bodies of these women. So this was indeed their true appearance. Han Li was quite astonished that these puppets were able to resemble actual living beings so closely. Back when he was in the human world, his late-nascent soul-stage humanoid puppet was able to fool others into thinking that it was a living being partly due to the fact that its skin had been made from a precious material known as soft spirit jade, which closely resembled human skin. On top of that, very few cultivators in the human world were able to use their spiritual sense to assess the true nature of a late-nascent soul-stage puppet, so it was able to regularly confuse his enemies, making them unable to tell whether it was a true human or not. However, the bodies of these spirit servants had clearly not been constructed from soft spirit jade. Even when he forced his spiritual sense out of his body to examine these women, his spiritual sense was somehow kept out. Thus, Han Li fell into deep thought as he looked at these women. If he had to find a difference between these women and normal human beings, then he could only say that the light in their eyes was a little dull, seemingly indicating a slight lack of spiritual nature compared to a normal person. Just as Han Li was looking on in wonder and bewilderment, a few young men that were also enshrouded in faint gray mist appeared on either side of the hall. All of them had fine and delicate facial features, and they sat down onto the ground with their legs, holding a series of strange musical instruments in their hands. Moments later, delightful music began to play in the hall, and the beautiful women put on a mesmerizing dance. Their 5-colored dresses fluttered through the air as they danced gracefully around the hall, sending the peculiar fragrance they were emitting spreading to all directions. Han Li sat still in his chair, seemingly have been completely entranced by these gorgeous dancing figures as he remained silent with his eyes narrowed. The 2 crimson-robed figures glanced at Han Li out of the corners of their eyes, and both of them then looked at one another after witnessing Han Li's seemingly intoxicated state. After a while, the music stopped and the 12 women also stood motionlessly on the spot. What do you think of these spirit servant dancers, fellow Taoist Han? Even though they're not spirit servant guardians, all of them are proficient in hundreds of types of rare dances, and it took me quite a bit of effort to refine them, one of the crimson-robed figures suddenly said with a smile. They are indeed quite extraordinary. At the very least, I can't tell them apart from real living beings, Han Li praised in response. Hee. Seeing as you like them, I'll give you these 12 spirit servant dancers and 24 spirit servant musicians as a gift, the crimson-robed figure said with a smile. The other crimson-robed figure then raised a hand before Han Li's surprised eyes and flicked his fingers in quick succession toward the dancers and musicians. Plumes of crimson threads shot from his palm, instantly puncturing all of the spirit servants. After the crimson threads were withdrawn, all of the spirit servants fell to the ground, completely motionless, as if they had truly become inanimate objects. At this moment, the crimson-robed figure made a grabbing motion with his other hand. All of these spirit servants instantly shrank down to wooden puppets that were only around an inch in size each, then flew onto Han Li's table and arranged themselves in a line. I've withdrawn the seals within the bodies of these spirit servants. You'll only have to refine them again with the secret technique that I'm going to give you, and you'll be able to control them, the crimson-robed figure chuckled. I can't accept this gift, Senior. I've done nothing to deserve it. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as he looked at the line of wooden puppets on his table. They're just a few little toys, so feel free to accept them. Unless, are you unwilling to accept them because you think they're not a worthy present? The crimson-robed figure's expression darkened slightly. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and a wry smile appeared on his face as he cupped his fist in a salute. In that case, I'll have to accept your kindness, Senior. Thus, he swept a sleeve over the table, and azure light flashed, following which all of the spirit servant wooden puppets disappeared. Haha, you should have accepted them from the start. Here's the spirit infusion secret technique I was referring to earlier. You can take it and have a good look at it tonight. It'll be beneficial to my puppet refinement later on if you could master this secret technique. The crimson-robed figure chuckled with a content nod before raising his hand to send a black bamboo tube flying toward Han Li. Thank you, Senior. Seeing as these two were essentially forcing these presents on him, Han Li made no further efforts to turn them down as he made a grabbing motion to catch the object in his grasp. After Han Li put away the bamboo tube, eccentric Di Shui enthusiastically chatted with Han Li for over an hour in the Inflame Palace before the banquet was over. Afterwards, with the guidance of the servant behind him, he was led to a quiet side chamber. Han Li closed the door to the side chamber and immediately took out a set of formation flags with a flip of his hand. Then, he released them into the air, disappearing in a dozen streaks of light. A barrier of rainbow light suddenly appeared in the room's walls. Han Li sighed and sat down cross-legged on a mat before his mind drifted off in thought. Eccentric Di Shui's courteous tone was truly out of place considering he was a body integration-grade demon monarch. It left Han Li with an odd feeling. Could it be that the eccentric had spoken to him in that way because assisting in the puppet refinement would be incredibly difficult? Han Li shook his head, feeling that it was unlikely. Even if Di Shui didn't do that, Han Li wouldn't have dared to hold back. Apart from the mysterious Lu Zhu, the beautiful woman surnamed Lan, Mu Qing, and Yun Yao were trying their best to entice him. Mu Qing in particular seemed entirely unwilling to let him contact the white-haired beauty. It seemed in addition to having him eliminate the infernal river restriction, they had another reason for roping him in, most likely having to do with his divine devilbane lightning. As thoughts quickly formed in his mind, he began to analyze most matters related to this. After a long while passed, he sighed and he closed his eyes once more. Although he didn't know what the demon monarchs of the Earth Abyss were conspiring, if he understood what actions he should take, he wouldn't need to fear for his safety. Han Li's eyes flickered and soon after, he shook his sleeve, releasing tens of various styled and colored wood puppets. They circled in front of him as they floated in the air. Blue light shined from his eyes and he began to examine the puppet. From a long distance away, he wasn't able to grasp the marvels of the spirit servant puppets, and he had no trouble pouring his spiritual sense into one of the puppets through his hand. A short moment later, Han Li wore an odd expression as he tossed the puppet away and took another. And he did it again, repeatedly. A while later, Han Li examined every one of the puppets. The spell formations inside the puppets were profound and complex. With his current attainments in spell formations, he wasn't able to see through their designs, but he was able to leave behind his imprint with ease. But even Han Li wasn't completely sure of this. After all, puppet techniques involving spirit servants were knowledge far beyond that of the mortal world. Fortunately, Di Shui had given all related refinement techniques over to him. So long as he wholeheartedly studied them, he'd eventually come to understand them. When that time came, he'd fully understand any problems related to them. But before then, he didn't need to waste any more thought on them. Furthermore, after careful consideration, he would be protected from any surprises. With that thought, Han Li swiped his hand past his storage bracelet and produced a faint golden box. The surface of the box was filled with odd decorative designs. From the faint talisman characters roaming on its surface, its mysteriousness was clear to see. Han Li opened the box and waved his hand to the puppets floating in the air. Suddenly, a cloud of azure chi flew out from the box and wrapped around all the puppets, dragging the puppet back into the box. Once the box was closed, Han Li flipped his free hand and produced several various colored talismans. In a flash, the talismans stuck onto the surface of the box and sealed. With that done, Han Li felt more at ease and took out the bamboo tube recording the refinement process of spirit servants. He inserted his spiritual sense into it and began to study it in detail, quickly immersing himself in the mysteries of this new technique. It was only when a few light knocks sounded from his door that he suddenly woke up. He stood up, folding the tube into his sleeve with slight reluctance. He opened the door to reveal a spirit servant shrouded in gray mist. This spirit servant couldn't speak, but it raised its hand and a blood light burst from its hand. Di Shui's relaxed voice sounded out. "Fellow Taoist, please follow the spirit servant for a meeting at the Blood Refinement Hall. I want to officially discuss the matter of the puppet refinement with you." Afterwards, Di Shui's voice came to a stop and the blood light faded. "Lead the way," Han Li bluntly commanded. The spirit servant bowed and promptly twirled around and gently walked, producing no sound as if nothing were there. If he hadn't comprehended Di Shui's secret puppet techniques the day before, Han Li might have found this interesting, but now Han Li glanced at the puppet with seemingly no interest. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li appeared at a secret underground area in Bloodflame Palace. When he looked around, he couldn't help but betray his astonishment. The so-called Blood Refinement Hall was a huge underground hall carved out of crystal. It was over a kilometer wide, and its walls sparkled with white light. The flowing red lava roiled behind the walls, but the walls were completely stable and the hall was absent of scorching heat. But what truly surprised Han Li was the 3-kilometer-tall puppet standing in the lava underneath the crystal hall. The giant puppet wore jet-black armor, arms that stretched below the knees, sparkling purple-red flesh, and bull-sized scales. But when Han Li looked at its head, he felt his heart tremble. Not only did the puppet have a single white horn on its head, but it also had a mouthful of lion's teeth and 6 blood-red eyes. 2 of them were where one would expect, but it also had 2 on either cheek and 2 on the back of its head. Each of the blood-red eyes were slowly looking around, each of them giving off an eerie blood-curdling glint. Having studied the huge puppet for a long while, Han Li deeply sighed and said, "This must be Senior's purple blood puppet. It seems to have some intelligence. Could it be he used a secret technique and fused it with a spirit body?" A crimson-robed figure appeared in the crystal hall and strangely laughed when he saw Han Li's shocked face. "Hee, it seems fellow Taoist had spent the night studying the secret puppet techniques I gave him. That's right. This purple blood puppet is infused with a spirit. However, it isn't a weak spirit body like a spirit servant. Rather, it uses a trace of my spiritual sense." Han Li wryly smiled and said, "So it was like that. I think it's an astonishing puppet. Ordinary spirit bodies wouldn't be able to control it. With Senior's immense spiritual sense, even a trace of it wouldn't be a problem. Now that fellow Taoist Han has seen this puppet, you should know why I've had you come to the Bloodflame Palace. I don't want anything from you apart from having you infuse your divine Devilbane lightning with your gray armor. Afterwards, I'll change the divine lightning in accordance to the talisman formation. During this process, there can't be any loss of focus or everything will be lost." Han Li felt his heart trembled and he readily answered, "When the time comes, I'll follow your instructions to the best of my abilities." Di Shui cheerfully laughed when he heard this and said, "Very good. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. I won't have you work for free. Once the puppet is finished, I'll hand over a few things to you in addition to the spirit servant refinement method." Soon after, Di Shui formed an incantation gesture and chanted a few words. Suddenly, the huge puppet underneath them began to move. As its 6 eyes stirred, it formed an incantation gesture with its hands and completely enveloped its body in purple light. As purple light shined, the lava gradually withdrew, creating a huge purple realm underground. At that same moment, white light flashed from underneath Han Li and Di Shui, and the crystalline floor vanished as if it were an illusion. The two suddenly fell. Although Han Li was surprised, his wings flapped and slowed his descent. As for Di Shui, crimson light flashed from his body and steadied himself like a mountain. Han Li flew quickly and landed on the top of the purple blood puppet. At that moment, one of the blood-red eyes turned and stared at Han Li. Han Li felt a chill run down his back as his body became sluggish as if an invisible force was covering him. In the blink of an eye, Han Li's expression changed and a layer of sweat appeared on his brow. Fortunately, the 3-meter-wide demon eye flashed and looked at something else, returning Han Li to normal. Han Li deeply sighed and wiped away the sweat on his heat. From this experience, he came to view Di Shui's puppet with greater importance. The might of this purple blood puppet might even be a fraction greater than that of the old eccentric himself. Why else would a mere look force such pressure onto him? In that moment, he was nearly forced to use his law-destruction eyes out of helplessness to resist that fearsome gaze. But with the support of the great development technique, he had forced himself to endure it. From this, it can be seen that not only was the puppet extremely powerful, but even the power of its spiritual sense was profound. Dumbstruck, Han Li didn't dare to linger near the top of the puppet's head and quickly descended. Soon, Han Li arrived in front of the puppet's chest where Di Shui was waiting. Han Li swept his gaze past the black armor and felt stunned. He revealed a trace of doubt. When he arrived near the armor, he saw that its surface was as shiny as a mirror and that a talisman formation appeared to be absent. Could it be that the eccentric? Han Li muttered apprehensively. Fellow Taoist Han, because I need to conform with the divine Devilbane lightning, I will explain a simple explanation about the talisman formation I want to place on the armor. After this is all done, I will seal the talisman formation's power and the lightning together. If anything goes wrong, I'll tell you at the time. Han Li was greatly surprised by what Di Shui said. Infusing divine Devilbane lightning into a complete formation and infusing lightning during the formation engraving process were two entirely different things. The former was far easier and the latter required step-by-step coordination. It would require much attention as one would imagine. Could that be the reason why Di Shui was kind earlier? Han Li still felt uncertain, but his face remained unchanged and he readily agreed. Di Shui nodded with a satisfied expression in response to Han Li's respectful display. He then flew off several steps to the side of the puppet. He shook his sleeve and summoned a faint red bottle from his sleeve. Di Shui raised his hand and flicked the bottle. Its lid opened, shooting out a ball of purple liquid. It circled once in the air before stopping and shining with a faint light. Dixue shrouded himself crimson robes, but his eyes turned grave as his hands formed a chain of mysterious incantation gestures. A strange voice suddenly sounded from behind Han Li. Fellow Taoist Han, be careful. The set of talisman formation inscriptions will cause wonders to emerge from the puppet. I'll explain a bit more in a moment. It'll depend on you how many mysteries you'll be able to comprehend. The more you understand, the easier it'll be to cooperate with me. In his alarm, he turned around to find another crimson-robed man. He seemed to be there this entire time, but Han Li hadn't detected his presence. Han Li cupped his hand and respectfully said, "Many thanks, Senior, for imparting the talisman formation to me. I will be diligent." The crimson-robed man waved his hand, signaling Han Li should be paying attention to the actions of the other crimson-robed man. Han Li looked back over and saw that he was holding a different incantation gesture with one hand. He was chopping his other hand at the ball of purple liquid. A bang sounded and a small fraction of the purple liquid slid off and burst into fist-sized talisman characters, then shooting off towards the huge armor. In a flash of light, a series of talisman characters disappeared into the armor. But a series of low hums immediately sounded immediately after, and the talisman characters reappeared on the armor's surface. Seeing Li waving his fingers with the weight of a boulder, the talisman characters began to reorganize. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a 3-meter-wide purple outline of the formation. A few talisman characters repeatedly transformed inside as if they had yet to take shape. As Han Li was entranced, the crimson-robed man to the side explained, "This talisman formation is called golden engraving. It has no other use than to make the armor more durable, allowing it to withstand attacks from ordinary magic treasures without damage. The formation is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is..." As someone with deep attainments in puppet and spell formation techniques, Han Li repeatedly shifted his gaze between the man drawing the formation and one that was giving a lecture. A lecture and demonstration by a body integration grade existence was incredibly rare. Although Dixue was only giving a shallow explanation, a few problems that had perplexed Han Li on the topic for ages had suddenly been solved. In the time it took to finish a meal, Dixue had finished refining most of the talisman formation and was about to begin solidifying. The crimson-robed man to the side sullenly said, "Youngster Han, it's now. You will just have to fuse divine Devilbane lightning into the last layer's formation core." Although his voice wasn't loud, Han Li immediately woke up from his scholarly trance. He wordlessly flew over and clapped his hands together. Rolls of thunder loudly sounded as bolts of golden lightning were released, causing the nearby scales to shine with golden light. When the crimson-robed man saw the lightning in Han Li's side, a trace of astonishment briefly appeared from his eyes. Half a month later, Han Li once again appeared in a secluded room in the Wood Essence Cave. He sat down on a mat cross-legged and he fiddled with a white jade badge and muttered to himself. During the month, he spent day and night underneath the Blood Flame Palace and beside the huge puppet, assisting Dixue through the daunting experience unharmed. When the time came, Mu Qing arrived at the Blood Flame Palace and led him back. Although his mind was greatly exhausted from pouring his divine Devilbane lightning into the talisman formation day in and day out, Han Li didn't feel like he suffered a loss. Let alone anything else. The set of spirit servant refinement methods and the narration of the talisman formation process had benefited him greatly. And when he departed, Dixue bestowed him a batch of puppet materials distinctive to the Earth Abyss and a few rare materials. Although Han Li knew he had plans in him, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. However, Han Li hadn't put further thought into the matter. Instead, he was focused on the badly damaged outer page of the Golden Jade Tome. The outer page recorded many powerful talismans. Among them, he already comprehended the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman and had several of them on hand. As for the other 3 talismans, they were the Enemy Trapping 9 Palaces Heavenly Talisman, the Offensive Type Heavenly Halberd Talisman, and the Puppet Talisman Armor Origin Talisman. The most powerful and profound of these talismans was the Heavenly Halberd Talisman. Even now, Han Li could only rack his head and leave to the side. He studied both the 9 Palaces Heavenly Talisman and the Armor Origin Talisman meticulously over the past few years and have comprehended them mostly. There were only a few crucial points that evaded him. But after the month of guidance from Di Shui, a master of puppets and spell formations, and several days of hard study on the spirit servant refinement methods, he resolved these problems and fully comprehended these 2 talismans. He was now confident he could refine them. The materials of the 2 talismans were incredibly rare. But fortunately, they weren't priceless or never sold. In Deep Heaven City, he was able to gather many ingredients of the 2 talismans, and he could now make an attempt. Originally, he would need much more experience before he would be comfortable refining these talismans using his rare and precious materials. But with the several body integration grade demon monarchs watching him covetously, he didn't have time to waste. Because of the matters regarding his divine Devilbane lightning, he had several more years of safety. But he had no idea if or when the demon monarchs would change their minds. Since Hanli tread on the path of cultivation, relied on his own strength to ascend to the spirit realm and achieved his current cultivation, he had never trusted his safety entirely to destiny. Thus, he set his mind on refining these 2 talismans with utmost speed as several life-saving measures. Han Li's expression varied for a long while, and his expression became calm. He slowly closed his eyes, and his spiritual sense fused into the jade badge, reading through the talisman's refinement process from start to end. After confirming there were no problems, he opened his eyes once more. He shook his wrist at the air, and spirit light flashed. A ball of light flew out and whirled in the air. It was Han Li's storage bracelet. He quickly pointed at it. A gust of wind blew out, carrying an azure mist. It laid out tens of bottles and jars, as well as few jade and wood boxes all on the floor. Among them, he took a white wooden box into his hand and flipped its lid, releasing a sparkling silver object. Han Li drew back his fingers, causing it to flicker in front of him where it stopped. It was a delicate beast hide that seemed as smooth as silk. Not only did the hide sparkle with silver light, but natural talisman designs of various sizes shined from its surface in a gorgeous display. This was an optimal material for refining puppets, a beast hide of a rare ancient beast by the name of Windfire Beast. This beast was not only proficient in wind and fire and had the deity transformation stage strength, but it was also fond of cold and sleep. It would sleep year-long in dark and moist swamps. It would only wake and leave tracks when it hunted. Not only would using this beast hide increase the odds of success in refining a puppet talisman, but its might would increase as well. Its value was as high as one would imagine. At the time, Han Li spent a good deal of effort to acquire many of these hides from various stores in Deep Heaven City in exchange for several myriad year medicine herbs. Han Li planned on refining the Armor Origin Talisman from the start. This talisman was like other puppet talismans in that it would turn into a puppet projection when summoned. It would also be granted the cultivation and partial abilities of its user. Its efficacy depended on the talisman quality itself and the cultivation of its controller. Normally, puppet projection talismans could use only a few abilities and could produce half a user's strength at most. Rumors had it there were perfect puppet projection talismans that could replicate a user's entire strength. It is said only the humans of the heavenly spirit region could produce them, but it has yet to be seen. Naturally, these puppet talismans couldn't be limitlessly duplicated, and only early spatial tempering cultivators and below could use them. These talismans also were consumed in a single use, and their projections would disappear once their power was consumed. As Han Li's Armor Origin Talisman came from the Golden Jade Tome, its might wasn't comparable to ordinary puppet talismans. At the level of the Armor Origin Talisman, the puppet projection not only could produce 80% of the user's strength and a majority of their abilities, but it also allowed use for cultivators at early body integration stage and below. Its qualities were clear to see. As such, it would be equivalently more difficult and complex to create than ordinary talismans. Were it not for the extreme heat and cold flames contained in his spirit engulfing flames, he wouldn't be able to refine them. Han Li gazed at the beast hide with muddled thoughts before he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of silver flames. The spirit engulfing flames let out a clear cry and soon turned into a foot-long bird. It spread its wings and circled around the beast hide. When Han Li saw this, he inwardly muttered an incantation. Suddenly, the bird fluttered in circles and rammed into the hide. With a crackle, the silver flames roiled, wrapping around it. Within the flames, the beast hide didn't burn. Instead, the talisman designs seemed to squirm in the flames as if they were alive. It was truly a mysterious sight. 6 days later, Hanli emerged from seclusion. Although he wore a tired face, he couldn't help but show a trace of joy. Over the past few days of talisman refinement, he succeeded greatly. As today wasn't the day Mu Qing would be teaching him lightning control techniques, Hanli decided to take a walk and relax. After all, he would be in his best state when he was properly rested. Mu Qing's cave wasn't as small as the Bloodflame Palace. Hanli had to tread through the garden in front of his room before making his way to other areas of the cave. An hour later, Hanli appeared in front of a gate. He looked at the endlessly flickering green light on the gate and couldn't help but lower his head and mutter to himself. He's already walked through most of the cave several times. But there were some areas that were placed under restrictions and were kept concealed. There were 2 areas in particular that were placed under heavy restrictions that caused Hanli to feel in awe of them, piquing his curiosity as a result. One of the areas was a side courtyard named the Jade Song Garden. After sensing the traces of the pure with spiritual qi leaking out of the dense restrictions, he guessed it was most likely a medicinal garden. What medicines and spirit fruits would be viewed so importantly by a body integration grade demon monarch? As Hanli thought this, his curiosity grew even greater. But when he thought of the casual warning Mu Qing gave him, Hanli wryly smiled in his mind and gave up on investigating these places. Given their harsh restrictions, Mu Qing would definitely pay close attention to these areas. Although it seemed there was no one nearby, it was likely he was already being observed, so he definitely couldn't do anything out of the ordinary. Hanli inwardly shook his head and held his hands behind his backs as he walked forward. Before he made it to the outside, he already walked for 2 hours. Then he returned to his. In the following year, Hanli spent his days uneventfully. Perhaps due to being superbly talented with the Tao of Lightning, he didn't find his lessons with Mu Qing on controlling lightning very difficult. In a short amount of time, Hanli had a good grasp of the technique and only needed to practice. Mu Qing was happy to see this. When 2 years passed, Lu Zhu and the others were issued an invitation to gather at the Wood Spirit Hall. 3 days later, Hanli arrived in the hall, facing the several demon monarchs. This time, Yuan Yao and the beautiful women weren't present. This left Hanli somewhat disappointed as it proved some of his impressions false. Di Shui's 2 crimson-robed men gathered there as well. The white-haired beauty wore an expression of doubt and said with a surprised tone, "What? Has fellow Taoist Han already grasped the lightning wield technique with his divine Devilbane lightning? Little Sister Mu, are you telling the truth?" At that moment, she was the only one sitting at the side of the hall. Mu Qing chuckled within the black light and said, "I wouldn't lie about something this important. To tell the truth, I was also shocked by how quickly Hanli grasped the most important part of the lightning control method, the lightning wield technique. It was then I realized that fellow Taoist Han used golden lightning bamboo to forge his personal magic treasures. As such, it is no wonder he was able to quickly control the divine Devilbane lightning. He used golden lightning bamboo as his personal magic treasure?" The white-haired woman turned to look at Hanli and deeply said, "Fellow Taoist Han, you're awfully courageous. Could it be you didn't know how easily the divine lightning can backlash? It is a miracle you're still alive today." Hanli was startled when he heard this. Divine lightning backlash? I've never heard of that before. Could Senior tell me about it? Did little Sister Mu not tell you about it? The white-haired woman asked with a frown. Mu Qing casually answered, "I've already looked into it. Fellow Taoist Han is deeply fortunate. The divine Devilbane lightning he controls is incredibly stable and shows no signs of backlash. As such, I hadn't mentioned the matter." "Humph, those are only your words. I've yet to see it for myself," the white-haired woman said with a cold tone and examined Hanli once more. Mu Qing smiled and thought to say something else when Lu Zhu suddenly said, "Enough rubbish. We were invited here by Fairy Mu, but not to idly chat. We'll have to personally see if fellow Taoist Han truly learned the lightning wheel technique." Lu Zhu's words were calm and emotionless. However, when Mu Qing and the white-haired woman heard this, their hearts trembled. The one of the 2 blood-robes smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, since you've learned the offering technique for the divine Devilbane lightning, Please present it to us. When he heard the two, he forced down his puzzlement over the mention of this backlash and bowed. Seniors, I will immediately follow your command. It's only that the technique is very powerful at this place. When Hanli said that, he looked around him. Fellow Taoist Han, our Wood Spirit Hall has some restrictions in place, but it won't be able to bear the true might of the divine Devilbane lightning. Let's head outside. Muqing nodded and went out first. When the other demon monarchs saw this, they exchanged a glance and followed after them. The demon guards standing at the hall gates were stunned to see so many demon monarchs present. Naturally, none of them dared to speak. A short moment later, the party arrived in an empty area in front of Wood Spirit Hall and focused their sights on Han Li. Han Li wryly laughed in his mind when the many high-grade existences looked at him. But with a calm face, azure light flashed from his body and he shot up 60 meters in the air where he floated motionlessly. He formed an incantation gesture with his hands and loud explosions sounded as countless golden sparks leaped out and wrapped around his body. The golden sparks gradually turned dense and began to wildly spread in every direction. In a short moment, under the immense light, a huge net of lightning began to gradually condense. At that same moment, as Han Li formed an incantation gesture, strange golden talisman characters began to rush out from his hands and repeatedly vanish into the surrounding lightning. As the talisman characters entered the dense net of lightning, the net seemed to silently disappear like a popped bubble, turning into a glowing golden halo that was 10 meters wide. Within the halo, Han Li's image became vague, but his voice spoke as it chanted a cryptic incantation. As the golden halo began to turn, the golden talisman characters roiled without end. Furthermore, a faint buzzing sounded from it, growing louder and more frequent as time passed. Suddenly, thunder clapped. For an instant, golden light brightly shined within the halo, only to disappear in the next. Han Li's image reappeared with one hand forming an incantation gesture. He spread out his other hand above him, seemingly holding up a fist-sized orb a foot above in the air. The orb appeared unremarkable apart from the uneven talisman markings on its surface. It also shined with a dim light and didn't emit a spiritual pressure as if it were a mundane object. When the demon monarchs saw this, they watched with wonder. At that moment, Han Li wore a solemn face and flicked in the direction of the golden orb with a single finger. Zap! The golden orb shot into the sky in a golden streak. With a few blinks, it vanished from sight. At nearly the same moment, a zap sounded from his other hand. In a flicker of lightning, a massive golden talisman character shot high into the air. A rumble sounded. The nearby sky was suddenly swept up in a windstorm and dark clouds formed up above where a golden sun can be faintly seen. An astonishing aura capable of worldly destruction suddenly burst out from the golden sun. Countless arcs of electricity wildly flashed from the surface of the sun, followed by a repeated chain of deafening thunder. When the others saw this, their expressions changed. Lu Zu called out, "Stop. Cease your casting. There is no need to release the true power of the divine Devilbane lightning." When Han Li heard this, he could only force a smile and say, "You were a bit too late. My control over the technique is still lacking. I cannot stop it." With those short words, the golden sun repeatedly boomed with thunder and blinked, suddenly releasing a barrel-sized golden light beam downward. Fortunately, the attack landed in an empty area. The area the beam struck was a stone area reinforced with restrictions. But now, the area had turned to ash and there was a 10-meter-wide black hole heading deep down. The golden beam had only lasted the span of several breaths. Following that, the golden sun had strangely vanished. After releasing the strike, Han Li's face turned pale, and he gently drifted down with his wings. At that moment, the black clouds scattered and the sky returned to normal. With a blur, one of the crimson-robed men and the white-haired woman appeared at the large hole and they looked downward. They only saw an endless black along with the smell of scorched earth. With an odd expression, the white-haired woman muttered, "It really is the lightning wheel technique. The fearsomeness of the divine Devilbane lightning is as legend says. We can neither block this attack nor dare to receive it." The crimson-robed man was shifting his gaze as he looked at the hole as if lost in thought. Lu Zu and Mu Qing remained in their original places. The two glanced at each other. clearly knowing how powerful Han Li's lightning wield technique was. Mu Qing had already seen Han Li use it several times and was no longer excited by its appearance. Mu Qing smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, I hope fellow Taoist Han's display was to your satisfaction." Lu Zhu nodded and asked, "Although he still isn't very proficient, his might is unquestionable. He'll be able to destroy the infernal river restriction. However, when I saw his casting, I also saw how he was able to avoid divine lightning backlash. When fellow Taoist Han originally refined the golden lightning bamboo magic treasure, was your magic power also several times greater than your peers?" Already landed on the ground, Han Li said with an amazed tone, "That's right. I've long ago cultivated a strange technique. Although my cultivation speed was a bit slower, my cultivation was deeper than my peers. Could it be because of this that I don't suffer divine lightning backlash?" Lu Zhu calmly explained, "Although it isn't solely due to this, it is the most important factor. After all, magic power is the basis of all abilities. When similar abilities are displayed by those of differing cultivations, the ability's power is different as well. With magic power far exceeding your realm, you were able to control your divine Devilbane lightning and suppress your lightning backlash. In addition, fellow Taoist Han previously learned a different lightning controlling technique, reducing the odds of backlash even further. From your words, it seems that backlash is still possible in the future," Han Li said with a changed expression. Lu Zhu continued with a calm voice, "Maybe not. In addition to your dense magic power, it is possible you've stayed safe until today because you consumed a worldly treasure, have another strange treasure in your body, cultivating some wondrous technique, you've been able to suppress backlash. At the very least, there is some reason why you've never shown signs of backlash. I won't say anything about the future, but you have no need to worry about it with your present cultivation." Although Han Li didn't dare to completely accept his words, his expression turned unsightly nonetheless. Even if he currently had no problems, after his cultivation progressed, he would no longer be able to restrain the divine lightning backlash. When the beautiful white-haired woman heard Lu Zhu, her eyes narrowed and suddenly turned to the woman in the black light and coldly asked, "Little sister Mu Qing, since you've had us gathered here, it can't be only to show fellow Taoist Han's lightning. What else do you have to say?" Mu Qing briefly paused and soon chuckled. With no intention of hiding her plans, she leisurely said, "That's right. Since Brother Lu Zhu recognized the power of fellow Taoist Han's divine Devilbane lightning, I believe in 2 years fellow Taoist Han won't need to visit Elder Sister Lan again. For the remaining years, have him properly practice the lightning control techniques in my cave. How do you feel?" The white-haired woman's expression sank and imposingly said, "Even if Han Li has a grasp over the lightning wield technique, there are differences in the lightning control techniques we understand. Why can't fellow Taoist Han learn under me for 2 years? Besides, we've already come to an agreement on this. I won't accept your changes." Mu Qing chuckled and casually said, "Elder Sister Lan's words are wrong. We only want to borrow fellow Taoist Han's divine Devilbane lightning to eliminate the restriction on the infernal river. Why is there a need to do so much? As for the agreement, since the circumstances have changed, a few temporary changes should be acceptable." The white-haired woman no longer addressed Mu Qing and turned to the other two, saying, "Brother Lu Zhu, fellow Taoist Di Shui, what do you think? Will you approve of Mu Qing's words?" One of the crimson-robed men chuckled and casually declined, "I don't understand a single aspect of lightning control. I'll leave it to you to decide." It seemed he didn't wish to involve himself with this dispute. The white-haired woman was stunned at Di Shui's response and wore a puzzled expression. She then turned to the mysterious Lu Zhu. Shrouded in his black cloak, he lowered his head in thought. Lu Zhu eventually raised his head and said, "Both of your words are reasonable. On one hand, fellow Taoist Han's control over his lightning is sufficient and fellow Taoist Lan's tutelage is no longer necessary. On the other, this matter was already decided in advance and it would be unfair. How about this? I view that the 2 years are unnecessary. How about fellow Taoist Lan only instructs Han Li for a single year, and for the remaining time, he can stay at his own residence." When they heard this, the white-haired woman frowned and Mu Qing grew silent. When Lu Zhu saw they were silent, he said with a cold tone, "I know you two are unwilling to accept these conditions, but don't forget what's important, entering the infernal river. If you harbor resentment and make a mistake during this matter, then all your pettiness will cause you to lose everything. Could it be that you truly wish to renounce your once-in-10,000-year opportunity? With that said, the women's expression stirred and they couldn't help but exchange a glance. The beautiful woman's expression stirred and her lips stirred, sending voice transmissions to Mu Qing. Once Mu Qing heard this, her expression vastly changed. After a while, she eventually said, "What you say is true, but are you willing to hand it over to me?" The white-haired woman replied, "Little sister Mu should understand. With my ghost body, the object isn't worth much to me, even if it were more wondrous. Then I agree to your conditions." The white-haired beauty seemed to hold something extremely important to Mu Qing and promptly persuaded her. "Good. I hope little sister Mu Qing won't be going back on her word." The white-haired woman sweetly smiled and rose into the air in wind, then flying off in a gray streak. The two crimson-robed men paused when they saw this, but Lu Zhu showed no surprise and simply watched the white-haired woman fly off. Mu Qing grinned and said, "Fellow Taoists, I've already settled things with elder sister Lan. Fellow Taoist Han won't need to head over to her. For the remaining time, let's have fellow Taoist Han live in his own residence and practice controlling lightning. What do you think, fellow Taoists?" With an ordinary expression, one of the crimson-robed men let out an odd laugh and said, "I did say I'd leave it to you. I won't interfere. So long as it doesn't affect the important event, I have no objections," Lu Zhu coldly said. Mu Qing was overjoyed. Han Li originally stood in place and sighed. Not knowing anything about the circumstances, Mu Qing and the white-haired beauty had come to an agreement. This caused him to feel sullen and apprehensive. Not long after, Lu Zhu and the two blood-robed men departed. When Mu Qing called out to Han Li, he followed her back into the hall. Sitting on a huge golden flower, Mu Qing calmly said, "Fellow Taoist Han, you should have heard us. Now, I will explain a few things to you and resolve your doubts. You may ask me 3 questions. Take note that you only have 3. I will not answer anything past that. But in exchange, I will require you to help me with something after we enter the Infernal River region." Han Li felt his heart tremble and he cautiously asked, "Do what?" Mu Qing stared at him and slowly said, "In these 2 years, I've given you much instruction on cultivation. With the addition of these 3 questions, I'm not asking for much. Of course, but Han Li forced a smile, thinking of something to say. But Mu Qing then raised her hand and explained, "Don't worry. I won't have you do anything outside of your abilities. In the end, I only want to borrow your divine Devilbane lightning. Why else do we hold such a favorable attitude towards you?" Mu Qing's expression turned sullen. Han Li felt his heart relax. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Since you've said this, I won't decline. So long as it's within my abilities and there is no danger to my life, I will agree to help you with this one matter." Mu Qing darkly smiled and held his arms behind her back. "You sure are covering your bases, but that is no matter. Go ahead and ask your questions." Han Li raised his head and looked at her, asking, "I wish to know what is the Infernal River area. Also, what dangers are there?" Mu Qing found Han Li's question unsurprising and gravely explained, "The Infernal River is something we unintentionally discovered in the deepest layer of the Earth Abyss. It is an independent space containing Qi filled with various ghosts and harmful spirits. Contains countless dangerous, let alone ghost monarchs and demons on par with our strength. There are some places that are dangerous beyond our capabilities. That is to say, there were originally 5 demon monarchs in the Earth Abyss. During our first venture into the space, one of us perished. Admittedly, we didn't understand much of the space at the time and hadn't made many preparations. However, it is dangerous as one can imagine." When Han Li heard this, his heart sank and he curiously asked, "This Infernal River region was something you named. There must be a reason why you call it this place." "Hehe. Fellow Taoist Han, is that your 3rd question?" Mu Qing said with a sweet laugh. "Of course not. My 3rd question is..." As Han Li pondered about this 3rd question, Mu Qing stopped him with a laugh and slowly said, "It doesn't matter. I'll answer your question for free since it doesn't amount to much. The space is shrouded in a dense bottomless screen of water. If someone enters the water, a myriad of souls will immediately engulf you and turn you into a corpse eternally flowing in the water. That is why we gave it that name." "So it was like that," Han Li muttered. He now had a vague impression of the Infernal River region. Mu Qing coldly said, "All right, I will answer one last question. Think about it carefully. After some thought, Han Li said, I want to know what you want me to do after we enter the Infernal River. Although he wanted to ask about the demon monarch's plans in the Infernal River, matters concerning himself were more important. He would feel apprehensive if he didn't ask about this. You truly want to ask about that? Mu Qing said with surprise. That's right. Please answer me, Han Li said with a determined tone. The woman indifferently said, Since you used your last question, I may as well tell you. It's rather simple. I want you to accompany me in fetching an item of great use to me. However, this item is guarded by an extremely powerful devil wherever it is located. It would be difficult by myself, but with your divine devil-bane lightning, you'll be able to restrain them. Han Li frowned and astonishedly said, A devil? Wasn't the Infernal River a gathering spot for ghosts? The majority of creatures there are ghosts and e'en souls, but there are a few devils among them. Don't ask me for the reasons since I don't know as well, Mu Qing said with an unquestionable tone. Han Li felt speechless. But you don't have to worry. With my help and the power of the divine devil-bane lightning, the devils will be no problem. Besides, so long as we acquire what I want, I'll bestow you a treasure. As the holy disciple of the Flying Spirit tribe, you'll definitely be interested in it. A cunning glint flickered in her eyes. A treasure, Han Li said doubtfully. When the Earth Abyss demon wave erupted, I took the risk of killing a Flying Spirit tribe elder and acquired a vial of true holy blood from his body. According to my knowledge, even if it isn't the blood of your branch's deity, it is still a priceless treasure. What kind of blood is it? Han Li asked with alarm. Mu Qing answered with an enticing tone, the true spirit blood of the rainbow peacock. What do you think about it? Even if you can't use it, if you bring it back to your tribe, there will surely be great benefits for you. The Flying Spirit tribe may view the true spirit blood as a holy item, but even other foreign races view the blood with great importance. After all, the blood will have miraculous effects when used for tool and pill refinement. The rainbow peacock in particular was exceedingly famous, a fearsome existence even among the top ranks of bird-type true spirits. Han Li suddenly felt delighted. Of the 12 awakening transformations, he knew of 3 transformations, the rainbow peacock transformation being among them. So long as he ingested the spirit blood and cultivated the technique, he could take the form of a rainbow peacock. 12 awakening transformations were more fearsome the more transformations one knew. According to the technique incantation, for each transformation he learned, the might of his original transformations would increase by 30%. If he fused all the transformation he knew into one, the strength of his transformation would be amplified over 4 times. Of course, the cultivation realm of the transformation would greatly increase as well. This was the basis on how the transformation strength increased. In addition, the transformation would also grant access to true spirit divine abilities. The fearsomeness of the awakening transformations were clear to see. The rainbow peacock's rainbow divine light was especially famous in the spirit realm. Rumors said that objects of the 5 elements were restricted wherever the divine rainbow light passed. It had a similar result to Han Li's divine essence-fused light, but the discrepancy of their true power was vast. Han Li's expression remained the same, but his eyes betrayed a trace of delight that hadn't escaped Mu Qing's notice. She smiled and continued, It seems fellow Taoist Han would be quite satisfied with the rainbow peacock true blood. How about this? I'll present a bit less than half of the true blood over to you first. Afterwards, I'll give the other half to you. With that said, Mu Qing slapped the golden lotus beneath her, causing it to spit out a small bright red vial. She grabbed it and tossed it at Han Li. With an odd look on his face, he caught the vial and promptly opened its lid. A clear cry immediately sounded from the vial, followed by the glow of rainbow light as if something were about to fly out from it. Han Li quickly sealed the vial without hesitation. In that instant, he used his spiritual sense to sweep past the vial's interior. Although he hasn't seen this kind of true blood before, from its astonishing aura it should be the genuine thing. Many thanks for the spirit blood, Senior. Han Li didn't refuse out of politeness and bowed in thanks. Mu Qing nodded and chuckled, When the time comes, don't forget to lend me your aid. You may leave now. So long as you don't head to the 3rd level or above, you may choose any place in the Earth Abyss to cultivate. In several years, we'll finish our preparations and call for you. Han Li wore a pensive expression for a moment and saluted her without saying anything else. Azure light wrapped around his body and he flew off in an azure streak. Several flickers later, Han Li vanished from the hall. Mu Qing glanced in the direction Han Li departed and watched him until he was out of sight. A short moment later, the woman suddenly formed an incantation gesture with a single hand. Suddenly, the golden lotus underneath her flashed black and a black light formation appeared in midair. Mu Qing then vanished from the top of the gold lotus in a blur and the black formation disappeared along with her. At nearly the same time, Mu Qing appeared in front of the gate to the Jadesong courtyard inside Herwood Essence Cave. She raised her head and took a look at the gate placed under layers of restrictions and seals. She then walked forward in a blur, showing no hesitation. A gust of wind blew and she passed through the restrictions as if they were water, leaving ripples through the air. However, the black light roaming around her seemed to dissolve the gate. In the next moment, Mu Qing appeared on the other side of the huge gate. She now stood in front of a huge medicinal garden filled with various huge flowers. These flowers were astonishing large, ranging from a foot long to 10 meters wide. There were also flowers that were still buds and those that were fully open. In any case, every flower was emitting an astonishing spiritual QI. Between the huge flowers, there seemed to be a zigzagging path inside them. Mu Qing walked on this small path without hesitation and slowly made her way through them. After walking through many flowers for the time it took to finish a cup of tea, she arrived in front of a bright green grassland absent of flowers. At the heart of the grassland, there was a huge black pine tree standing there. The tree was about 200 meters tall and was incredibly thick, but its outer appearance was also quite odd. At the center of the tree, there seemed to be an invisible boundary. Half of the tree was fragrant and lush. The other half of the tree were dried out and withered, lacking any leaves as if it were dead. As Mu Qing looked at the huge tree, she walked up 30 meters away from the tree with an odd expression. At nearly the same time, the lush half of the huge tree suddenly lit up and a cloud of black mist flew out, directly wrapping around her. When the black mist wrapped around her, the black light surrounding her shed away to reveal a slender, bewitching figure. Her true appearance was revealed to be a beautiful dark-skinned woman. The woman might not be considered an outstanding beauty, but the rich, baleful cheek gathering at her forehead was capable of striking fear in those that saw it. After staring at the huge tree for a while, she coldly shouted, "Old Jean, are you there?" Gold light flashed from the air and a golden figure appeared in front of her. He saluted the woman and said, "Welcome, Master. I've always been here." The golden figure was a meter-tall dark ape that sparkled with golden light. He wore 2 short swords on his back, had a short beard, 2 pitch-black eyes, and a solemn expression. Mu Qing raised her hand up at the ape and warmly said, "Please rise, Old Jean. During this time, has anyone spied on this place?" The ape answered, "No. I've followed your body closely these past 2 years and I've discovered nothing odd." Mu Qing sighed and said, "Very good. Thank you for your trouble, Old Jean. You should know that while my abilities are on par with the others, my spirit tree soul body has a fatal weakness. I have no choice but to have you protect me." After some hesitation, the ape worriedly asked, "Since Master understands, I am at ease. But before you head to the infernal river, will you be leaving your tree body here?" Mu Qing calmly answered, "I've considered it. I'm prepared to carry my spirit tree body with me." The ape wore an uneasy expression and said, "Master, how can that be? There are many dangers in the infernal river. If Master is trapped or something unexpected happens, you'll be able to revive yourself after some time. But if you're trapped in the infernal river, you would lose that opportunity. Furthermore, your spirit tree body can't survive long in storage space. Since the infernal river is a barren place, you won't be able to plant it there." Mu Qing shook her head, walked up to the tree, and gently stroked its trunk. "Don't worry. Since I dare to bring my body into the infernal river, I have high confidence I'll be able to survive. For this reason, I especially refined a storage pearl capable of holding my spirit tree for several years. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease taking my body to the outside. Even if your abilities are great, only a step away from mine, if someone is determined to conspire against me, you still wouldn't be able to protect my body for long." Hearing her resolute tone, the ape pondered for a moment and said, "Since Master has decided, I will follow the Master into the infernal river and lend you my strength." Mu Qing sweetly chuckled and said, "Don't mention it, I have something else in mind. After all, I may have acquired many capable subordinates over these past years, but you are the only one I trust. After we enter the infernal river, all I need you to do is watch over that youngster Han. Of course, I'll also have you protect him whenever he is in danger." A cold glint flashed from the ape's eyes and he asked, "Him? In 2 years, Master will be bringing him along." Mu Qing nodded with a serious face. "That's right. Not only will he be greatly useful in destroying the restriction on the infernal river, but he is also someone crucial in restoring my body's essence qi." The ape slapped his chest in confirmation and said, "I will look after this person properly." Mu Qing muttered to herself for a moment and said, "Before I officially enter the infernal river, there is no need for you to worry about this person. Even if we don't do anything, the others need this person to break the seal to the infernal river. They wouldn't do anything to harm themselves. But I'll have to trouble you to look after him after we enter." "Master, don't worry. I, Jin Ling, understand," the ape solemnly answered. Mu Qing let out a sigh and wore a cunning expression. "Good. Then I am relieved. For the time being, I'll have you look over this place. I'll call for you when we set off." In the huge world underneath the Bloodflame Palace, 2 crimson-robed men were standing side by side. In front of them was a mountain-large purple flame puppet. At that moment, the puppet's 4 front eyes were open. They flickered with a strange crimson light and were staring at the 2 men. The men were completely still and were looking into the puppet's eyes, appearing completely fascinated. A long while later, a deep sigh sounded from one of the puppets. "Mu Qing and that ghost woman have come to some sort of agreement, using that brat to jointly divide the Devil Tomb treasure. Humph, fortunately, I already anticipated this and had that Han brat help refine the Devilbane armor. So long as that brat brings those spirit servants with him, I'll be able to control them. Even if Lu Zhu and the others are sly, it's hard to think that they abandoned their plans for the 2-headed devil fiend. With my main soul and the puppet fused together and my second soul left behind on the devil body, I have nothing to fear from divine Devilbane lightning. So long as I enter the infernal river and acquire that to increase my puppet's grade, I'll finally be able to draw on the puppet's support to advance in the Grand Dao. Hee. I naturally won't let those 2 women get their hands on the Devil Tomb's treasure." An unfamiliar man's voice sounded out from the giant puppet, causing a faint tremor throughout the ground. The 2 men's eyes became clear and silently stood in place. On a particularly deep layer of the earth abyss, a black wind was wildly blowing in the canyon. The white-haired beauty floated in midair and fiddled with something in her hand. She glanced down and swept her gaze. In the black wind blowing underneath, she saw countless figures standing inside it. Each figure was 10 meters tall and they wore a strange black armor, concealing their faces. The white-haired beauty looked downward for a while and withdrew her gaze, instead looking at the item in her hand. She had been fiddling with a faint green pearl. The pearl emitted an exceptionally pure wood spirit qi. Her face wavered as if there was something she couldn't decide. At the center of the mysterious mountain range on first level of the earth abyss, there was a shrine that was 300 meters tall. There was a huge gray eyeball on top of it, releasing countless gray thoughts into the surrounding air and absorbing the nearby yin qi. Wearing a black cloak, Lu Zhu watched this indifferently with his arms held behind his back. He raised his head and stared deep into the sky, motionless. His hands outside his cloak were extremely coarse and had gray cracks on their surface. On the other side, an azure streak flew past a pitch-black wilderness. He was Han Li, an azure-robed youth that had just left Mu Qing's cave. His body was still imprinted with the mark of the 4 demon monarchs, and he couldn't hide his location from them. Regardless, Han Li thought to look for a remote location and soon descended. Any thoughts of escaping only appeared in his dreams. So long as the mark was still there, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping from the demon monarchs. The demon monarchs hadn't given him much time. It would take several years before he could refine the small vial of rainbow peacock blood and cultivate its true spirit transformation. Fusing himself with true spirit blood wasn't an easy task. It would require particular blood vessels or a secret technique to assist him. The 12 awakening transformations used a set of arts to resolve this difficult problem. From this, it was clear to see the resources that were available to the Tianpeng Grand Elder that originally founded this technique. Although Han Li knew that he wouldn't be a match against body integration stage opponents with this ability, at the very least, he would have more methods to fall back on. Of course, if he could think of how to resolve all these problems during this time, he would just destroy their imprint on him and immediately escape. Although Mu Qing had only chatted about matters related to the Infernal River, it must be incredibly dangerous for a body integration stage demon king to perish. As Han Li inwardly pondered this, he flew for over half a month and eventually arrived at a small-scale mountain range. The mountain range was already far away from the residences of Mu Qing and the others. The spiritual qi was also rather dense on the mountain, and it wasn't a place where high-grade demons gathered. Han Li flew around this mountain range for some time before nodding in satisfaction and landed in the height of the mountains. Several hours later, Han Li easily carved out the mountain and established a simple cave residence. He entered the cave and immediately placed down restrictions, releasing white mist around the huge mountain. After Han Li entered the seclusion room in his cave residence, he sealed the door and planned on entering seclusion. As time slowly passed, the mountain range passed through the seasons, from spring, summer, autumn, and winter, bringing lush vegetation and snow. Mu Qing and the others seemed to have forgotten about Han Li for the time being and were busy with their own affairs. Then 2 years later, Han Li sat cross-legged on a mat as he fiddled with a common wooden stick. The stick was blunt on one side and smooth like a knife on the other. There were green and mysterious markings on its surface. After much maturation, this was the profound heavenly fruit that Han Li didn't know what to do with. These past few years, Han Li used the mysterious small bottle to pour liquid on it, and after many years, the fruit hadn't changed much on the outside. It simply concealed milky white specks of light deep within it and grew several times thicker. The light also appeared far more provoking. Han Li attempted to control the fruit several times with magic power and even blood essence, but to no result. This time, the attempt still had no effect. After a sigh, Han Li could only put the stick back in his storage pouch and lower his head in thought. Over the 2 years, he eventually used the awakening art to fuse the rainbow peacock true blood with his body. The transformation refinement succeeded and his body's cultivation greatly increased, much to his surprise. If he hadn't already cultivated the incantation for the dragon phoenix transformation, he would have wanted to fuse the 2 spirit bloods into his body at once and see if it caused an even greater increase in cultivation. He also began to use true toad liquid. It was a pity that he had so little time, as the spirit liquid had astonishing effects. He wasn't able to use it to increase his cultivation by much. As for the 4 demon monarchs imprint, it still remained. As such, it appeared he had no choice but to enter the infernal river. As Han Li thought about it, his face grew sullen. A short moment later, his face stirred as he raised his head. He suddenly looked outside his secluded room and wore an odd expression. He suddenly reached out for the door. Crack. The door's restrictions fluctuated and a black item shot into his hand. Han Li stared at it and his expression vastly changed. He suddenly stood up. It was a foot-long box. Its surface was scorched black and uneven. It looked truly unsightly. Han Li used his spiritual sense to look at the box and then stroked it, only to remain silent afterwards. Shortly after, he opened the box's lid and a pitch-black ball flew out. The ball spun in front of Han Li and then ruptured into a black mist before disappearing. At that same moment, he felt an itch from his palm. As his heart stirred, he suddenly raised his hand. He saw several small strange characters appear on his hand. They were as small as grains of rice. Han Li glanced at them and shook his wrist. Azure light flickered and the small characters completely disappeared without a trace. He pondered to himself for a moment and azure light flashed from his body, flying out of his room in an azure streak. He circled once in the air before flying out of his cave residence. A quarter hour later, an azure streak arrived above a nameless valley at the edge of the mountain range with dragon-like speed. Once the azure light faded, Han Li's figure was revealed. His eyes flickered as he glanced downward and he slowly descended. The valley stretched over 3,000 kilometers. At the very end of it was a pile of scattered rock. Han Li landed right in front of it. When his feet touched the ground, he looked at a huge rock and calmly said, "I've already arrived." Fellow Taoists, please show yourselves. Hee, Senior Marshal Brother Yin, I told you so. You can't use mere invisibility techniques to hide from Brother Han. I already knew fellow Taoist Han's abilities were unordinary, but I may as well test him. After a few giggles, two pleasant female voices chatted near the huge rock. Afterwards, the mist of gray light blurred and two beautiful young women appeared there. One of them had snow-white skin and appeared like a goddess. The other appeared dainty and charming. They were Yuan Yao and Yanli. The black wooden box he received inside his cave residence was refined from the soul-nurturing wood he originally acquired from Heaven Void Hall. He recognized it at a glance. Using some mysterious technique, they were able to secretly send it to his secluded room. Han Li glanced at the two women with an odd expression on his face. He then slowly asked, "So it was you two fellow Taoists? Lady Yuan, I haven't seen you since we've last met in the scattered star seas. Are you in good health?" Yuan Yao withdrew her smile and sighed. "Brother Han, are you teasing little old me? Do I and my senior martial sister look to be in good health?" Han Li sensed an astonishing EQ being emitted from their bodies and he frowned. "Ah, my words were mistaken. However, I see that you two aren't ghosts. There is something odd about you two. Brother Han is right. Back when my junior martial sister saved me and fell into the ghost mist in the scattered star seas, we drew the support of the Umbra Chi to cultivate the Yin-Yang revolution art. However, this human-ghost dual cultivation art caused us both to become half-human and half-ghost. But in the end, I have no physical body, so I've become a burden to junior martial sister Yuan." Yuan Yao's expression changed and she hastily said, "Senior martial sister, don't say that. If you hadn't helped me, I would have been dead already. And you managed to reach this stage as well." Yan Li could only bitterly smile and shake her head. "The Yin-Yang revolution art?" Han Li frowned. Yan Li turned to him and said, "Yes, it seems Brother Han knows quite a bit about this technique." Han Li sighed. "I do know a bit about it. You've lost your right to reincarnate." He was quite unfamiliar with her, but from what Yuan Yao said in the past, he held her in admiration. Yuan Yao smiled at Han Li and said, "In the past, if my senior martial sister and I didn't jointly cultivate this odd technique, she would have already perished in the moral world. As such, I have no regrets cultivating this technique. But Brother Han was also able to ascend to the spirit realm. I admire you quite a bit. The mortal world's spiritual chi is lacking and I can't use common methods of flight in this world. More importantly, why have you appeared here?" "This isn't human territory," Han Li said with an odd expression. Yan Li wore a blank expression and answered, "Junior martial sister, and I don't know either. 200 years ago, we completed the Yin Rang revolution arts. Just after we entered the deity transformation stage, a huge Yin wind suddenly covered us and directly blew us away from our cultivation area, causing us to lose consciousness. When the two of us woke up, we found ourselves in the earth abyss. We soon came across that ghost matron and became her disciples. Since Yan Li and I stayed here for so long, we came to understand that we were in the spirit realm and we didn't have the opportunity to arrive at the surface." When Han Li heard this, he turned silent. In the mortal realm, many deity transformation cultivators were blocked from the spirit realm. Even with their greatest efforts, they weren't able to ascend. But when these two women cultivated their cultivation art to completion, they stumbled their way into the spirit realm. The world was truly filled with bizarre things. I also don't understand how you came to the spirit realm. But you most likely didn't arrive in the spirit realm because of your Yin-Yang revolution arts, and caused the spirit flight tower to refuse you. After some investigation, we came to a similar conclusion." Yan Li nodded. Han Li raised his brow and said, "All right, I'm sure we can save talk about the past for another time. There must be another reason why you've sought me out." Yan Li and Yuan Yao exchanged a glance and grew silent. A short moment later, Yan Li hesitantly said, "Since Brother Han and junior martial sister Yuan are old friends, I don't hide this from you. We've come to find you because our lives are in danger and we need your help." "Preserve your lives? What do you mean, fellow Taoist Yin? As disciples of that ghost woman, no one in the earth abyss would dare to threaten you," Han Li said with an odd expression. Yan Li let out a long sigh and betrayed fear from her eyes. "The one after our lives is the ghost matron herself." "Her? Lady Yuan, is this true?" Han Li felt his heart tremble. Although he sensed they weren't lies, he asked Yuan Yao for confirmation. Yuan Yao sullenly nodded. Brother Han, if we had any other choice, we wouldn't have risked her discovering us as we sneaked out to see you. Nevertheless, Brother Han doesn't need to worry about anything. For the matter of the Infernal River, she is personally refining a great armored ghost monarch and should not come out for some time. This is our only opportunity to save ourselves. Normally, we wouldn't be able to leave the Earth Palace. Brother Han had assisted Junior Marshall's sister in the past and acted as her protector while she was reviving my soul. She has spoken of you many times. This time, we have no one else to ask for help. I hope that you'll be able to save our lives. With that said, her eyes turned pink and she pulled Yuan Yao towards her, and they both saluted Han Li. Han Li's expression changed and he shook his sleeve. An invisible force suddenly divided the air. As they saluted, Yuan Yao and Yan Li felt the nearby air freeze and the two were forced to break their salute. The two were delighted. Han Li's abilities were beyond what they had anticipated, and if Han Li helped them, they would be able to escape. Han Li didn't accept their salute. His expression changed for a long while as he hesitated, eventually replying with a deep tone. The two of you think too highly of me. You should understand my circumstances as well. I am restricted here and do not have the ability to face that ghost. Furthermore, for what reason will she take your life? Have you verified this? Yan Li said, if it truly is a misunderstanding, it would be extremely fortunate. In truth, we personally discovered that the ghost was concealing a calamity heart. I won't bother with the specifics, but I can tell you that when the ghost matron took us in as disciples, she was thinking of the pure yin qi we condensed from cultivating the yin-yang revolution arts. The ghost has a technique that can consume both our souls and yin qi, arousing a surge in her cultivation. As she spoke, she couldn't help but tremble. Also, our investigations have found that the ghost matron has also had disciples with ghost bodies in the past who quietly disappeared. This is evidence of our assumptions, Yuan Yao said with a paled expression. Han Li went silent for a moment and his gaze wandered. Even so, you can't count on me. That ghost matron won't let me go. Even if I have some value, after I enter the Infernal River, my life will be hard to preserve. Yan Li smirked and slyly said, there is no need for Brother Han to worry about this. My little sister already thought of something that only asks from a token effort from you. Furthermore, if Brother Han helps us, he'll also have an opportunity to escape. We have a method to quickly dispel the mark on your body inside the Infernal River. What? You truly have such a thing? Han Li's expression vastly changed and his heart was thoroughly moved. Yan Li sweetly smiled and said, for something this important, how could I lie to you? Furthermore, I can tell the method to Brother Han ahead of time and can determine if it's true or false. Han Li stroked his chin and glanced at Yuan Yao. He then determinedly said, good. If the method is genuine, I'll do all I can in my power and take the risk of helping you to escape. We sure found the right person. Brother Han, listen well. Yan Li's face brightly lit up upon hearing his reply, and she began to speak to him in voice transmission. As Han Li attentively listened to her, a pensive expression appeared on his face. As Yuan Yao quietly stood at the side, her eyes glistened while she looked at Han Li's face. When Yan Li finished her voice transmission, Han Li let out a long sigh and said, this technique will do. However, I fear that I'll only be able to do this inside the Infernal River with the help of you too. Yan Li giggled and said, that's right. The yin qi in the Infernal River only resonates with pure yin qi in our bodies. Of course, the ghost matron can also do this, but she won't remove the mark I placed down. Han Li nodded and said, good. But I have to ask, how do you want me to help you? Yuan Yao slowly said, I suppose it would be impossible to make the ghost matron completely abandon us, but it would be possible to have her postpone consuming us. So long as we can delay it until after we enter the Infernal River, we will have an opportunity to escape their control. Han Li's brow stirred and he didn't immediately answer. He knew the two would go into more detail. As a result, Yan Li immediately continued, the ghost matron and the other monarchs view Han Li's assistance with great importance. So long as we leak out that we were old friends of deep importance and Brother Han openly displays affection towards little sister Yuan in front of the ghost matron, she would temporarily spare us, even if she had some doubts. Be affectionate towards Lady Yuan? Shocked, Han Li quickly shot a glance at Yuan Yao. Despite the many years she cultivated, when Yuan Yao heard Yan Li's words, her face flushed with a deep red, revealing a lovely appearance. If it's only with words, I will do it. However, the ghost matron and Mu Qing have already come to some sort of agreement. I don't know how effective this will be, Han Li warned. There was something like that? Yan Li's face slightly changed and she wryly laughed. Yuan Yao's expression faintly changed and she wryly laughed. If that's true, there is some risk, but apart from this plan, we have nothing else. We'll only be able to rely on our luck and how heavily the demon monarchs view Brother Han. After some thought, Yan Li solemnly said, let's go with that. Fellow Taoist Han has confirmed our words, so we may as well speak of more serious things. We'll have the ghost matron believe that Brother Han is infatuated with junior martial sister Yuan. In this case, the ghost matron should be somewhat apprehensive and shouldn't dare to harm us. In addition, the ghost matron knows a bit about our history, so fellow Taoist Han's disguise as a flying spirit tribe member must be broken. Han Li shook his head and said, my disguise as a flying spirit tribe member was only temporary to begin with. I don't care if the ghost matron knows or not. They don't care about my identity as a flying spirit tribe member but the divine devil bane lightning I carry. Yan Li proposed, in that case, we're relieved. There is no time to lose. Once the ghost matron emerges from seclusion, let's act according to plan. So long as she doesn't touch on our true plan, fellow Taoist Han may as well reveal a few details about our time in the mortal world. After all, lies that contain truth are the most convincing. Han Li lowered his head in thought and felt that there were no problems. He calmly answered, yes, I can do that. I will do my best to assist you. The two felt great relief when they heard this, and they couldn't help but look at Han Li with a close attitude. The three then chatted about the particulars a bit more, and the two women said their farewells. Even as the ghost matron was still in seclusion, the two women didn't dare to be careless and hastily returned to the deepest level of the earth abyss. When Han Li saw the two travel off in winds, soon disappearing from sight, Han Li suddenly shook his sleeve. A light flashed from his body, taking the form of a 3-meter-tall peacock with bright, beautiful feathers. It unfolded its wings and rainbow light glared, causing the nearby space to hum. The rainbow light swept up in a wind and the peacock turned vague, immediately turning into a rainbow mist directly heading to the heart of the mountain range. Not long after, Han Li appeared back in his cave residence and closed the door to his seclusion room once again. 2 months later, a ball of black wind directly made its way to Han Li's residence and bluntly dropped down. Then it vanished as if it sank into the mountain. The few restrictions Han Li placed down didn't have any effect on it. After 2 hours, the gate to Han Li's residence opened and the black wind flew out, flying into the distant sky. A short time after, the gate slowly closed. As time quickly passed, the mountain was covered twice over in snow. Winter had passed twice. On the 7th level of the earth abyss, dark chi gathered there the densest. There were a few powerful earth abyss demons that have yet to gain sentience, but the 4 demon monarchs held them in fear regardless. Even the white-haired beauty that was particularly fond of Xianxia was unwilling to establish her cultivation palace on this floor and instead established it on the floor above. But one day on the 7th level, countless demons arrived from a desolate gray desert in dense formations of untold size. Most of them consisted of a few common low-grade earth abyss demons, and there were a few that appeared odd. A portion of them was covered in a large wind, faintly revealing countless ghost images. Furthermore, they wailed with ghostly howls, causing the other demons to distance themselves in fear. Above these winds floated the white-haired beauty, and behind her stood 8 black figures. They were all 10 meters tall and donned an especially sinister set of armor. There were a few that were unharmed and those that wielded blades. As for their faces, they were blurred and couldn't be seen. Near the 8 black figures, there were 2 beautiful women floating at their side. They were Yuan Yao and Yan Li, and outside the scope of the black winds, there was an arrangement of puppets of various heights and styles. Most of them were carved out of claw and were 10 meters tall. Their bodies flickered with a gray, white, and brown light, but they were clearly carved with crudeness. A small portion of them was carved out of black-green wood, and there were others were metal-attributed puppets shining with black light. These puppets were refined meticulously regardless of their exterior material and had a talisman formation on their surface. However, the most eye-catching of the puppets was a purple-red 100-meter-tall puppet that had 6 eyes. This was the colossal purple blood puppet that was refined underneath Di Shui's blood flame palace. However, this puppet now appeared tens of times smaller, and it no longer appeared as fearsome as before. On the shoulders of the purple blood puppet stood 2 crimson-robed men with their hands behind their back, and at the very front of the puppets and demons others flew high in the air. A man entirely wrapped in a black cloak were among them. He was the most mysterious of the 4 demon monarchs, Lu Zhu. Astonishingly, a 3-meter-wide eyeball floated above his head and flickered with gray light. Not far away from Lu Zhu floated a huge golden flower. Mu Qing stood above it and looked up the sky with a raised head. Standing at her side was a golden ape wearing swords behind his back and had bright cold eyes. Beneath them floated over 100 high-grade demons with solemn expressions in half-demon form. And at the ape's side, there was an azure-robed youth with his arms crossed, watching everything in silence. He was Han Li, who had been summoned by force after spending several years in cultivation. At that moment, he was looking at the puppets and demons around him. His face was expressionless, but his heart felt quite shaken. From the number of low-grade demons, they must have represented most of the power the demon monarchs controlled in the earth abyss. Besides the demons, the ghosts in the black wind and the myriad of puppets were clearly the strongest forces among them. These forces must have taken the demon monarchs several hundreds of years to gather. Their willingness to spend such strength illustrated their determination to succeed in the infernal river. It was unknown what the area contained, but it caused them to risk everything. As Han Li inwardly pondered, he saw Lu Zhu move and his cold voice commanded, "Fairy Mu, the time has come. Quickly offer the blood feed and advance the last blood offering." When Mu Qing heard this, she nodded and waved below her. The several figures flew out from high-grade demons. Each one had bare hands, but had several blood-red pouches at their waist. In the blink of an eye, they flew high into the air and grabbed their pouches, shaking them down into the air. As a series of pops sounded, crimson light flashed. A dozen streams of blood rivers shot out from the pouches. A dense mist of putrid blood chi suddenly scattered and filled the air. The blood rivers condensed in midair and seemed to concentrate together as if they were alive, turning into a 150-meter-wide blood ball. At that moment Mu Qing stepped on her golden flower, and a black formation suddenly flashed from it. Her figure promptly vanished. In the next moment, the huge blood ball flickered with black light and Mu Qing reappeared near it. She wore a sullen expression and raised her hand. Suddenly, a small black vial was summoned into the air and flew up to the blood ball. Forming an incantation gesture, the black vial spun and its lid vanished. The vial released several fist-sized black-red objects, blurring into the blood ball and disappearing without a trace. After the blood ball absorbed these black-red items, the blood scent in the air vanished and was replaced with a dense fragrance. The demons below became restless. The high-grade demons were better off. Although their minds were dulled and their desires rampant, they managed to control themselves. The lower-grade, less intelligent demons all appeared starved and crazed. As for the ghosts in the black wind and the puppets, they seemed unscathed. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded from the air. A wave of breath-freezing cold descended from the air, covering their entire surroundings in the blink of an eye. The demons promptly shivered and a trace of their desires vanished. This was an immense spiritual pressure emitted by Lu Zhu, who already anticipated this would happen. When Han Li felt this, his heart trembled. Of the body integration stage beings he's seen before, Lu Zhu was the strongest among them. Is it possible he is at the peak of body integration stage? Han Li inwardly muttered to himself and resolved himself to never get in his way. With his abilities, he might have a chance at escaping from the other demon monarchs, but when he faced Lu Zhu, he stood no chance. At that moment, Mu Qing stood in front of the huge ball of fragrant blood and began to mutter an incantation. The other high-grade demons began to flee downward as if they were running for their lives. At nearly the same moment, the blood ball let out a muffled explosion, causing the nearby space to fluctuate. Balls of silver clouds began to form in the air and they began to spiral, turning into a huge vortex. The vortex was nearly 30 meters wide and contained roiling silver mist. It grew increasingly brighter before it let out a series of ruptures as if it were about to tear through space. Han Li's expression stirred, and he narrowed his eyes as he looked at the air. A trace of blue light flickered from his eyes. The others didn't notice, but Han Li was able to see the vortex's interior clearly with his bright sight spirit eyes. In the deepest point of the vortex, the silver mist began to compress and wrinkle like paper as it violently shook. The strange sound of violently fluctuating space burst out. Suddenly, glass-like cracks mixed with the sounds of explosions, and Han Li narrowed his eyes. The space within the vortex ruptured and black light flashed within it. Suddenly, a furry silver arm suddenly stretched out from it and began to swipe several times through the air, and soon a similar arm appeared next to it. Two jet-black fingernails struck out from the huge silver hands as they attempted to stretch open the black light to create a larger hole. The space within 300 meters began to shatter in tiny pieces. The silver vortex wailed, turning into specks of silver starlight before disappearing. In its original spot was a black hole that appeared 10 times larger. The pair of huge hands connected to the edge of the hole was still. At that same moment, a pair of huge green eyes glinted from the dark. Apart from the 4 demon monarchs, everyone who saw this felt their blood run cold. Mu Qing's expression sank and the black light formation underneath her flickered, vanishing from her position next to the blood ball. A short moment later, she reappeared in front of her golden ape, and her expression faintly relaxed. The sounds of rumbling repeatedly sounded out from the large black hole. When Han Li heard this, he was greatly surprised. But when he looked around, he was startled. When the nearby demons heard this strange scream, their bodies began to sway. The lower-grade demons powerlessly fell to the ground, but the higher-grade demons managed to remain standing. Even the 4 demon monarchs erected flashing light from their bodies to resist the effects. As for Han Li, he was entirely unaffected by this. He was amazed by this result, but this also drew the attention of the 4 monarchs. The white-haired woman yelped and her lips curled as she thought of something. As for Lu Zhu, he coldly shouted, "Don't be surprised. This youth has a personal magic treasure crafted from divine devil-bane lightning, and he hasn't stayed in the earth abyss for long. Since his body isn't corrupted by dark aura, it isn't odd he isn't scared by the void fright devil's scream." When the white-haired woman heard this, she wore an expression of enlightenment and she turned silent. When Mu Qing and the 2 crimson-robed men glanced at Han Li with a changed expression, they also didn't speak. When Han Li heard the name Void Fright Devil, he frowned. He hadn't heard of its name before, but since it was able to tear through space, it wasn't something to be trifled with. Could it be a true spirit-grade existence? Although the demon monarchs appeared serious, they didn't view with much fear. As Han Li remained baffled, the pair of silver arms at the edge of the black circle withdrew at lightning speed, and the demonic eyes in the hall gradually became clearer. A strange, huge creature slowly moved closer, revealing its true appearance. Han Li was startled at a glance. The monster was a silver skull that was over 100 meters large, with decayed skin and dead inch-long hair. There was a green eye half protruded from its forehead, and its long mouth was filled with tiny teeth of incredible sharpness. Its nose and eyes were pitch black, completely absent of anything there. But what was most frightening was how the skull had no body. It merely had a pair of furred arms stretching out from its ears as it floated with faint silver light. So that's a Void Fright Devil. No wonder they're so scared. Although Han Li saw many demons, devils, and ghosts in the past, none were as grotesque as this monster. It was truly a chilling sight. After the monster floated to the front of the black hole, it landed on top of the blood ball and its eyes flickered. The 4 demon monarchs and their myriads of subordinates watched silently. They had used the blood feed to attract it and tear open space. At that moment, the low-grade demons had begun to crawl up from the ground as the Void Fright demon had ceased yelling. However, they were still fearful and didn't dare to make any noise. As for the 4 demon monarchs, they looked at this monster with a solemn calm. The huge head let out a low groan and opened its mouth wide, spitting out a silver mist to wrap around the blood ball and take it into its mouth. With a gust of wind, the blood ball entered its mouth. Suddenly, light glowed from the devil and it turned a bright red, turning into a similar color as the blood feed. It let out several muffled belches from its mouth and its huge head shook several times. Soon after, it turned around into the black hole and disappeared in an instant. The Void Fright Devil actually left. The 4 demon monarchs took no further action. They simply remained high in the air near the black hall. When Han Li saw this, he revealed his astonishment from his eyes, feeling somewhat at a loss. But then Lu Zhu faintly said, "Enough. With the Void Fright Demon assisting us in tearing open a spatial tear, we're halfway into the Infernal River. Fellow Taoist Mu, let's enter first and link the space to the Infernal River, allowing Di Shui's and fellow Taoist lands armies to enter smoothly." Mu Qing nodded and then shouted, "Yes, fellow Taoist Lu Zhu, fellow Taoist Han, Jin Ling, follow me in." "Yes," the Golden Ape promptly replied and quickly bowed. Startled, Han Li soon let out a wry laugh and quickly flew off. Originally, the demon monarchs planned on using the blood feed to lure the Void Fright Devil into appearing and tear open a spatial tear, thereby granting them access to the Infernal River. But from how smoothly the demon monarchs conducted themselves, it appears this wasn't the first time they've done this. And through some unknown ability, the Void Fright Devil had disappeared, but the spatial tear remained. Lu Zhu and Mu Qing blurred, quickly entering the black hole. As the Golden Ape forced a smile and watched Han Li could only force himself to follow. After he approached the edge of the black hole, Han Li sensed powerful spatial fluctuations pulsing out from it. He only noticed that the spatial tear was quite different from others he's seen in the past. It was more like a huge tunnel that reached into the distance. The darkness deep inside the hole would occasionally boom with muffled explosions. Lu Zhu and Mu Qing were flying forward ahead of them at a slow and careful pace. Han Li and the Golden Ape promptly trailed behind them. The black tunnel wasn't very long. The party only flew for 3 kilometers before they reached the end. Silver mist roiled in front of them, blocking the way. Lu Zhu stared at the roiling gray mist and said, "We've arrived. The Void Fright Devil should be sleeping. After we return from the Infernal River, we'll still have time to block half of the passage with ease. Fellow Taoist Mu Qing, could you tell me how long the blood feed will keep him asleep?" Mu Qing confidently said, "Don't worry, I put in the greatest effort of collecting the blood feed and refined it in accordance to your formula. It took me many years of effort." Lu Zhu nodded, "That will do. This Void Fright Devil may be a spatial devil, but it isn't sentient. It only acts on instinct. But having previously consumed blood feed a dozen times before and having consumed the myriad-year-old intoxication medicine in this blood feed, it should be asleep for at least several months. So long as it doesn't wake, we'll be able to move unimpeded and we'll have enough time to make it back from the Infernal River. In fact, if not for the devil appearing at our Earth abyss, we would have never discovered the Infernal River. However, if Brother Lu Zhu hadn't heard of the Infernal River, we wouldn't have taken such a huge risk and entered this dangerous place." Mu Qing chuckled. Lu Zhu snorted and said, "Nevertheless, you were all interested in the Infernal River God. I hardly needed to convince you. Now is not the time to speak of this. Start on opening up the passage." Mu Qing smiled and she flipped her hand, producing 3 sparkling blood-red pearls, each the size of a thumb. Lu Zhu shook her shoulders and black light flickered. Another 2 arms emerged from his back. One of the arms was holding a triangular black badge while his other arm held a blue textile shuttle. With his original arms grasped in an incantation gesture, the air crackled, and a black beam of light shot out from his mouth into the silver mist. Boom! The silver mist immediately began to collapse upon contact with the black beam, resulting in a series of hums sounding from the impact. Mu Qing raised her hand when she saw this. The 3 blood-red pearls shot out in a line, turning into crimson fireballs. After 3 world-shaking booms, the silver mist and 3 head-sized crimson flames erupted and began to disperse. As the silver mist clashed against the black light and crimson flames, the passage began to sway. Standing behind them, Han Li couldn't help but change his expression. Although he experienced the collapse of a spatial tear several times before and lived through the passage of a spatial node, it didn't mean he was confident in escaping a spatial tear collapse. In the past, he only survived by luck. Apart from existences at True Spirit or Grand Ascension stage, none dared to ignore spatial-type dangers. At that moment, Lu Zhu's new arms began to move. The triangular badge vibrated and released countless crimson balls of lightning and fire, smashing down on the mist. From the shuttle-type magic treasure, it turned into a blue streak in a hum. Mu Qing shook her sleeve, releasing countless green streaks. Afterwards, the three attacks joined in and forced the silver mist to gradually collapse. When the silver mist was pushed by 30 meters, it eventually let out a world-shaking tremble and completely disappeared. The barrier to the space was struck open and another passage appeared. Hanli blinked and could see what laid past the opening. A faint white light flickered without end and an icy wind blew towards them from it. Even when he was protected by spiritual light, Hanli shivered as the icy wind blew past him. The coldness of the wind penetrated the light and touched his body directly. If he didn't cultivate the 5 ice flames in his body, he would have suffered quite a bit. Fortunately, the winds only blew for an instant and soon subsided. He let out a long sigh. Lu Zhu looked at the hole and a glint flickered from his eyes. His body blurred as she shot forward. At that same time, he said, "The passage is open. Call for the other fellow Taoists to enter. I'm going to take a look first at the outside." Before they completely heard what he said, he had already entered the white light outside. Mu Qing frowned and she commanded without turning around, "Jin Ling, call for Di Shui and fellow Taoist Lan to march their forces. I'm going to bring fellow Taoist Han inside." "Yes, master," the golden ape replied. He turned around and shot off in a golden streak. Han Li then silently flew after Mu Qing to the exit. A quarter hour later, Han Li's surroundings lit up and he appeared in another space. However, the scene was much to Han Li's surprise. A kilometer away, he saw an expanse of white water blocking the path. As the white water was cloudy, it was difficult to see how far it reached. Icy winds brushed past the surface of the water. Strangely enough, the surface of the water was smooth as a mirror without a single flaw, as if it were completely still even as such strong winds blew. Lu Zhu floated not far away from the surface of the water and looked ahead in solemn silence. Han Li let out a long sigh and muttered, "So this is the infernal river." Mu Qing indifferently said, "That's right. To pass this water shroud into the infernal river, we'll need to draw the support of your divine devil-bane lightning." "This junior won't hold back," Han Li respectfully replied. Mu Qing nodded and thought to say something else when Lu Zhu suddenly reached out his hand in the direction of the water's surface. Suddenly, a large black appeared in the air and grabbed downward. But when the large hand arrived 10 meters away from the ice, countless ice streaks crashed out from the ice. As the sounds of space tore, the ice streaks tore thousands of holes into the hand, causing it to vanish. "What's that?" Han Li said with alarm. Mu Qing eventually turned her head and explained, "That is a monstrous fish in the infernal river. It is as slender as a needle and lives on the water's surface. It can launch flying attacks tirelessly and can't be underestimated. However, they are only the most minor dangers inside the infernal river. So long as you protect yourself with spiritual light with enough cultivation, you will be able to enter the water. The other danger is if a school of fish launches a continuous attack on you. You would have to kill them all." When Han Li heard this, he felt enlightened. At that moment, something sounded from the back of the passage. Han Li turned his head and saw 2 crimson-robed men standing on the shoulders of the purple blood puppet. The white-haired beauty was also there, accompanied by 8 black figures, Yuan Yao and Yen Li. Afterwards, seemingly endless armies of demons, puppets, and armored ghosts followed them. In the blink of an eye, the armies occupied most of the air in the passage, floating in dense numbers in various places. One of the crimson-robed men directly flew over to Han Li and company. As for the other crimson-robed man, he loudly shouted, "Brother Lu Zhu, how is it? Have the infernal river's restrictions changed at all?" "None. It's exactly the same as we last entered." Lu Zhu withdrew his gaze from the water and turned around. "That is to say, we'll have to do the same thing to get rid of the restriction?" A crimson-robed man sullenly said. The white-haired beauty flew over and confidently said, "That is so. However, this time we made more preparations. It won't be as harmful as the last time." Lu Zhu turned to look at Han Li and said emotionlessly, "Yes, the most important point is that we join hands to destroy the restriction and separate the river. As for other dangers, you don't need to take them to heart. All right, let's prepare. Fellow Taoist Han. When the time comes, Release you divine lightning and aid us in dissolving the devilish chi that scatters from the water. So long as the devilish chi is gone, we'll be able to part the water without a problem. Han Li bowed and calmly said, Seniors, don't worry. My lightning wield technique has been well practiced. I definitely won't interfere with this matter. Hee, that's reassuring. A crimson-robed heartily laughed. The others nodded. Soon after, the 4 demon monarchs waved their hands and suddenly high-grade demons flocked out, taking out strange tools to establish a spell formation. 8 black figures and a dozen black metal-attributed puppets gathered together and prepared something. As for Han Li, as he floated in midair, he shook his sleeve. Suddenly, 8 small azure flags circled in the air as azure sparks flashed from them, creating a lightning-attributed spell formation around him. At his side, the golden ape looked at Han Li's actions and couldn't help but alarmedly ask, Fellow Taoist Han, what are you doing? Han Li casually answered, Nothing. This is a supplementary spell formation that I researched. Not only will it stabilize the lightning wield technique, but it will also amplify its might. After Han Li found out that the divine Devilbane lightning could backlash on him when using grand techniques, he felt greatly apprehensive and put in much effort into resolving this. This small spell formation was such a method he researched during his time in seclusion. He used lightning talismans to condense the formation flags and allow them to absorb lightning. Then, when placed in his 8-gate lightning draw formation, it would also amplify its strength. If the lightning truly backlashed during the technique, he could use the spell formation to ward off the lightning, buying him time to escape the formation and escape injury. Of course, Han Li could only test if it was truly effective if the backlash truly happened. Nevertheless, Han Li felt more at ease using the lightning wield technique inside the formation. As for the amplification effect, it was only an excuse. When the ape heard Han Li's explanation, he nodded and said nothing else. Mu Qing and the others glanced at it, but they weren't able to see anything odd about it. After all, the strange part about the formation was its flags, which consisted of lightning talismans. However, Han Li had spent painstaking effort to craft them, so even the vastly powerful demon monarchs weren't able to see through them. The other demons had been drilled before, and in the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the huge formation was placed down in midair. The huge spell formation used tens of various styled tools, including Balthic black plates, rulers, rings, the crystals, and the other strange objects. But scattered about, these items still released an astonishing aura and seamlessly fused into a single body. At the heart of the formation, Lu Zhu and Mu Qing stood side by side. The other 8 black figures stood in formation, each one of them standing on each other's shoulders like a human ladder. The white-haired beauty stood in front of the black figures and wore a calm expression. By a crimson-robed man, the purple blood puppet expanded, rising over 100 times in size. A dozen metal-attributed puppets gathered together, condensing into a 100-meter-tall iron puppet. The huge blades in its hands glinted brightly. Fellow Taoist Han, prepare to unleash your lightning wield technique when we give the signal. Lu Zhu instructed in an implacable voice as he hovered over the center of the giant spell formation. Han Li nodded and made a hand seal, upon which arcs of golden lightning immediately began to revolve around his body. A lightning net appeared before swelling drastically, then transforming into a ball of golden light amid a resounding boom. Golden runes flew in all directions, and the golden ball hovered gently over his palm. At this point, Han Li ceased what he was doing and stood off to the side with the golden ball above his hand. Lu Zhu and the others then began breaking the restriction. Lu Zhu and Mu Qing both began to chant something as the treasure being controlled by several tens of high-grade demon beasts down below began to glow with scintillating light, forming a formation that instantly gave rise to a massive black hole. Boundless World's origin chi surged toward Lu Zhu and Mu Qing in a frenzy from the surrounding air. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had been completely enshrouded in rainbow spiritual light, and their bodies shimmered as if they were a pair of divine deities. On the other end, the white-haired beauty stood in front of the 8 black shadows and brought her hands together before separating them again, producing a small pitch-black bell in the process. The bell was extremely antiquated, and there were even chips missing from the edges. Meanwhile, One of the crimson-robed figures stood atop the shoulder of the purple blood puppet, while the other descended on top of the head of the giant metallic puppet that had just taken shape. The purple blood puppet let loose a low roar and rubbed its hand together before producing a purple blood axe that was around 100 feet in length. The surface of the axe was shimmering with crimson light, and the puppet raised it high above its head with both hands, aiming it directly at the river down below. The metallic puppet also raised its giant blade at the crimson-robed figure's behest, and black light began to shimmer over the surface of the blade. At this moment, Lu Zhu finally thrust a palm forward amid an explosive boom. A pillar of black light shot forth from his hand, and this one was several times thicker than the one he'd unleashed in the spatial passageway. As the pillar of light hurtled through the air, the surrounding space warped and twisted as if it were being folded in on itself. The pillar of light disappeared into the water in a flash, and the seemingly dead infernal river initially displayed no reaction. However, as the pillar of black light continued to be injected into the river, the latter finally began to change. Ripples began to appear over its surface, following which the water in the river began to rotate in a frenzy around the pillar of light, and it was only accelerating amid a dull rumbling noise. Mu Qing also sprang into action at this moment. The golden flower beneath her feet rotated on the spot, absorbing most of the nearby light before swelling drastically, transforming into a gargantuan golden mirror that hurtled directly up ahead. The mirror was several tens of feet in diameter, and before it had even come into contact with the water, it was already causing a massive commotion. Golden light flashed as the mirror sliced into the surface of the river, finally parting the water in what appeared to be a Herculean feat. A white hole began to appear at the center of the pillar of light before slowly expanding, but the water around it was tremoring violently, causing the holy light to waver in an extremely unsteady manner, making it appear as if it were going to collapse at any moment. Two loud booms erupted as a giant purple axe and a black saber projection also sped through the air. In the face of the demon monarch's combined efforts, the infernal river was finally completely parted amid an earth-shattering boom, and a chasm that was around several hundred feet tall and over 100 feet wide slowly took shape within the water. However, right at this moment, a strange noise sounded from the nearby water, following which wisps of translucent black threads appeared from within the water, then converged toward the massive chasm. An incredible turn of events unfolded. All of the astonishingly fearsome attacks unleashed by the demon monarchs suddenly dimmed, and their powers were quickly being diminished. "What are you waiting for, fellow Taoist Han?" Lu Zhu's cold voice sounded from within the rainbow light. The massive formation that had materialized from the surrounding world's origin chi was rapidly shrinking while sustaining the output of the black pillar of light. The massive golden mirror that Mu Qing had unleashed was also quickly diminishing in size. It was quite clear that both of these abilities were extremely taxing on their reserves of magic power, and even with the power of the spell formation to support them, they wouldn't be able to sustain them for long. Han Li took a deep breath before flicking his 5 fingers toward the golden ball hovering over his palm. The golden shot forth high into the air as a streak of golden light. Meanwhile, Han Li rapidly pointed the fingers on his other hand at the ball of golden lightning, and a massive golden rune appeared. Following a rumbling thunderclap, gale force winds and dense dark clouds were abruptly swept up in the surrounding area. A golden sun then appeared amid the dark clouds, and a devastating doomsday-like aura erupted from within the dark clouds. The surface of the golden sun was flashing erratically with arcs of lightning, and dull thunderclaps rang out incessantly. Han Li wore a grave expression as he chanted something in an unintelligible language, then pointed a finger toward the river. The golden rune flashed, and a pillar of golden light that was as thick as a water tank shot forth from the golden sun, striking the infernal river after just a few flashes. A dull thump erupted from the surface of the water, and in the instant that the golden pillar of light struck the water, it transformed into countless arcs of golden lightning that spread in all directions. Following a loud thunderclap, an astonishing scene ensued. All of the translucent black threads that had surfaced from the infernal river were destroyed without a trace by the golden lightning, much to the elation of the demon monarchs. All of them hurriedly unleashed a barrage of devastating attacks into the river, and the white-haired beauty, who had refrained from attacking this entire time, also let loose a shrill screech. The 8 black shadows behind her suddenly combined their yin qi before sending it surging toward the white-haired woman. Even though these 8 more ghost monarchs were only late spatial tempering stage beings, their combined yin qi was still astonishingly powerful, and a massive ghostly projection appeared above the woman's head. Meanwhile, brilliant black light erupted from the small black bell in her hand, and it instantly rose into the air before expanding to several tens of feet in size. The woman then extended a finger and gently flicked it toward the air. The black bell tolled, and a layer of black light fanned out from its surface, proliferating toward the chasm that had appeared in the infernal river up ahead. A peculiar turn of events then unfolded. As soon as the black light came into contact with the chasm, it instantly transformed into a light barrier to support the walls of the chasm, thereby forming a true passageway. As Lu Zhu and the others continued their relentless barrage of attacks, the chasm deepened further into the infernal river, thus extending the passageway further and further. Han Li was quite surprised to see this, but he had to focus on controlling the golden sun in the sky to continue eradicating the black threads that were relentlessly emerging from the infernal river. One golden pillar of light after another erupted from the sun, assisting Lu Zhu and the others in their efforts. As the chasm continued to extend, the demon monarchs drew upon more of the spell formation's power to ensure that their attacks also extended to match. This was going to be the final push, and they were in the home stretch. Meanwhile, Han Li continued to inject his power into the golden sun up above, and he could only stand on the spot with a wry smile on his face. He didn't have a powerful enough spiritual sense to guide his divine lightning to strike a spot so far away with unerring accuracy. But thankfully, the golden lightning was conducted by the water in the infernal river, so he only had to strike within the general vicinity of the spot that he was aiming for to eradicate all of the black threads in that area. Of course, as the chasm continued to extend, Han Li was forced to focus more of his attention on guiding the golden pillar of light deeper into the passageway. Around 15 minutes later, a dull rumbling sound erupted from the other end of the chasm. Mu Qing was elated upon hearing this sound, and she immediately announced, "The passageway has extended all the way through." She then waved a hand, and the golden mirror flew back to her from deep within the chasm before settling beneath her feet and reverting back to its golden flower form. All of the other demon monarchs were also overjoyed as they withdrew their abilities. Alright, this passageway can maintain itself for several hours, which should be more than enough for us to pass through the infernal river. However, we still have to look out for attacks from the ghostly beings in the river. Lu Zhu cautioned before turning to the low-grade demon beasts behind them before he continued. As for them, how many of them make it through the infernal river will depend on their luck. Let's just focus on trying to get to the other side as soon as possible. Mu Qing and the others glanced at one another upon hearing this, and their elated expressions also faded. Meanwhile, Han Li withdrew his lightning wheel technique, seeing as there was no need to continue unleashing it any longer. At this moment, all of the puppets and ghostly soldiers had gathered at the entrance of the passageway, and had arranged themselves into a circular formation to protect the demon beasts at the center. There were tens of thousands of beings in total, and they took up almost the entire entrance of the passageway. The demon monarchs issued an order, and the army of puppets and ghostly soldiers flew ahead into the passageway first. The black winds that enshrouded the bodies of those in armor profound ghosts had already dissipated at this point, finally revealing their true appearance. All of them were shriveled-up corpse-like beings with glistening black armor over the upper halves of their bodies. They were wielding all types of long weapons such as halberds, tridents, and spears, and the sections of their skin that were peeking through the gaps in their armor were all gray and drab. All of their heads were enshrouded by a ball of green ghostly flames each, and a sinister skull could be seen within each ball of green flames. All of the profound ghosts were completely silent and expressionless, and Han Li couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he appraised these ghosts from behind Mu Qing. The infernal river was rife with ghostly beings, but the demon monarchs still refined so many ghostly soldiers. There had to be some kind of reason behind this. Moments later, the low-grade demon beasts that were surrounded by the puppets and ghostly soldiers were also ordered to enter the passageway. Meanwhile, the demon monarchs and high-grade demon beasts looked on with cold expressions, displaying no intentions to enter the passageway with them. In the instant that those low-grade demon beasts entered the chasm passageway, Silver light flashed from black light barriers around them. Countless silver threads then hurtled through the air from all directions, and all of them were aimed directly at the low-grade demon beast, but paid no heed whatsoever to the puppets and ghostly soldiers. These silver threads were naturally none other than the strange infernal river fish that Han Li had seen at the beginning. All of these fish were shaped like thin and long needles, and even though they couldn't do anything to high-grade demon beasts, they were most definitely lethal to low-grade demon beasts. Mere moments later, most of the demon beasts that had charged into the passageway were punctured countless times and perished in the face of these silver fish. The demon beasts behind them were greatly startled upon seeing this, and many of them conjured up protective barriers of spiritual light around their bodies. The profound ghosts and puppets around them also began to swing their weapons through the air, keeping most of the silver threads at bay. However, there seemed to be no end to the silver threads emerging from the black light barriers. One of the crimson-robed figures let loose a long cry, and all of the low-grade demon beasts charged toward the other side of the chasm with all their might. Even though they were all low-grade demon beasts, they were still astonishingly fast when traveling at full speed. Demonic chi surged, and many of the demon beasts managed to cover a small portion of the passageway. Right at this moment, a sudden turn of events abruptly unfolded. A series of black shadows appeared from the black light barriers amid bursts of unsettling cries. Black creatures of different forms squeezed their way out of the light barriers, and some of them opened their mouths to blast forth white arrows of water, while others pounced onto the demon beasts and tore at their bodies with their sharp fangs. All of the demon beasts that were struck by the arrows of water stiffened, then perished on the spot. Even those with protective spiritual light around their bodies seemed to be unable to withstand the infiltration of those arrows as black chi began to surface from their bodies, and they only managed to last a few more steps before falling dead. Meanwhile, the demon beasts that had been latched onto fanged black shadows only managed to thrash around violently for a short while before their bodies were reduced to puddles of putrid black liquid. These black shadows all had lethal poisons in their mouths. So those are ghosts. A blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he looked on with a hint of shock in his heart. Using his spirit eyes, he was naturally able to see everything. Those black shadows were comprised of countless body parts thrown together in all types of different random configurations, and they were all zombie-like ghostly beings without any intelligence. All they did was charge toward the living demon beasts with all their might, completely ignoring the puppets and ghostly soldiers. Of course, there were tens of thousands of low-grade demon beasts in the chasm, and they were certainly far from completely defenseless. Following a period of panic and turmoil, all of them began to unleash retaliative attacks like fireballs and blades of wind against these ghosts. However, much to their surprise, no matter what kind of attacks landed on the bodies of the ghosts, the attacks merely disappeared into their bodies without any effect whatsoever. All of the demon beasts were in a state of complete panic now. Idiots! Ghosts are unable to leave the infernal river. As long as you get to the other side, you'll be safe. Lu Zu's cold voice suddenly rang out within the passageway like claps of thunder, making the ears of the demon beasts ring loudly. Only then did they realize what they had to do, and all of them ignored the attacks from the ghosts as they focused wholeheartedly on getting to the other side of the passageway as quickly as possible. The distance of over 100,000 feet was covered in just a few flashes by some of the fastest demon beasts. The remaining demon beasts trudged onward under the protection of the puppets and the ghostly soldiers, and even though they suffered extensive casualties, the good thing was that they had massive numbers. As such, despite the huge number of demon beasts that perished, those actually only accounted for a fifth of the total number of demon beasts that had entered the passageway. Meanwhile, more and more low-grade demon beasts were being forced into the passageway like floodwaters by their high-grade counterparts. The scent of blood and gore quickly filled the entire passageway. All of the demon monarchs looked on from outside the passageway with grave expressions on their faces, but none of them showed any intention of offering their assistance to the demon beasts. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. Just as Han Li was pondering their intentions with furrowed brows, a massive black shadow suddenly descended toward the top of the passageway. The previously stable and stalwart black light barrier suddenly began to tremor violently. Following a series of resounding booms, a few massive tentacles broke through the barrier of light like giant pythons, then rushed into the passageway. With just a casual swipe, A dozen or so demon beasts were swept up before being dragged out of the light barrier into the infernal river like lightning. Those demons beasts were devoured by the massive black shadow amid a string of blood-curdling howls, following which the huge tentacle appeared in the passageway again. The nearby low-grade demon beasts were immediately thrown into complete turmoil. "It's here! Attack!" As soon as those tentacles appeared, the demon monarchs were all elated as the white-haired beauty. The two crimson-robed figures, Mu Qing and Lu Zhu, abruptly disappeared on the spot amid flashes of spiritual light. In the next instant, the five of them reappeared in the section of the passageway where the tentacles had crashed through. Four of them raised their hand and grabbed the air in unison. Four massive hands constructed from spiritual light, different colors, instantly materialized in a flash. Each of those hands grabbed onto a tentacle before pulling downward at once. With the combined efforts of four body integration stage beings, even a massive mountain hundreds of thousands of feet tall could most likely be plucked up from the ground. Following a thunderous roar and a resounding boom, the owner of the tentacles was forcibly dragged into the passageway by the four demon monarchs. It was a gargantuan ball of white flesh. It had no nose nor eyes, but it did have a huge mouth that took up most of its body. Furthermore, there were 7 or 8 long tentacles on the upper half of its body, half of which were being held by the hands of spiritual light, but the other half of those tentacles immediately thrashed violently, crashing directly toward the demon monarchs. A cold harump sounded, following which a white streak of sword chi appeared out of thin air. Black light flashed, and the giant ball of flesh was sliced apart down the middle. A humanoid figure then shot forth like lightning, digging something out of the ball of flesh before rapidly darting back. The humanoid figure was none other than Lu Zhu, who had refrained from attacking this entire time, and he was currently holding a white egg-sized crystal that was shimmering in the darkness. "We've finally got the infernal spirit crystal. With this thing, it'll be a lot easier for us to overcome that hurdle." Lu Zhu nodded with a pleased expression as he examined the object in his hand. All of the other demon monarchs were also elated to see that they'd secured the crystal so easily. "Hee. There's only infernal river spirit in an infernal river, and there's no way that we wouldn't catch its attention after making such a massive commotion. It may be quite powerful, but it's no match for our combined powers." One of the crimson-robed figures cackled. The jointed attack they had unleashed just then appeared to be quite simple, but it was something that they had rehearsed countless times. Only then were they able to slay this infernal river spirit with such apparent ease. Mu Qing swept a sleeve through the air, pulverizing the oncoming Ing ghosts with a streak of green light as she said, "Now that we have this thing, let's hurry up and pass through this river as well. We're lucky that nothing more powerful than Ing ghosts have shown up on this occasion." No one else had any objections, and they all flew toward the other end of the passageway as streaks of spiritual light. At this moment, the high-grade demon beasts had received an order from Lu Zhu and the others, and all of them also sped into the passageway. Han Li and the golden ape followed suit. For high-grade beings like Han Li, these silverfish and Ing ghosts were naturally nothing to be feared. Furthermore, they were also flying far more quickly than low-grade demon beasts. Thus, it only took them a few moments to arrive at the other end of the passageway where they found themselves in a boundlessly cavernous space. At this point, there was still a constant stream of low-grade demon beasts charging into this space through the passageway. After a while, all of the demon beasts as well as the profound ghosts and puppets finally made it through the passageway. The puppet and ghost army was almost completely intact without any casualties. But a portion of the low-grade demon beasts had perished, and many of the survivors were riddled with injuries. Thankfully, all demon beasts had remarkably recovery abilities, so that wasn't a cause for concern. However, the demon monarchs paid no heed to this and were gathered together to discuss something. Meanwhile, Han Li hovered in the air, surveying his surroundings. At this moment, he was at an altitude of tens of thousands of feet, and from his vantage point, he could see that everyone was situated in a bleak barren blank comprised entirely of black soil and dark yellow grass that was a few inches tall. The water from the infernal river formed a white sky overhead that encompassed the entire earth down below. After ascertaining their rough location, Lu Zhu flew over and ordered, "We'll proceed as we originally planned with the In armor profound ghost leading the way, and the puppets taking up the rear." Everyone was immediately cast into turmoil as they hurriedly reorganized themselves into the designated formation. Meanwhile, Han Li remained behind Mu Qing alongside the golden ape. Mu Qing was currently standing atop her giant golden flower and was situated at the center of a group of high-grade demon beasts. Lu Zhu and the white-haired woman led the 8,000 ghostly soldiers at the front, and the two crimson-robed figures were naturally allocated to the rear, where they would control all the puppets. The entire army flew through the air at a rapid rate like a massive black dragon, leaving the passageway behind in the blink of an eye. Several hours later, the army had flown out of this vast expanse of black land, yet the sight that greeted them next made Han Li draw an involuntary sharp breath. There were stark white bones all over the ground, stretching as far as the eyes could see. All types of bones were littered over the plains up ahead, and all of them were of different shapes and sizes, clearly having belonged to many different types of living beings. The bones were all strewn haphazardly over the ground, and they appeared to have been there for an extremely long time. Furthermore, there was a putrid smell wafting toward everyone from deeper within the plains, and that made them even more uneasy. However, the army only stopped momentarily before they were led into this harrowing land of bones by Lu Zhu and the white-haired beauty. They progressed onward for close to 10 kilometers, and their surroundings were still littered with piles upon piles of bones, while the putrid odor in the air was only growing more and more unbearable. Han Li had already summoned a layer of protective spiritual light to ward off this godforsaken stench, and blue light was flashing his eyes. He constantly surveyed his surroundings. Even though his spiritual sense was still severely restricted, he was able to see very far with his bright sight spirit eyes. All of a sudden, Han Li's calm expression stiffened, and he let loose a low cry. Mu Qing turned her head to the side at almost the exact same moment, and a peculiar look appeared on her face. There in the distance, a vast expanse of gray mist was visible, and it stretched for as far as the eyes could see. The white bones beneath this gray mist all rose up and formed skeletons of strange configurations. These skeletons weren't very large, but they had eyes that glowed with unsettling red eyes, and all of them turned their attention to the Earth Abyss army. In the blink of an eye, the gray mist had spread to an area that was quite close to the Earth Abyss beings. All of the low-grade demon beasts were becoming quite uneasy. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but take a glance at Mu Qing, only to find that she remained completely calm and collected, as if she'd already predicted this well in advance. Just as Han Li was feeling rather perplexed, a low cry suddenly erupted from the rear. 2 streaks of crimson light then shot forth from the puppets behind him, heading directly toward the oncoming gray mist. The 2 streaks of crimson light transformed into 2 gusts of crimson winds before crashing into the gray mist. A string of resounding booms rang out as the crimson winds and gray mist clashes, and both sides transformed into massive pillars of wind that rose straight up into the sky. As the gray mist and crimson winds intertwined, hordes of nearby skeletons were swept up and completely pulverized. However, the remaining troops in the skeletal army rose into the air with gray mist revolving around their bodies, hurtling toward the Earthy Abyss army at low altitudes. These skeletons filled up virtually the entire sky, and there were far too many of them to count. Han Li was feeling quite astonished upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the white-haired beauty at the front of the party let loose a strange cackle as she rotated on the spot. A massive ghostly shadow with disheveled hair abruptly appeared behind her, then grew to several thousand feet in size in the blink of an eye. The ghostly shadow suddenly opened its cavernous mouth to blast forth a burst of green chi, which swept up vast numbers of skeletons up above. Peculiar scene then ensued. As soon as the green chi came into contact with the skeletons, the gray mist around the skeletons' bodies dissipated, and they fell from the sky, having been completely dismantled. Furthermore, there seemed to be no end to the green chi emanating from the ghostly shadow's mouth, and in conjunction with the 2 gusts of crimson winds, they quickly eradicated the immense horde of skeletons. Thus, the crisis was averted even without the need for intervention from Mu Qing and Lu Zhu. Han Li couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing this. When the crimson gusts of wind disappeared, the 2 crimson-robed figures flew back as 2 streaks for crimson light. The green chi then dissipated, following which the massive ghostly shadow behind the white-haired beauty also vanished in a flash. Those were just some e-bone monsters. They're the easiest beings to deal with in the Infernal River. The things that we encounter next won't be so easy to ward off, Mu Qing suddenly murmured. She seemed to be speaking to herself but also disclosing information to the nearby Han Li and Jin Ling, both of whom glanced at one another upon hearing this. A contemplative expression had appeared on Han Li's face, but Jin Ling's furry face remained completely emotionless. The party continued onward under Lu Zu's command. 2 days later, hordes of strange crimson bats appeared in the air over a crimson swamp, and they began to attack the Earth Abyss demon beasts in a frenzy. Even after being torn apart or slain by the Earth Abyss demon beasts, their bodies would simply reform again and completely recover. Only by killing them a few more times or incinerating them into nothingness with fire attribute techniques were they truly killed. As soon as they latched onto the body of an Earth Abyss demon beast, they would gulp down large mouthfuls of blood essence, and it would only take a few gulps to reduce their prey to a shriveled-up corpse. Some of these bats were as large as several tens of feet in size, while the smallest ones were only several feet long. The largest dozen or so bats among them had human faces and bat bodies, and they were capable of blasting crimson light out of their mouths. Any demon beast that was struck by this crimson light would instantly be reduced to dust. In fact, this light was so formidable that even high-grade demon beasts weren't able to take a blast head-on. As such, not only did all of the demon beasts spring into action to retaliate, even the 4 demon monarchs had unleashed their abilities to kill those human-faced bats. Han Li had enshrouded himself in arcs of golden lightning, and the crimson bats would be reduced to clouds of crimson chi as soon as they came into contact with this lightning. At this point, he finally understood why all the demon monarchs held his divine devil-bane lightning in such high regard. The majority of ghostly beings in the infernal river were imbued with devilish chi, so his divine devil-bane lightning was extremely effective against them. The Earth Abyss army was attacked by a vast number of these crimson bats, but through the retaliation from the 4 demon monarchs, the demon beast, the puppets, and the profound ghosts, the number of bats rapidly dwindled until there were barely any left. The remaining 2 or 3 human-faced bats could clearly tell that their situation had turned into quite a perilous one, and blood mist erupted from their bodies as they fled into the distance. At the astonishing speed at which they flew, they disappeared into the distance in just a few flashes. 7 days later, within a vast expanse of strange blue mist, countless black ghostly shadows took on different shapes and forms as they danced around the Earth Abyss demon beasts at the foot of the mountain. Even though they refrained from approaching the Earth Abyss army, all of them were capable of letting loose extremely unsettling ghostly cries that caused the low-grade demon beasts to sway unsteadily as their eyes glazed over, looking as if they could collapse at any moment. At this moment, a large black bell flew forth from within the Earth Abyss army, and following just a single toll of the bell, most of the ghostly shadows were vanquished while the remaining ones screeched with anguish and horror as they disappeared into the mist. A month later, in the air above a black lake, a 3-headed giant with rotten green flesh all over its body stood atop the surface of the lake, wielding a massive beast bone club with its hands as it engaged in battle with a purple blood puppet, which was comparable in size to itself. Nearby, countless ghostly beings had emerged from within the lake to battle the Earth Abyss demon beasts. At this point, there were only less than 10,000 remaining Earth Abyss demon beasts, and most of them were high-grade beings. Even the ghostly soldiers and puppets had suffered severe casualties. On a certain day, a month later, Han Li raised a hand, and golden light flashed as a minotaur ghost before him was instantly sliced in half. Gray light then swept forth from behind him, sweeping toward a few oncoming bone arrows, and those arrows immediately disappeared without a trace. At the same time, he pressed a palm against the air and 5-colored glacial flames erupted forth, reducing the 2 sinister ghosts that had appeared behind him to a pair of ice sculptures. Right at this moment, a gust of howling winds came crashing down from above. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and his body blurred as he disappeared on the spot. A massive mace that was over 100 feet in length struck the spot where Han Li had been standing a split second ago, and black light flashed as a huge crater that was several tens of feet deep was smashed into the ground. The wielder of the mace was a giant cyclops corpse with green fur all over its body, and it looked around with its single eye with a perplexed expression. All of a sudden, azure light flashed in the air above the giant corpse, and Han Li appeared before pressing a palm downward. A small black mountain appeared out of thin air before transforming into a massive mountain of over 10,000 feet as black light swirled around it. Following a resounding boom, the Black Mountain crushed the giant corpse and also pulverized all of the other ghostly beings in a radius of over 1,000 feet. Hanli heaved a sigh of relief, and only then did he get a chance to catch his breath as well as to survey his surroundings. There were ghostly chi and murky mist surging in all directions, and even with his bright sight spirit eyes, he only had visibility for up to just over 10,000 feet. He could only tell from the astonishing flashes of spiritual light and the relentless resounding explosions that there were many Earth Abyss demons still locked in arduous combat against this ghostly army. However, he didn't know where the 4 demon monarchs were, nor whether they'd been surrounded by the infernal river ghosts. A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face. During the preceding month, the first dozen or so days were filled with battles, but the going was relatively good and they made fast progress. However, in the second half of the month, they passed through a dozen or so areas inhabited by powerful ghosts with special abilities. Even the 4 demon monarchs were wary of such beings, and they had refined the 8,000 ghostly soldiers and over 10,000 puppets in advance to try and force their way through these areas. As for the low-grade demon beasts, there were almost none left in the aftermath of the previous battles. Lu Zhu and the others had already anticipated that this would happen, but they were still feeling rather uneasy. However, it was certainly far too late for them to turn back, so they could only continue onward, making sure to take any extra precautions that they could. On this day, the army arrived at a set of highlands that Mu Qing proclaimed didn't house any powerful ghostly beings. All of a sudden, countless ghostly soldiers converged toward them from all sides, and there were so many of them that it was as if the entire heaven and earth had been dominated by their presence. They were led by over 30 spatial tempering stage ghostly generals, and they unleashed dense mist in unison, surrounding the Earth Abyss army and taking them by surprise to scatter their entire formation. As a result, everyone was forced to fight on their own. In the beginning, Han Li worked together with Jin Ling and the other Earth Abyss demon beasts nearby to ward off the attacks from these ghostly beings. But this mist had an extremely unsettling property where one would immediately lose all sense of direction after straying even slightly too far away from their companions. As such, even with Han Li's powerful spiritual sense and bright sight spirit eyes, he still lost contact with everyone else after over a half a day of intense battle. He could only indistinctly hear the sound of battle being waged in the distance, and there were still hordes of ghostly beings charging toward him without any fear of death. Thankfully, even though there was an immense number of these ghostly beings, they were only at the nascent soul and deity transformation stages at best, and they weren't able to pose any real threat to him. After battling for a while longer, he finally managed to kill all of the ghostly beings in the surrounding area, thereby earning him a brief period of respite. However, he knew that it wouldn't take long for a new horde of ghostly beings to swarm to attack him again, and there were simply far too many of them to kill. An indecisive look appeared on Han Li's face for a moment, following which he suddenly made a grabbing motion downward, and the massive black mountain disappeared in a flash. He then shot forth as a streak of azure light toward the direction where the sounds of battle were the least intense. He had to fly out of this mist to ensure self-preservation before worrying about anything else. If worse came to worse, even though he was wary of the demon monarchs, he'd simply have to release his weeping soul beast and force his way out. Otherwise, there was a very real possibility that he could eventually be worn down and killed by these endless hordes of ghostly beings. Almost in the exact instant that Han Li flew into the distance, another group of sinister ghosts with crimson bodies and green hair charged out from the nearby mist, only to be completely dumbfounded by the lack of targets to attack. At this point, Han Li was already over 10,000 feet away, and through the use of his spirit eyes, he was able to avoid several large-scale battles in succession as he attempted to fly out of this mist. If he encountered a small group of ghostly beings, then he'd kill them on the spot. Conversely, if he encountered large hordes of them, then he'd take evasive measures instead. Thus, Han Li managed to traverse relatively smoothly through the mist. However, it didn't take long before Han Li lost all sense of direction. As such, he could only take a risk to fly higher up into the air and ascertain his position from a higher vantage point. Thus, he flew to altitudes of several thousand feet, where the mist was slightly thinner, but he was immediately beset with countless attacks that rained down from above. Thankfully, he had prepared his divine essence-fused light in advance, and he hurriedly swept aside most of these attacks with his divine essence-fused light. Otherwise, he would have most likely been forced to plummet straight to the ground. Even so, he had still been given a massive fright. Before the next wave of attacks could arrive, he flew back down into the denser mist again. It appeared that it would be impossible for him to fly up to an altitude that would make a substantial difference in his situation. As such, he could only decide on a certain direction and plunge headfirst into the mist. However, it was either the case that this mist had been imbued with some kind of profound restriction, or it truly did cover an extraordinarily vast area. In any case, even after several hours, he was still trapped within the mist without any signs of being close to the edge. Han Li's expression was growing darker as time passed by. He swept a sleeve through the air, and several golden threads shot forth, instantly slicing in the ghostly shadows before him into several pieces. However, those ghostly shadows merely recovered amid a burst of unsettling howls before pouncing toward Han Li again. Han Li harumphed coldly as he opened his mouth to blast forth a ball of silver flames. The fireball then exploded into several smaller fireballs, completely incinerating the ghostly shadows into nothingness amid cries of anguish. These formless ghosts were rather difficult to deal with for normal cultivators, but they were naturally completely powerless in the face of Han Li's spirit engulfing heavenly flames. After eradicating this wave of ghostly beings, Han Li looked up and was just about to decide on a direction to fly toward when an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted from another direction, and even the nearby ground tremored violently as a result. Ball of black flames shot forth in all directions in the distance, and an indistinct female cry of shock and fury could be heard. Han Li's expression faltered slightly as he turned toward that direction. That voice was rather familiar. It seemed to belong to Yuanyao. Could it be that she was engaged in battle here? Even though Han Li couldn't be sure of this, he still flew toward that direction as a streak of azure light after a brief pause for contemplation. The black fireballs hadn't exploded very far away from Han Li, so it only took him moments to cover the distance of tens of thousands of feet as a streak of azure light, thereby arriving near the area. Han Li focused his gaze up ahead, upon which his expression changed slightly. Over 1,000 feet away from him, there were several hundred crimson skeletons with disproportionately massive and thin and long limbs shooting one crimson arrow after another, surrounding and attack over 100 in armor profound ghosts. At the center of these profound ghosts, two black-robed women stood, one with a small black vial in her hand, while the other was wielding a black banana leaf fan. They were unleashing balls of black flames with those treasures to assist the ghostly soldiers, trying to keep the barrage of attacks from the crimson skeletons at bay with all their might. The black flames were quite powerful, and the long weapons being wielded by the in-armor profound ghosts were certainly nothing to be scoffed at either, but their opponents were even more bizarre. Not only were these skeletons able to leap astonishing distances like grasshoppers, they moved like the wind, and the crimson arrows they unleashed seemed to be able to somewhat repress the black flames as well as the winds from the weapons of the profound ghosts. With several hundred skeletons attacking in unison, most of the black flames were forcibly doused before even reaching their targets. Even the skeletons that were struck by stray wisps of these black flames merely stumbled and slowed down slightly, but they didn't appear to have been severely injured at all. Meanwhile, these crimson arrows were also very effective against the in-armor profound ghosts. The black suits of armor worn by these ghostly soldiers had certain defensive properties, but after being struck by about a dozen arrows, the armor would undoubtedly be shattered, and the ghostly soldier would also dissipate as balls of black chi. By the time Han Li had reached the scene, the two black-robed women were desperately unleashing the powers of their treasures, and 7 or 8 more of the ghostly soldiers around them were felled in the blink of an eye. Their situation was a very perilous one. These two women were naturally none other than Yuan Yao and Yen Li. Han Li narrowed his eyes to inspect his surroundings, but didn't discover any other powerful ghosts lurking nearby. Thus, he stepped in without any further hesitation. He flapped his wings and abruptly disappeared on the spot, appearing in the air above the two women in the next instant. He swept his sleeve through the air, and 72 golden flying swords shot forth, transforming into several hundred streaks of golden sword chi that rained down in a torrential downpour. Any crimson skeletons that were struck by the sword chi were sliced into countless pieces like a hot knife through butter. However, an extremely harrowing scene then immediately ensued. Crimson light flashed from the surface of the remains of all of the crimson skeletons, and they all disintegrated into balls of blood-like liquid. They then converged to form a massive vibrant red ghostly being. Han Li raised his eyebrows upon seeing this, and he raised a pristine white hand before thrusting his palm toward the giant crimson ghost that was slowly taking shape. All of a sudden, 5 large skeleton progesitons appeared above his fingertips, following which a vast expanse of 5-colored glacial flames came crashing down. As soon as the glacial flames inundated the giant crimson ghost, it was transformed into a huge ice sculpture and was completely immobilized as a result. Han Li then flicked a finger to send forth an arc of golden lightning that struck the ice sculpture amid a loud thunderclap. The ice sculpture was instantly shattered by the arc of lightning, and the massive ghostly being was slain before it even had a chance to unleash any of its powers. Yuan Yao and Yen Li had witnessed everything from down below, and their mouths had gaped open with shock. These ghostly beings had almost been the death of them, yet Han Li had eradicated all of them in virtually the blink of an eye. That was downright astonishing to them. Yen Li was the first one to recover her composure, and she hurriedly extended a curtsy toward Han Li with a smile on her face. "Thank you for saving us, Brother Han." The astonishment on Yuan Yao's face was also replaced by a gorgeous smile that resembled the beauty of countless exuberant flowers blossoming at once. "If you'd come here any later, we'd most likely have been dead already, Brother Han." Even Han Li was slightly entranced by her smile, but he quickly composed himself before asking, "Why are the two of you here? Weren't you with one of the demon monarchs? And what about these ghostly soldiers? Weren't you with Fairy Mu Qing as well, Brother Han? We were separated in the same way that you were separated from everyone else. As for these in-armor profound ghosts, the two of us participated in their refinement process, so we're able to control some of them. However, these are all that's left of the profound ghosts under our control, and it was all thanks to their protection that we were able to survive to this point," Yen Li explained with a smile. This ambush was most likely led by a ghostly being with an extremely high level of intelligence. Otherwise, there was no way that such a massive and organized trap could have been sprung. "They clearly want to kill all of us in one fell swoop," Han Li said with a nod of his head. Yuan Yao's face paled slightly and she chewed down on her lower lip before asking, "Your analysis is quite plausible, Brother Han. What do you intend to do now? We've been surrounded by far too many ghostly beings for us to kill." Han Li didn't give a direct reply. Instead, a peculiar look appeared on his face as he said, "Have you not noticed? Up to this point, we've only encountered low-grade and mid-grade ghostly beings, but we haven't even seen a single high-grade ghost. What you're saying is..." Yen Li faltered slightly before catching the gist of Han Li's words. "That's right, those spatial tempering stage ghostly beings are most likely busy battling Lu Zhu and the others. Otherwise, even if just a few of them were to appear, we'd be in severe danger," Han Li mused as he stroked his chin. "What are you trying to say, Brother Han? Please make yourself clearer," Yuan Yao prompted. "I simply think that the situation is not looking very good, and it's also quite chaotic, but at the same time, it also presents to us a brilliant opportunity to get away from the demon monarchs," Han Li said in a slow voice. "So what you're suggesting is..." Yen Li's smile faded and was replaced by a grim expression. "That's right. If we can get out of this place, then the demon monarchs won't be able to come after us. We just have to find a place where pure Yin Qi has materialized so we can wipe away the tracking marks in my body. With the size of the infernal river, even if the demon monarchs try to come after us, it'd be like searching for a needle in a haystack," Han Li proposed. Yuan Yao and Yen Li glanced at one another, and both of them were quite tempted by this proposition. After holding a brief discussion through voice transmission, the two women finally made up their minds. "All right, we'll do as you say, Brother Han. Here in this infernal river, the two of us are in constant peril, and we'd also like nothing better than to get away from these demon monarchs." A hint of elation flashed through Han Li's eyes, but he quickly furrowed his brows in with concern again. "Now that we're on the same page, the first hurdle in our way is this ghostly mist. I've been searching for a way out for hours to no avail. You're troubled by this ghostly mist, Brother Han? With our pitiful powers, we wouldn't be able to provide assistance in many other areas. But don't forget that Junior Marshal Sister Yuan and I are using Ghost Dao cultivation arts, And we also possess semi-ghostly bodies. Yen Li chuckled upon hearing this. Han Li faltered slightly initially before his expression lit up with elation. Are you saying you have a way to get out of this place, fellow Taoist Yen? The yin-yang reincarnation arts that we're cultivating may not be extremely useful in battle, but it's provided us with many other abilities. All you have to do is follow us, and we'll lead you out of this ghostly mist. In reality, we were planning to escape from this mist as well, but we were unable to do so as we kept on being attacked by ghostly beings. Yuan Yao explained with a slightly smug expression on her face. Han Li repressed the excitement in his heart as he said, "It wouldn't be wise to delay any longer, so let's leave right away. Otherwise, we're only going to be attacked by more of those ghostly beings." The two women had no objections to this, and they immediately departed with what remained of their ghostly soldiers. Along the way, Yuan Yao and Yen Li gathered together, holding hands mid-flight as they began to chant something in unison. Black and white spiritual light then flashed from their bodies, following which they opened their mouths to expel a bead each, one of which was black while the other was white. The two beads then combined as one to form a fist-sized black and white eyeball. Meanwhile, Yen Li and Yuan Yao both closed their eyes, but the black and white eyeball glanced around at their surroundings before immediately leading the trio toward a certain direction. Han Li was a little skeptical of the strange secret technique, but he could only follow the two women. Brother Han, using our Ghost Dao secret technique, we'll be able to escape this ghostly mist, but we can't change directions along the way. Otherwise, all of our prior efforts would go to waste. Yen Li suddenly cautioned. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he asked, "Does that mean that if we encounter any other ghostly beings along the way, we'll have to force our way through them?" "That's right. Now you should know why we were still unable to escape from this mist even with this secret technique." Yen Li replied with a wry smile. "Humph, as long as we don't encounter any beings of the same caliber as the demon monarchs, we'll just have to crash right through them. All of the truly powerful ghostly beings should be engaged in battle with the demon monarchs anyway, so we shouldn't encounter any substantial obstacles," Han Li chuckled coldly. Even though Yen Li had seen Han Li in action not long ago, she was still surprised by how confident he was, and a peculiar look appeared on her face. Han Li immediately identified the skepticism in her eyes and asked, "Do you think I'm being overconfident, fellow Taoist Yen?" "That's not the case. I'm not overly familiar with you, but I've heard on countless occasions from my junior martial sister about your ability to easily slay beings of the same cultivation base in the human world." Yen Li chuckled with pursed lips. Han Li was rather surprised to hear this, and he cast a glance at Yuan Yao just in time to see a faint blush appear on her cheeks. Han Li fell silent thereafter. "Fellow Taoist Han, for you to be so confident surely indicates that your powers are comparable to that of a spatial tempering stage being, right?" Yen Li asked. "As long as we don't encounter any late spatial tempering stage beings, I can put up a fight," Han Li replied calmly. This was not the time for excessive modesty, so he merely told the truth. TSK, I really don't understand how you were able to cultivate your abilities. Back when Junior Martial Sister Yuan and I first met you, you were still a chi condensation cultivator, yet you're now as powerful as spatial tempering stage beings. When I think about it, it feels like I'm in a dream." Yen Li clicked her tongue with wonder. "Why do you sound so sad, fellow Taoist Yen?" Han Li asked. "Not really, it's just that both my junior martial sister and I cultivated the yin-yang reincarnation arts, and I'm not sure whether this is a blessing or a curse, nor how we're supposed to progress in our future cultivation. Will we be forced to convert ourselves completely into ghostly beings and forgo our humanity just to further our cultivation path?" Yen Li heaved a forlorn sigh. Yuan Yao's expression also became rather downcast upon hearing this. Han Li's brows furrowed, and he was silent for a moment before speaking again. "I don't know much about Ghost Dao cultivation arts, but what I do know is that the spirit realm is a land of miracles. Even those without spiritual roots can attain them here, and as long as you two haven't completely become ghostly beings, there should be a way to recover your former bodies given the countless incredible secret techniques in the spirit realm. Is that true? Is there really a way for us to return to our former bodies in the spirit realm?" Both Yuan Yao and Yen Li were ecstatic to hear this. "Your yin-yang reincarnation arts are indeed quite unique, but I don't think it's an irreversible cultivation art. If I'm not mistaken, you two should be able to recover your former human bodies as long as you dissipate the yin qi within your bodies. However, the process will most likely be quite painful and arduous, and your cultivation bases will most likely be damaged as well. As for the specific method to accomplish this, it's best to do some thorough research on the matter after we return to human race territory. Hanli said in a meaningful voice. If we can recover our former human bodies, having to endure some pain and sacrifice some of our cultivation bases is nothing, Yuan Yao replied in a resolute manner. Yan Li also nodded in agreement. Han Li smiled in response, yet just as he was about to say something else, his expression abruptly darkened as he disappeared into the mist up ahead as a streak of azure light. The two women faltered momentarily before glancing at one another. Moments later, ghostly howls erupted from the mist up ahead, following which a dozen or so streaks of gray yin qi burst into the air. However, the commotion abruptly subsided after a few streaks of golden sword qi vanquished these streaks of yin qi. Han Li then returned to the two women as a streak of azure light. Let's keep going. Those were just a few ordinary ghostly beings, Han Li said in a calm manner. Ordinary? Yan Li and Yuan Yao were both completely speechless. They weren't able to witness the battle that had just taken place due to the dense mist in their path, but those streaks of yin qi were extremely powerful and clearly not something normal ghostly beings were capable of unleashing. The fact that Han Li was able to vanquish them so easily further cemented their belief in him. Thus, they continued to focus on controlling the eyeball they'd conjured up, searching for the correct route to take. Along the way, all of the ghostly beings they encountered were slain in mere moments by Han Li. They'd even stumbled upon a few relative large-scale battles between the Earth Abyss demon beasts and other ghostly beings, but Han Li was still able to lay waste to those ghostly beings in what seemed like the blink of an eye to carve out a path. The two women and the remaining ghostly soldiers continued onward. The Earth Abyss demon beasts had thought that their saviors had arrived, only for Han Li's trio to quickly disappear into the distance. And after a brief period of dumbstruck inactivity, they could only continue to fight for their lives. Han Li's trio enjoyed relatively look along their journey, encountering no troublesome ghosts, nor large hordes of ghostly beings, thereby allowing them to progress in a smooth manner. Several hours later, the mist around them finally began to thin out, and the ghostly beings they encountered also became fewer and far in between. Han Li and the others were naturally ecstatic to see this. They knew that they'd taken the right route and were close to the edge of the mist. After slaying a few more ghostly beings, Han Li was just about to lead the two women and the ghostly soldiers on a final charge when his expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly came to a halt as a grim expression appeared on his face. Yuan Yao's heart jolted upon seeing this, and she asked, "What is it, Brother Han?" Yan Li also looked on with bewilderment in her eyes. Unfortunately, their spiritual sense was rather limited, so they weren't able to glean the scenes up ahead. "Looks like leaving this place won't be so easy, after all," Han Li replied expressionlessly. Right at this moment, a female giggling voice suddenly sounded from within the thin mist up ahead. The giggling grew louder and louder, reaching them in the blink of an eye and ringing out in all directions. Yan Li and Yuan Yao initially paid no heed to this. After all, with their semi-ghostly bodies, such simple ghost Dao captivation techniques wouldn't be able to harm them in the slightest. However, within moments from when the laughter first erupted around them, the two women were suddenly struck by a sense of feebleness, and their eyelids drooped as if they'd suddenly become countless times heavier. Yuan Yao reacted quite quickly, forcibly retaining a hint of clarity in her mind to try and repress this debilitating sensation. However, when she tried to summon the yin power within her body, her heart immediately sank as panic surged through her heart. She discovered that there wasn't a single trace of yin power left for her to draw upon. What's going on? Yuan Yao knew that her current condition definitely had something to do with what giggling female voice, but the overwhelming wave of sleepiness was too much for her to resist. Her eyes slowly fell shut, and her body swayed as if she were about to collapse at any moment. Yan Li was in the same boat, and some of the yin armor profound ghosts had even dropped their weapons before plummeting from the sky. Humph! A cold harumph suddenly sounded from beside them. Even though the voice wasn't very loud, it was particularly clear to the two women, and both of them felt a sharp pain in their spiritual sense in unison. The two of them shivered as their drowsiness completely faded, and at the same time power began to surge through their bodies. Yuan Yao was elated to have to escape that ordeal, and she immediately summoned a protective layer of gray spiritual light around her body. She turned to discover that Yan Li had done the same thing, and even the profound ghosts that were falling out of the sky were rising into the air again. Yuan Yao heaved a sigh of relief before turning to Han Li, who remained as still and stalwart as a mountain. It was quite clear that he was the one who had saved them from that crisis. At this moment, Han Li stood in a completely expressionless manner, completely unaffected by the ghostly giggling around him. All of a sudden, blue light flashed through his eyes, and he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air, sending a streak of sword chi hurtling toward a certain spot in the air. A faint white shadow suddenly appeared in the spot where the golden sword chi had just passed through. The white shadow twisted its body slightly, and the sword chi flashed past without inflicting any harm to it. Han Li's expression changed slightly as one of his hands turned black while the other turned white, and he thrust his palms through the air like lightning. A vast expanse of gray light and a burst of 5 colored flames immediately appeared out of thin air above the white shadow, then swept downward in unison. The two powers created an inescapable net that afforded the white shadow no avenue for evasion. Yuan Yu and Yan Li were elated to see this. They'd witnessed Han Li unleash these two abilities on multiple occasions, and all of the ghostly beings that had been struck by them had been instantly eradicated. However, the scenes that unfolded next caused their expressions to stiffen. The white shadow let loose a low chuckle before splitting into 4 parts, then further dividing into 8 parts. In the blink of an eye, faint white shadows had appeared all over that area, and they were still multiplying relentlessly as if there were no end to them, and many of those white shadows had appeared outside the area and shrouded under the gray light and 5-colored flames. Yuan Yao and Yan Li glanced at one another upon seeing this, only to find their own astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Han Li's pupils contracted upon seeing this, but he quickly made a hand seal, and the gray light as well as the 5-colored flames suddenly dispersed, transforming into countless gray threads and streaks of fiery 5-colored light that rained down from above. The white shadows that were struck by those attacks instantly vanished, but the remaining white shadows continued to multiply relentlessly. Gray threads and 5-colored light encompassed most of the entire sky, but the white shadows simply refused to be completely exterminated. Not only were Yuan Yao and Yan Li stunned to see this, even Han Li was a little dumbstruck. However, right at this moment, his spiritual sense detected something, and his body blurred as he turned around in a flash to face behind him. He then fixed his gaze on a patch of empty space nearby, and a cold expression flashed through his eyes as a gash appeared on his glabella. The gash split open, following which a black eyeball emerged from within. It was none than his law destruction eye. Having been nurtured for so many years, the eyeball had become darker and darker, and at this point, the mere sight of it made the beholder feel as if their soul were being sucked out of their bodies. Black light flashed deep within the eyeball, following which a pillar of light as thick as a human thumb shot forth, then disappeared into that patch of space in a flash. A resounding boom erupted, and the nearby space twisted and warped. Immediately thereafter, a black ball of light that was several tens of feet in radius appeared out of thin air, then disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a white shadow stumbled out of that patch of empty space, then hurtled back to over 100 feet away. At this point, the white shadow was no longer as blurry and indistinct as it had been before. Instead, its appearance had become very clear. It was a woman dressed in a set of white robes. The robe was shimmering with light and completely pristine and spotless, seemingly having remained completely unscathed in the aftermath of that explosion. The woman herself was quite tall and slender, with a curvaceous body and a head of glossy black hair. Due to the fact that she had her head lowered, Han Li was unable to glean her true features, but she appeared to be quite a beauty. Han Li appraised this woman through narrowed eyes, and a wary expression appeared on his face. He had just attempted to sweep his spiritual sense toward her, only to have it repelled by her white robes, thereby thwarting his attempt to ascertain her cultivation base. However, he could tell from that previous clash that this was most definitely not some kind of normal high-grade ghostly being. Just as the woman had been forced out of space by Han Li's law destruction eye, the white shadows on the other end that were relentlessly multiplying finally all disappeared, Han Li waved a hand without even turning his head, and the gray light along with the 5 colored flames in that direction also vanished. A burst of unsettling giggles suddenly escaped from the woman's mouth, and she raised an arm before grabbing the air toward Han Li in a seemingly harmless gesture. However, her arm along with the sleeve of the white robe abruptly disappeared amid a flash of white light. Han Li couldn't help but falter slightly upon seeing this, but before he had figured out what was going on, the arm that had just vanished suddenly reappeared right in front of him. The sleeve on the arm was rolled up, revealing a set of white bony claws that flashed over to Han Li's neck as if by instantaneous teleportation, then made a vicious grab for his throat. Cold light of around an inch in length shimmered from the tips of each of the 5 claws. Arg! Even Han Li was given a massive fright by this sudden turn of events, and the claws were far too fast for him to evade or defend himself against. Thus, the bony claws grabbed onto Han Li's throat amid a dull thump, but in the instant that they made contact with his skin, golden light flashed from Han Li's neck of its own accord, following which a few golden scales appeared. The sharp bone claws were repelled amid a flash of golden light. Han Li also stumbled back a couple of steps, but thankfully, his throat remained completely unscathed, having been protected by those golden scales. A thunderous expression appeared on Han Li's face as he rapidly swept a sleeve through the air, sending forth a streak of golden light that instantly swept up the white arm. Golden light flashed as the entire arm was completely inundated by streaks of sword chi. The golden sword chi struck the arm with all their might, but they were only able to cause a few ripples to appear on the white sleeve of the robe while the arm itself remained completely unscathed. Han Li's expression changed slightly and he immediately opened his mouth to blast forth a ball of silver flames. However, it was too late. The white-robed woman had recovered from the shock of her failed attack and she shrugged her shoulder, upon which the white arm that had been detached from her body abruptly disappeared, leaving the silver fireball to strike nothing but empty air. At the same time, white light flashed by the white-robed woman's side, and her arm returned to her body. Han Li took a deep breath upon seeing this before rustling a sleeve, and 4 or 5 azure beads rolled soundlessly into his hand. At the same time, spiritual light flashed from his wrist, and a palm-sized spirit beast bracelet appeared in his other hand. This ghostly woman possessed extremely bizarre and troublesome abilities, and Han Li didn't want to take any further risks. As such, he was planning to immediately summon his weeping soul beast, then assist the beast by attacking the white-robed woman with his lightning beads to end this battle as quickly as possible. This was not a time where he could afford lengthy delays. The white-robed woman seemed to have realized that Han Li was quite a formidable opponent, and she wasn't in a hurry to attack again. Instead, she slowly raised her head to reveal her true appearance. Arg! Yan Li and Yuan Yao had just been flabbergasted by the rapid series of blows traded between Han Li and the white-robed woman, and both of them suddenly let loose involuntary cries of surprise upon seeing the woman's true appearance. Han Li also drew a sharp breath at the sight of her facial features. An extremely terrifying half of a face was laid out before his eyes. One half of the face was covered in shriveled eerie green skin while the other half of the face was comprised of fair delicate skin and half of a pair of supple red lips, the kind that one would expect from an exquisite beauty. The ghostly being's eyes were both green and completely emotionless, appraising Han Li in a cold manner. If this face had been present on some kind of sinister ghostly being with a hideous body, then it wouldn't have been much of a shock. However, this woman possessed an extremely seductive figure with a head of flowing gorgeous hair, creating the illusion that she was a fine beauty. As such, the stark contrast between expectations and reality naturally sent a bone-chilling sensation running down the beholder's spine. Low ghostly sobs suddenly sounded from the white-robed woman's body, and clouds of white mist began to surface in the nearby area. These clouds of mist contained all types of ghostly figures, some of which were baring their fangs in a menacing display, some of which were letting loose ferocious roars, and all of them were putting on menacing displays. Han Li's heart jolted with shock and azure light flashed from his spirit beast bracelet as he sprang into action to summon his weeping soul beast. However, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted deep within the mist at this moment, and the roar was so thunderously loud that Han Li's ears were ringing in its aftermath. Even the clouds of ghostly mist were surging erratically from that explosive roar, and the two women accompanying Han Li were completely petrified. That voice didn't belong to any of the four demon monarchs, so there was most likely some other powerful ghostly being nearby. Han Li's expression darkened as that thought occurred to him. Yet before he had a chance to formulate a plan, an inexplicable turn of events suddenly unfolded. As soon as the white-robed woman heard this roar, green light flashed from within her eyes, and the ghostly weeping emanating from her body abruptly cut off. Following a brief hesitation, the white mist around its body quickly swept toward it as a gust of white winds, and it hurtled directly toward the direction where the roar had erupted from. Han Li naturally wasn't going to chase down this opponent, but his eyes were flashing with indecision as he cast his gaze toward the direction where the thunderous roar had just erupted from. "Brother Han, what should we?" Yen Li couldn't help want to ask something, but Han Li immediately cut her off. "Let's get out of here as quickly as we can. It's quite possible that one of the demon monarchs is nearby. Otherwise, that ghostly woman wouldn't have dropped everything to go and assist her companion." Yuan Yao and Yen Li found this to be quite a plausible theory, and the trio immediately flew away along with the ghostly soldiers. On this occasion, no more ghostly beings appeared to hinder them, and the mist up ahead was thinning at a noticeable rate. 2 hours later, the three of them finally emerged from the mist. All three of them were ecstatic to see this, and they immediately prepared to fly away into the distance. However, right at this moment, an unfamiliar male voice suddenly sounded from high above them. I didn't think that anyone would be able to make it out of my restriction. Looks like I underestimated your abilities." Han Li and the others were all shocked to hear this, and they raised their heads in unison, upon which all three of them were stunned by what they saw. In the air over 10,000 feet above the nearby ghostly mist, there were two groups of beings locked in a tense confrontation. One of those groups was comprised of none other than the white-haired beauty and Wuxia, as well as a dozen or so high-grade demon beasts and the 8 armor ghost monarchs. There were thousands of ghostly soldiers situated further away, and they were all organized in an orderly formation as gusts of winds and bursts of baleful qi erupted into the air around them. However, they were faced with several times the number of beings they had on their side, comprising an army of around 7,000 to 8,000. All of these beings were around 20 feet tall and were clad in suits of crimson armor. They were wielding all types of weapons such as sabers, spears, swords, halberds, bows, and crossbows, and all of them hovered completely motionlessly in midair, clearly indicating that this was an exceptionally well-trained army. What was even more surprising to Han Li was that there were over 100 azure war carriages among this crimson army. These war carriages appeared to be rather antiquated, with azure light flashing erratically over their surfaces. There were a dozen or so crimson-armored beings on each carriage, all of which were wielding long weapons. There were two strange black beasts with lion heads and WRM bodies drawing each carriage, and they were also clad in suits of armor. At the forefront of the army were three generals seated atop different beastly steeds. The one who had just spoken was a man in a suit of purple armor with a pair of golden war hammers strapped to his back. Mu Qing and the white-haired beauty also turned their attention toward Han Li's trio. The white-haired beauty remained completely motionless, making it impossible to glean her thoughts, but Mu Qing wore a hint of a smile on her face, and Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this as he lamented his terrible luck. Yuan Yao and Yen Li's faces immediately paled at the sight of the white-haired woman. "Oh, so there's a couple of semi-ghostly beings among the three of you. No wonder you were able to emerge from my restriction." The purple-armored general was somehow able to immediately identify Yuan Yao and Yen Li's constitutions, and he lost interest in them as a result. He then turned his attention toward Han Li, and the latter was immediately struck by a bone-chilling burst of spiritual sense sweeping toward him, attempting to completely see through his entire being. Han Li's brows furrowed as he activated his great development technique to repel most of the armored general's spiritual sense. At the same time, he also swept his spiritual sense toward the man. As a result, Han Li's expression changed slightly as he discovered that the body of armored general was extremely cold, and was not a body of flesh and blood, but there was no ghost energy within it, either. He then swept his spiritual sense toward the other two generals as well as the crimson-armored soldiers behind them, and he discovered that aside from the carriage-drawing beasts, all of them were also completely devoid of life. "These are puppets?" Han Li was shocked as he arrived at this verdict. These puppets seemed to have already controlled the ghostly beings of the infernal river. Setting aside the crimson-armored soldiers, the 3 armored generals each had different auras, and they'd most likely been possessed by the souls of extremely powerful beings. Furthermore, the fact that the 2 demon monarchs hadn't attacked these puppets yet was a clear indication that both sides were evenly matched. Otherwise, such an impasse couldn't be maintained, as the 2 women would have destroyed their opponents already. Lu Zhu and Di Shui weren't present, so they were presumably still trapped within the ghostly mist, battling the powerful ghost that had unleashed that thunderous roar earlier. "Get over here!" Mu Qing suddenly waved a hand toward Han Li. There was certainly no chance for them to escape in this situation, so Han Li could only do as he told, flying over to the 2 demon monarchs before cupping his fist in a respectful salute. "I pay my respects to my 2 seniors. Fellow Taoist Han, why isn't Jin Ling with you? Where is it right now?" Rather than asking about why Han Li and the others had escaped from the ghostly mist, she instead inquired about that golden ape. "I'm not sure. Brother Jin and I were forcibly separated by the ghostly beings in the mist," Han Li replied truthfully. "Is that so?" Mu Qing's brows furrowed upon hearing this. Han Li glanced at the puppets they were facing off against and asked, "Senior Mu, what are these beings? Were they the ones that set up this ghostly mist?" "Fellow Taoist Han and I have only just recently escaped from this mist as well. We were just about to unleash some techniques to break this restriction, only to be forced into this confrontation by those beings, and we haven't had a chance to ask them anything yet. However, I didn't see these things last time I was in here, so I think they're just like us in that they also came into the infernal river from the outside." Mu Qing was clearly also rather perplexed. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "As you figured out already, we're facing an army of puppets, but there's certainly nothing to be scoffed at. Those 3 puppet generals are all extremely powerful, and even if fellow Taoist Lan and I were to attack in person, we're still confident in our ability to kill them," Mu Qing said in a grave voice. On the other side, the white-haired woman didn't ask Yuan Yao and Yen Li any questions. Instead, she looked on at the 3 puppet generals and asked in a cold voice, "I don't care what you are, but answer me this. Are you going to withdraw this restriction or not?" "Withdraw this restriction? What a joke. You outsiders have infiltrated the holy land of our Mayfly race, and you're trying to get your hands on our holy artifact. You're the ones who attacked us last time as well, right? We let you get away on that occasion, but that won't happen again." The purple-armored general replied in a cold voice. "The Mayfly race?" The white-haired beauty's expression changed drastically, while Mu Qing's heart jolted upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Han Li's brows furrowed in befuddlement. He had no recollection of seeing any records about such a race. "You know of our race? Then that makes things easier. If you surrender and hand yourselves over without a fight, we could perhaps spare your lives. Otherwise, even if you manage to get away this time, our race will deploy troops to wipe you off the face of the spirit realm." The purple-armored general was initially slightly taken aback, but a menacing tone then crept into its voice. Mu Qing and the white-haired woman glanced at one another upon hearing this, and their expressions turned quite grim in the face of the threats made by the purple-armored general. The 2 of them then began to transmit their voices to one another in a silent conversation. The purple-armored general merely chuckled coldly upon seeing this, but did nothing to stop them. As the voice transmission continued, an indecisive look appeared on the white-haired woman's face, and Mu Qing's brows were also tightly furrowed. It appeared that neither of them could arrive at a decision. "You proclaim this to be the holy land of the Mayfly race, and you'll to support these claims. Since when did the Mayfly race switch to cultivating inane ghost powers?" The white-haired woman asked in a cold voice. "You don't need to be made aware of that. Do you really think that the infernal river surrounding this space appeared out of thin air?" The purple-armored general replied with a cold chuckle. Mu Qing and the white-haired woman's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, and they seemed to be growing a little more convinced by the armored general's claims. After a brief silence, the white-haired beauty adopted a cold expression and said, "Who knows if you're truly from the Mayfly race or merely imposters? Even if you really are from the Mayfly race, I'd only be wary if a heavenly Mayfly tier being from your race were present. You think a few puppets like you can force us to surrender? Mu Qing didn't say anything to stop her, and a layer of azure chi had appeared over her body. Red light flashed within the eyes of the purple-armored general upon hearing this, and it wasted no further time with words as it slammed a palm onto the back of its rhinoceros steed. The beast immediately reared its head before inhaling deeply. All of the surrounding air seemed to have been sucked away by the rhinoceros, following which it opened its mouth with a low roar. A ball of azure light then shot forth amid a piercing flash of light, heading straight for the two demon monarchs. A thunderous rumbling noise was erupting from the ball of azure light, and the white-haired woman's expression darkened as she made a hand seal. Gray light flashed behind her, and a massive ghostly projection with a head of disheveled hair appeared, then swelled drastically in size. It opened its massive mouth and blasted forth a ball of black light in retaliation. The two balls of light clashed amid an earth-shattering boom. Azure and black light intertwined, creating a massive mushroom cloud in the aftermath of the explosion. A vicious light appeared in the white-haired woman's eyes upon seeing this, and she let loose a long, shrill cry. The thousands of ghostly soldiers then transformed into gusts of pitch-black winds as they swept toward their opponents, led by the 8 ghost monarchs. The opposing purple armor generally harumphed coldly before drawing the 2 golden war hammers from his back. Even though this is only a puppet body, I should be able to unleash half of my full power. The purple-armored general murmured to himself in an unintelligible voice, then swung his golden war hammers through the air. The war hammers were then released from his grasp and flew into the air before radiating boundless golden light, manifesting over 100 golden war hammer projections that came crashing down soundlessly toward the gusts of winds. 8 long cries erupted from amid the winds at once, following which the 8 armor ghost monarchs appeared at low altitudes. They either hurled their weapons through the air as streaks of black light, or thrust their palms violently into the air a few times, or opened their mouths to expel bursts of black light. In any case, 8 bursts of black light hurtled forth, combining to form a black barrier of light. All of the golden war hammer projections that struck the barrier of light were completely trapped like fish in a net. Nice party trick. The purple-armored general's expression darkened as he let loose a derisive harumph. All of the golden war hammer projections caught within the light barrier then exploded in unison, and the barrier was completely pulverized by the resulting blasts of violent golden light. The golden light then descended onward, trying to engulf all 8 of the ghost monarchs. However, right at this moment, Mu Qing sprang into action. She flipped a hand over before grabbing the air, and a rich, peculiar fragrance suddenly wafted through the air beneath the golden light. Rainbow spiritual light then flashed, following which countless giant flower projections appeared out of thin air. These projections kept the golden light at bay as they clashed amid a resounding boom. And the armor profound ghosts down below took advantage of this opportunity to charge toward their enemies. The purple-armored general merely waved a hand in response without saying anything, and a row of crossbow-wielding crimson-armored puppets immediately stepped forward at once, then let loose their arrows in unison. Countless crimson arrows descended into the winds like a torrential downpour. Balls of crimson light exploded within the winds, and a series of ghostly figures began to plummet from the sky. However, during this split second, the winds plunged headfirst into the army of crimson-armored puppets, led by the 8 ghost monarchs. An extremely fierce battle ensued. None of the ghost monarchs nor normal armor profound ghosts attacked the 3 puppet generals. Conversely, the 3 puppets paid no heed to the ghostly soldiers, either, as their attention was entirely focused on the 2 demon monarchs. As for Han, Yuan Yao, and Yanli, they were naturally also disregarded. The 2 women were naturally looking back at the 3 puppets with rapt focus. Aside from the purple-armored puppet, the other 2 puppet generals both had rather strange appearances. One of them was around 400 feet tall with 3 eyes on its head and a massive axe in its hands. It wore a suit of azure armor that was riddled with sharp black spikes, and it was truly a harrowing sight to behold. Meanwhile, the other puppet general was only around 20 feet tall and clad in a suit of crimson armor. However, it had 2 heads and 4 arms, each of which was holding a different weapon in the forms of a saber, a sword, a spear, and a halberd. Both of their steeds consisted of the same type of crimson water buffalo-like beast, and neither of these puppets had uttered a single word up to this point, seemingly content to allow the purple-armored puppet to speak on their behalf. However, the three-eyes puppet suddenly spoke for the first time. There's no need to meet their assault head-on, we just have to stall them for a while. I've already notified the others, and they'll assist those ghostly beings to kill the other intruders. Then come and reinforce us. The purple-armored puppet and two-headed puppet both nodded in agreement, making it seem as if the three-headed puppet was the true leader of the trio. The three-headed puppet made no effort to lower its voice, so not only did Mu Qing and the white-haired beauty hear it, it was clearly audible even Han Li, Yuan Yao, and Yen Li. Mu Qing adopted a peculiar expression while a deriding sneer appeared on the white-haired beauty's face. Hee, Sister Mu, seeing as they want to wait for some reinforcements, why don't we wait with them? The white-haired woman chuckled as she turned to Mu Qing. My thoughts exactly. We'll do as you say, Sister Lan. Mu Qing agreed with a smile. The white-haired woman nodded before withdrawing her hands into her sleeves, and the massive ghostly projection behind her hovered motionlessly in midair. Mu Qing also crossed her arms and stood completely still atop her golden flower. The two of them really did seem to be planning to wait. Meanwhile, the high-grade demon beast, as well as Han Li and the others, naturally stood still on the spot, having received no orders to attack. Hints of curiosity flashed through the eyes of the three puppets upon seeing this, but what the two women were doing played right into their hands, so they also merely remained on the spot with cold expressions on their faces. Weapon projections, winds, and streaks of spiritual light intertwined relentlessly in the air amid relentless strings of explosions. Shattered puppets and ghostly soldiers plummeted from the sky from time to time before disappearing into black mist amid a string of dull thumps. Meanwhile, the five-body integration stage powerful beings continued to engage in a tense standoff. The crimson-armored puppets clearly had the advantage in numbers and were more proficient in teamwork. Meanwhile, the armor profound ghosts were more powerful individually, and with the 8 ghost monarchs among their ranks, they were forcing the crimson-armored puppets back into retreat, seemingly having completely gained the upper hand. Thankfully for the crimson-armored puppets, the armored warriors on the 100 or so war carriages on their side were fighting without any fear of death, and the carriages themselves along with the beasts they were drawn by all possessed powerful abilities. Thus, they were able to combine their powers to ward off most of the ghost monarchs. Otherwise, the situation would have most likely been even worse for them. A contemplative look flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. The normal crimson-armored puppets moved quite slowly and clearly had lackluster reaction speed. These were only ordinary puppets with no spiritual sense imbued within them. In contrast, the armor profound ghosts that had been trained by the white-haired beauty were displaying their immense powers, lashing out with winds and all types of weapons to vanquish their enemies, and the opposing puppets were often either frozen into black blocks of ice or sliced into countless pieces by the blades of wind. The 8 armored demon monarchs were even more dominant. All of them had transformed into massive black armored ghosts that were over 100 feet tall with gigantic bull horns on their heads and sets of sinister menacing facial features. The puppets fought with all their might, only to be easily torn into shreds by these ghost monarchs. However, the 3 puppet generals paid no heed to this, as if the subordinates that were being destroyed were completely inconsequential. Meanwhile, the white-haired beauty and Mu Qing were naturally happy to maintain this standoff, seeing as their ghostly soldiers were annihilating the opposition. After a while, most of the crimson-armored puppets had been destroyed, as had all of the war carriages on their side. Conversely, a small portion of the more profound ghosts had disappeared, and the 8 ghost monarchs were also all riddled with wounds. A cold light flashed through the white-haired woman's eyes, and she turned around to glance at the other high-grade demon beasts, seemingly about to issue some kind of instruction. However, right at this moment, a burst of silent fluctuations erupted from deep within the mist, and the air in the area near Han Li and the others began to tremor and quake. This strange occurrence naturally drew everyone's attention. However, they could only tell that the sea of mist in the distance was tumbling and swirling violently, but they were unable to see through the mist and ascertain what was going on in there. Just as Han Li had also narrowed his eyes in bewilderment, a low buzzing sound swept toward them from the extremely far distance. A speck of white light flashed from afar, following which another earth-shattering roar rang out and a scintillating white sun appeared within the mist. The sun then expanded rapidly, illuminating almost the entire sea of mist with its incandescent light. The white light then receded, yet an unfathomable burst of spiritual pressure began to wreak havoc within the space with reckless abandon. Crap! Everyone had reflexively closed their eyes in the face of that brilliant sun, and as soon as they sensed that burst of fearsome spiritual pressure, all of them turned around and fled the scene without any hesitation, flying away from the mist. Hanli was also among the people fleeing the scene. He flapped his thunderstorm wings and disappeared on the spot as an arc of lightning. Meanwhile, Yuan Yao and Yan Li suddenly gathered together as gray mist surged around their bodies, and they flew away amid gusts of winds that they'd conjured up. As for the other high-grade demon beast, all of them were also scattering as quickly as they could. A rumbling thunderclap rang out from the distance, following which a white hurricane erupted into the air at the center of the sea of mist, as if it were a white true dragon rising into the skies. However, the pillar of wind then abruptly shattered in the face of that explosive thunderclap. Howling winds began to sweep forth in all directions, and the winds were so fearsome that they seemed to be threatening to tear this entire space open. Even though a restriction had been placed on this mist in advance, there was no way that it was able to withstand such fierce winds. As such, the sea of mist was completely swept away without being able to offer any resistance. When Han Li reappeared over 10,000 feet away and turned toward back to assess the situation, his heart abruptly jolted with shock. The dense sea of mist that had stretched for as far as the eyes could see now ceased to exist, and countless gusts of furious white winds had taken its place. The place that they'd been situated at before had been completely transformed into a world of howling winds with countless wind blades that were invisible to the naked eye surging through the air. This windstorm was extremely fierce. The puppets and ghostly soldiers that weren't able to get away in time were all swept up into these ferocious winds, and they were struggling with all their might to remain intact. However, the winds were simply too powerful to contend with, and after a series of explosions and howls of anguish, almost all of the puppets and in-armor profound ghosts were instantly eradicated into nothingness. Only the 8 ghost monarchs still remained, resisting with all their might as black light flashed over their bodies, but their situation was also very dire. The white-haired beauty's expression darkened upon seeing this. All of a sudden, she let loose a sharp cry, and all 8 ghost monarch immediately let loose shrill cries of their own to resonate with her. They then barely managed to transform into balls of black light before hurtling toward the same spot. Brilliant black light erupted, and the 8 balls of light combined into one. Ripples then ran along the surface of this ball of light, following which it transformed into a gargantuan ghost that was several hundred feet tall. As soon as this ghost took shape, it fled toward a certain direction, escaping the area encompassed by the vicious winds in just a few flashes before rushing directly toward the white-haired beauty as quickly as they could. At this moment, the 3 puppet generals were appraising the windstorm with contemplative looks in their eyes, seemingly in deep thought about something. All of a sudden, heavy footsteps sounded from deep within the gusts of wind. The ground tremored slightly with each and every step, and each successive step seemed to be heavier and closer than the last one. It was as if a colossal creature was making its way toward everyone, and it was doing so at an alarming speed. Everyone looked on at the windstorm with grave expressions on their faces. Moments later, a mountainous black shadow began to appear from within the gust of wind, and it only seemed to be expanding further as it progressed onward. The ferocious winds didn't have any effect on the black shadow at all, and after a hint of blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, an expression of enlightenment appeared on his face. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from within the howling winds, following which the black shadow leaped out of the windstorm, revealing itself to be a purple giant. It was none other than Di Shui's purple blood puppet. At this moment, the 2 crimson-robed figures were standing on its shoulders while a black-robed man stood atop its head. The black-robed man was none other than the most mysterious being among the 4 demon monarchs, Lu Zhu. The white-haired beauty was elated to see this, yet before she had a chance to say anything, green light suddenly flashed through the eyes of the 3 puppets in the distance, and the 3-eyes puppet exclaimed, "How did you 2 come out alive? Where's everyone else?" "Everyone else? You mean these things?" Lu Zhu said in an indifferent voice before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and 4 round objects suddenly tumbled down from above the purple blood puppet's head. Han Li focused his gaze on those objects to find that they were all crimson heads that were wearing strange helmets. "You killed all of them? That's impossible." The four of them are even more powerful than us three, and they had so many ghostly beings to assist them. The purple armored puppet was completely incredulous as he looked at the heads on the ground. If your true bodies were here, 7 golden mayfly tier beings really would pose a stern challenge, even for me. However, you're all merely puppets and you'd be lucky to be able to unleash even half of your power in your current state, so of course you're no match for me. Fellow Taoist Mu, fellow Taoist Lan, kill them all. Lu Zhu instructed with a sinister chuckle, and astonishing killing intent erupted from his body. The 3 puppets were all horrified to hear this, and one of them yelled, "Split up and run!" The 3 puppets then urged their steeds into action in unison, instantly transforming into 3 streaks of light of different colors that fled toward different directions. Following just a few flashes, they were already several thousand feet away. All of their steeds possessed strange movement techniques that were extremely fast. However, Lu Zhu and the others seemed to have a tacit understanding between them. The white-haired beauty let loose an unsettling chuckle before hurtling toward the purple-armored puppet as a plume of azure smoke, followed closely by the body integration stage gargantuan ghost, which flew through the air as a ball of black light. Mu Qing stomped a foot onto her golden flower, and a black formation of light appeared out of thin air, following which both she and her flower disappeared. In the next instant, she reappeared far closer to the twin-headed puppet than she was a moment ago. One of the crimson-robed figures let loose a long roar, and the purple blood puppet strode forward as purple and red flames erupted all over its body, covering a distance of over 1,000 feet with just a single stride, pursuing the 3 eyes puppet. Thus, all of the body integration stage beings disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only Han Li, Yuan Yao, Yen Li, and a dozen or so high-grade demon beasts. Right at this moment, Yen Li transmitted her voice to him. "Take this opportunity to get away, fellow Taoist Han. These demon beasts won't be able to stop you." Han Li remained completely expressionless upon hearing this, but he really was tempted to make a move. However, he then cast his gaze toward a certain direction, and what he saw there immediately made his heart sink. "Haha, you really are an extraordinary man, fellow Taoist Han." As expected, my concealment abilities weren't enough to fool you. A burst of hearty laughter suddenly erupted from empty space, following which golden light flashed and a golden figure appeared. It was none other than the golden ape, Jinling. Even though the ape was chortling in a raucous manner, it wore an extremely cold expression as it looked at Han Li. Yuan Yao and Yen Li's expressions changed in unison upon seeing this. They had spent many years in the Earth Abyss, so they were naturally well aware of just how powerful this golden ape was. The 2 of them were extremely confident in Han Li's abilities, but they knew that there was no way he'd be able to directly oppose a being at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage. With this ape present along with all of the other high-grade demon beasts, it would be impossible for him to get away. "I'm glad you're safe, Brother Jean. After we were separated in that ghostly mist, I was worried about you for a long while, but it appears my concerns were unnecessary. With your immense cultivation base, those ghostly beings never stood a chance," Han Li said in a calm voice. "I do have some self-preservation skills, but I can't compare with you, fellow Taoist Han. You were able to emerge from the mist as a spirit general that's very much worthy of my admiration," Jinling praised with a smile on its face. "I don't have such abilities. It was all thanks to fellow Taoist Yuan and fellow Taoist Yen that I was able to escape from this mist." Han Li replied with a shake of his head. "Those 2 may have certain methods to find their way out of this mist, but without Brother Han's assistance, they wouldn't have been able to deal with the powerful ghostly beings along the way," Jinling continued. Han Li merely smiled in response, and didn't say anything further. However, his mind was quickly scrambling. He was confident that his powers were not inferior to Jinling's, and even weighing those high-grade demon beasts into the equation, he was still confident that he had a 70% to 80% chance of getting away. However, that was only if he were to escape on his own. If he were to take Yuan Yao and Yen Li with him, then that probability fell to less than 50%. This was not a worthwhile risk for him to take. In any case, this infernal river was an extremely perilous and unpredictable place, so it was best to find another opportunity in the future. Thus, Han Li made his decision and began to chat with Jinling. Seeing as Han Li seemed to have no intention of getting away, the golden ape also relaxed a little, and the two of them engaged in a pleasant conversation as if they'd been good friends for many years. Just as they were conversing with one another, a ball of green light suddenly sped back toward them from afar. Mu Qing was standing atop her golden flower as she flew soundlessly through the air, and Han Li faltered initially upon seeing this, a little surprised that she was back so soon. But he then recalled back to the teleportation-like movement techniques that she'd unleashed in the past. And he was quickly enlightened. Following a few flashes, the ball of green light appeared overhead before fading to reveal Mu Qing's slender figure. "I pay my respects to my mistress." The golden ape immediately extended a respectful bow. "I'm glad you're safe, Jinling." An elated look appeared on Mu Qing's face at the sight of the golden ape. "It was all thanks to the protective treasures you bestowed upon me, mistress. Otherwise, there was no way that I could have managed to remain unscathed in the face of so many ghostly beings. In the end, I was only able to escape with assistance from Master Lu Zhu and Master Di Shui," the golden ape replied. That windstorm in the end was clearly fellow Taoist Lu Zhu's handiwork. "This is the first time I've seen him unleash a wind attributability," Mu Qing said in a slow voice, and there was a hint of unidentifiable emotion in her tone. "Master Lu Zhu's powers are indeed quite unfathomable, but it was exactly because of this that those puppets and ghostly beings were vanquished so easily," Jinling said in a slightly grim voice. "You're right. In a perilous place like this, the more powerful fellow Taoist Lu Zhu is, the better. Seeing as I've already taken care of my opponent, the others most likely won't take too much longer, either." Mu Qing nodded after a brief silence before casting her gaze into the distance. Coincidentally, in the instant that she raised her head, a speck of spiritual light flashed in the extremely far distance in the direction that she'd cast her gaze toward, following which a ball of black qi appeared and hurtled toward them. Moments later, the ball of black qi appeared before everyone like a shooting star before receding to reveal the white-haired beauty. The woman appeared to be completely unscathed, but her aura was slightly more feeble than when she'd set off, indicating that she'd expended quite a bit of magic power. She looked around before her brows furrowed as she asked, "Why aren't Lu Zhu and Di Shui back yet? With their abilities, I would have thought that they'd be the first ones to take care of their opponent." "I'm not sure of that myself. Perhaps they encountered some mishaps along the way." "Where are your 8 ghost monarchs, Sister Lan? Didn't they go with you to hunt down that puppet?" Mu Qing asked with a curious expression. The puppet self-detonated on the brink of death, and the 8 ghost monarchs were all severely damaged as a result, so I've stored them away into my inkcloud pouch for recovery. I really am getting rather worried about Lu Zhu and Di Shui, though. If you and I are the only ones remaining, there'd be no chance for us to secure the divine infernal river elixir. A concerned look appeared on the white-haired beauty's face. Mu Qing was just about to say something in response when a resounding boom suddenly erupted from a certain direction. That direction was none other than the one that Lu Zhu and Di Shui had departed toward earlier. Mu Qing and the white-haired beauty exchanged a glance upon hearing this earth-shattering commotion, and both of them could see their own surprise mirrored on one another's faces. Could it be? The white-haired beauty's brows furrowed with concern. However, before she had a chance to finish her sentence, a sharp screech suddenly rang out from the direction where the explosion had just taken place. As soon as Han Li heard this unbearable sound, his vision blacked out and he plummeted from the sky. Crap! Han Li almost immediately reacted by sealing off his sense of hearing, then activating his great development technique. However, what was quite astonishing to him was that this sharp screech completely disregarded his attempt to seal off his hearing, piercing directly into his spiritual sense anyway. The great development technique was indeed quite useful in such situations, but its activation had been cut off halfway by that sharp screech, so its effects were naturally severely hampered. Han Li's heart jolted with shock as he let loose a loud roar, unleashing the spirit-stunned thorn on himself to send a burst of searing pain piercing into his spiritual sense. As such, he was temporarily able to recover his clarity of mind and regain control over his own body. He then unleashed a layer of golden lightning around his body amid a loud thunderclap, then abruptly slammed his black and white palms together in front of his chest. 5 colored flames and gray light immediately erupted from his hands in unison, then intertwined with one another to form a dual-layered barrier of light that encapsulated his body. With these defensive measures in place, the effect that the sharp screech had on his spiritual sense was severely dampened, and he managed to right himself in midair again. However, he then caught sight of Yuan Yao and Yen Li, both of whom were still rapidly plummeting out of the sky, and they were going to crash heavily onto the jagged rocks down below very soon. Thus, he immediately made a grabbing motion toward them, upon which countless gray threads shot forth from within the gray light, instantly latching onto the two women before drawing them toward him. Han Li then expanded the flames and gray light emanating from his body to encompass the two of them as well, and a hint of color returned to their cheeks as they regained the ability to hover in midair again. At this moment, a string of dull thumps rang out from down below as the dozen or so high-grade demon beasts fell heavily to the ground, having been unable to withstand the effects of the sharp screech. All of the demon beasts possessed robust bodies, so falling from this height wasn't an issue at all for them. However, all of them had their hands pressed over their ears with all their might while they thrashed and rolled around in agony. All types of protective spiritual lights flashed erratically around bodies, but they seemed to be completely ineffective. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing this before casting his gaze toward the others. Jin Ling was situated beside Mu Qing, and the golden flower down below had conjured up a series of flower projections to shield them from the effects of the sharp screech. As for the white-haired beauty, she was enshrouded in a ball of winds and stood in a completely motionless manner, clearly also unaffected by the sharp screech. However, all three of them were looking on into the distance with intense, unblinking eyes as the screech was only growing louder, and an incredible phenomenon had appeared up ahead. A massive crimson insect projection had emerged up ahead, and it was so massive that it took up virtually the entire sky. It had a pair of inky black compound eyes that shimmered with a cold light, while a pair of semi-transparent wings flapped on either side of its body like a pair of light barriers. It appeared to be a fly that had been enlarged countless times. The debilitating screeching sound that had almost felled Han Li was coming from none other than the wings of that insect projection. As the projection rapidly flapped its wings, fluctuations that were visible to the naked eye were proliferating from them. They then seemed to have disappeared as they surged further through the air, but in reality they had turned into that sharp screeching sound that was clearly audible even from Han Li's location. Even from so far away, the sharp screech possessed such fearsome might. If they were situated right before the insect projection, there'd be no need for it to do anything other than flapping its wings to kill its enemies. However, this fly-like projection wasn't only flapping its wings. It was also blasting countless thick pillars of crimson light out of its compound eyes. These pillars of light rained down from above, virtually encompassing the entire space down below. Even though Han Li couldn't truly experience the might of these pillars of light for himself, they were still a formidable sight to behold, even from afar. Beneath the massive net constructed from these intertwining pillars of light, there were two beings evading these pillars of light with all their might. These two beings were each around 100 feet in size, but they were so tiny and insignificant compared to the gargantuan insect projection that they weren't immediately noticed. Blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes, and he immediately identified these two beings. One of them was the purple blood puppet, which had shrunk down drastically, while the other being came as a massive shock to Han Li. This was an inky black monster with 6 feelers extending from its head and 6 blade-like limbs. This being wasn't much smaller than the purple blood puppet, and its entire body was covered in steel-like strands of hard fur. Its 2 eyes were long and thin and shimmering with an eerie red light, while the 2 pairs of bird wings on its back were flapping rapidly. It was also a massive, strange insect. The insect and the purple blood puppet remained unaffected by the sharp screech, even though they were so close to the insect projection and they were flashing through the air like wraith-like apparitions. On many occasions, the pillars of red light seemed to have punctured their bodies, only for those to revealed as mere afterimages. As the purple blood puppet was taking evasive measures, it produced a massive axe and unleashed a relentless barrage of crescent axe projections. In contrast, the giant black insect was attacking with its 6 limbs, which were flashing through the air to unleash streaks of black light that resembled sharp spikes. Most of their attacks were vanquished by the red pillars of light, and even the ones that snuck through were kept at bay by a layer of invisible power. What is that? Could it be that it's a heavenly mayfly tier being? The white-haired beauty exclaimed as she stared at the insect projection. I'm actually more intrigued by fellow Taoist Lu Zu's true form. Mu Qing murmured as her pupils contracted. The white-haired beauty repressed her shock as a dark expression appeared on her face, and she said, "Now's not the time to be arguing about such trivial matters, fellow Taoist Mu. Heavenly mayfly tier beings are only second to true spirits within the mayfly race. If that thing is truly such a being, then none of us would be able to escape. Sister Lan, have you still not figured it out yet? That thing is just the projection of a heavenly mayfly tier being, and it must have been forcibly summoned here through the use of a secret technique by the puppet that Lu Zhu and Dixue were pursuing. As soon as this projection exhausts all of its power, it'll disappear. Lu Zhu and Dixue are clearly well aware of this, which is why they're merely doing all they can to stall for time," Mu Qing said in a calm voice. "A projection?" The white-haired beauty faltered upon hearing this before carefully appraising the gargantuan fly up ahead. Only after a long while did she heave a sigh of relief as she said, "That is indeed just a projection. It possesses only around a fifth of the power of a true heavenly mayfly. Furthermore, none of the actual being's spiritual sense had been imbued within this projection. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have been able to last so long. Even so, this thing's attacks are extremely powerful. If the puppet or Lu Zhu were to get hit by any one of those attacks, they'd be in real trouble. Of course, even though it's only a projection, heavenly mayfly tier beings are only second to true spirit beings, after all, so this is certainly not something we can contend with," Mu Qing sighed in a resigned manner. After ascertaining the nature of this projection, the two women naturally weren't going to charge into battle against it. They merely looked on from afar, patiently awaiting the moment that the power of the insect projection would run out. Meanwhile, Han Li listened to their conversation off to the side with a peculiar look in his eyes. The situation unfolding before their eyes naturally wasn't something that he could meddle in. At this moment, the white-haired beauty looked down at the high-grade demon beasts, which were still rolling around on the ground below, and her brows furrowed as she swept a sleeve downward. A swath of black light swept forth, instantly enshrouding all of those demon beasts within. The demon beasts immediately returned to their senses and finally stopped thrashing and writhing, but all of them were still completely feeble and unable to rise to their feet. However, the white-haired beauty showed no intention of doing anything else to help them as she turned toward the colossal insect projection again. It was just as Mu Qing had said, the devastatingly powerful insect projection suddenly began to radiate piercing red light a while later, then exploded into countless pieces amid a rumbling boom before finally disappearing without a trace. The pillars of crimson light raining down from above also instantly vanished. The strange black insect and purple blood puppet both heaved a massive collective sigh of relief before standing still on the spot to recover both their composure and energy. After a brief period of recuperation, both of them flew toward Mu Qing and the others. Moments later, the purple blood puppet and the black insect appeared in the air overhead. Even though they had determined well in advance that this insect was none other than Lu Zhu, both Mu Qing and the white-haired beauty were still staring at it with grave expressions. Crimson light flashed from the shoulders of the purple blood puppets, following which the two crimson-robed figures appeared. They'd been hiding within the puppet's body this entire time. Meanwhile, black light swirled around the black insect's body and it quickly shrank before adopting a human form. It was none other than Lu Zhu, except his black cloak had disappeared, thereby revealing his true appearance. Han Li's heart jolted with shock as he cast his gaze toward the man. Lu Zhu's facial features were mostly identical to that of a normal man, and he possessed quite a youthful face. However, he had a pair of green compound eyes that shimmered with a cold light, creating a very unsettling sight to behold. "It really is fellow Taoist Lu Zhu." The white-haired beauty heaved a long sigh of relief. "Was that ever in doubt?" Lu Zhu asked in a nonchalant manner as he hovered in midair with his hands clasped behind his back. "Brother Lu Zhu, seeing as you possess the body of a spirit insect, are you related in some way to the mayfly race?" Mu Qing asked. "The mayfly race? I originally hailed from that race. Are you satisfied with that response?" Lu Zhu replied with a faint smile. Both Mu Qing and the white-haired beauty's expressions both changed drastically upon hearing this. "So you knew of this place in advance, yet still intentionally led us to this place." The white-haired beauty's voice immediately cooled significantly. "I'm afraid that you've wrongly accused me here, fellow Taoists. I was aware that the mayfly race had a holy land, but at the time my cultivation base was far too pitiful to be informed of its specific location. After that, I stayed in the Earth Abyss for countless years, and I've been stuck at my current cultivation base for almost longer than I can remember. If I'd known that there was an entrance leading to this place from the Earth Abyss and wanted to plot against you from the beginning, why would I have delayed so long before leading all of you here? I really did unintentionally discover that this place could be accessed from the Earth Abyss through the Infernal River. But I truly had no idea that the mayfly race would send puppets to this place. According to my knowledge, the holy land of the mayfly race usually only opens up once every few thousand years, and it's only been several centuries since we were last here. I can only say that we were extremely unfortunate to have encountered these puppets under such circumstances. On top of that, if I were working with the mayfly race, why would I have only asked for puppets to be deployed to this place? I'm well aware of your abilities, and I'm certainly aware of the fact that those puppets would have been no match for you. Lu Zhu replied in a calm manner. Mu Qing and the white-haired beauty exchanged a glance upon hearing Lu Zhu's words. The two of them couldn't identify any holes in his logic, but both of them knew that he wasn't telling the truth somehow. It was just that they couldn't identify what exactly he had lied about. What do you think, fellow Taoist Dishui? Mu Qing suddenly turned to the two crimson-robed figures. The two of them had remained completely silent from the moment they'd reappeared on the shoulders of the purple blood puppet. The two crimson-robed figures exchanged a glance upon hearing this before one of them replied, I think Brother Lu Zhu is telling the truth. Even though Brother Lu Zhu isn't the one who spent the longest time among us in the Earth Abyss, he's definitely not the only who's been in the Earth Abyss for the shortest period of time, either, so if he wanted to plot against us, there really is no need for him to resort to these tactics. Could it be that two of you want to turn back now? We've already made the mayfly race our enemy. Would you two be willing to give up on the divine infernal river elixir after all that? The crimson-robed figure had completely sided with Lu Zhu. Mu Qing and the white-haired beauty couldn't help but exchange another glance upon seeing the crimson-robed figure's stance on the matter. A short while later, the white-haired beauty's expression eased, and she smiled as she said, Seeing as fellow Taoist Dishui believes in Brother Lu Zhu, we're also willing to do the same. However, if the mayfly race has already become aware of intruders in their holy land from our last visit here, why didn't they deploy more troops or send more actual golden mayfly tier beings to this place rather than station all these puppets here? In that case, it would have been very difficult for us to get away. That's quite simple. The mayfly race discovered our intrusion from last time, but they didn't know when we were going to come back again, so they could only station beings here that could permanently remain in this place. Even though this is the holy land of the maplefly race, normal beings of the race wouldn't be able to stay here for long. Otherwise, their cultivation bases would be severely damaged at best, and in worst-case scenarios they could even die here. If we'd encountered a true insect sea army, we'd be devoured until not a single shred of our bodies remained. Lu Zhu replied. The white-haired beauty shuddered upon hearing the words insect sea, and she forced a smile onto her face as she replied, There's no need to make such jokes, Brother Lu Zhu. The mayfly race may not be particularly renowned elsewhere in the spirit realm, but their influence in this area is not inferior to that of the major races of the spirit realm. They wouldn't deploy an insect sea army just to take care of a few body integration stage beings like us. A hint of fear also flashed through Mu Qing's eyes before she gave a calm analysis. Indeed, from what I've heard, even true spirits are fearful toward the insect seas deployed by the mayfly army. Conversely, unleashing insect seas is extremely taxing to the entire race, so they wouldn't do so unless the circumstances were extremely dire. I didn't think that the two of you would know so much about our mayfly race. Indeed, it would only take a single heavenly mayfly tier being to destroy all of us, so there's certainly no need to deploy an insect sea. That's enough on this matter for now. Let's get away from this place. It won't be a simple task for the mayfly race to deploy more beings to this place, and that process would take them at least several months. That's enough time for us to find the divine elixir, then return the way we'd come. We did suffer some severe casualties at the hands of those ghostly beings, but we've also slain many of the high-grade ghostly beings in the Infernal River, so the rest of our journey should be a lot smoother. By the way, how many more ghostly soldiers and puppets do we have at our disposal? Lu Zhu asked. I stored away as many puppets as I could when those ghostly beings attacked, but there are only just over 1,000 of them left, one of the crimson-robed figures replied. My situation is even worse. Not only were the ghost monarchs severely wounded by the puppet's self-detonation, all of them remaining profound ghosts were also destroyed by the wind attributability you unleashed. The white-haired beauty sighed. What are you saying, fellow Taoist Lon? Even though we agreed that you had to refine 8,000 profound ghosts, the purine chi I supplied to you was far more than enough to refine that number of ghostly soldiers, so you must have refined more than the 8,000 that were revealed, right? Now's not the time to be hiding such resources, Lu Zhu said as his expression darkened. The white-haired beauty faltered upon hearing this, and a slightly awkward look appeared on her face. I didn't think that you were aware of this, Brother Lu Zhu. Indeed, in order to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, I refined 500 extra profound ghosts. Even though that's not a lot, their individual prowess is far superior to that of normal in-armor profound ghosts. All right, even though there are still several more perilous places we must pass through during the remainder of our journey, those profound ghosts on top of what's left of the puppets should be enough to get us through to the finish line. I know that you may not fully trust me, but once we secure the divine infernal river elixir, we'll be able to split up and you can go wherever you please. However, I advise you not to try any little tricks before that. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning on you. A threatening tone crept into Lu Zhu's voice as he spoke. The other demon monarchs' expressions changed slightly, but none of them responded to his words as if they hadn't heard him in the first place. Lu Zhu didn't find their reaction to be strange in the slightest. He merely waved a hand through the air and said, "Let's go." He then transformed into a ball of black light that flew on ahead. The dozen or so high-grade demon beasts down below immediately followed suit. The two crimson-robed figures glanced at one another before sweeping their sleeves through the air in unison, summoning specks of black light from within. Those specks of black light then began to glow with spiritual lights of different colors before transforming into puppets of different shapes and forms. These puppets had clearly been carefully preserved by the two crimson-robed figures. Not only were they all in brand new condition, most of them were extremely intricately crafted. At this moment, the white-haired beauty also raised a hand to hurl forth a palm-sized black leather pouch, and the pouch rotated in midair before tipping itself over to expel a burst black winds. A group of black-armored ghostly soldiers then emerged from within those winds. These ghostly soldiers appeared to be quite similar in appearance to the in-armor profound ghosts from before, but they appeared to be more sturdy and also larger in stature. From a distance, they presented quite a formidable sight to behold. Go! The ghostly soldiers swept toward Lu Zhu as a swath of black mist under the white-haired beauty's command. Yuan Yao and Yen Li could only part with Han Li to follow the white-haired woman. At this moment, the puppet army also rose into the air and flew along at low altitudes with spiritual light of different colors enshrouding their bodies. The purple blood puppet led the way from the two crimson-robed figures still situated on its shoulders. Mu Qing glanced at Han Li with an indifferent expression before also flying away with her golden flower beneath her feet. Let's set off as well, fellow Taoist Han. Han Li turned to discover Jin Ling appraising him with a hint of a smile on its face, seemingly intent on staying with Han Li to monitor his actions. Thus, Han Li nodded expressionlessly before rising up into the air as a streak of azure light. The golden ape chuckled before following closely behind him as a streak of golden light. A few days later, in front of a cave in a set of grayish-white mountain ranges situated deep within the infernal river, there were several ghostly beings of different forms standing motionlessly on the spot. These ghostly beings were enshrouded under a layer of azure smoke, and among them were faint white shadows as well as massive skeletons that were several tens of feet tall. The white-robed ghostly woman who'd faced Han Li in battle once before abruptly departing was one of those ghostly beings. However, all of them were severely wounded, and their auras were extremely feeble. Even the ghostly woman that had proven to be a very troublesome opponent to Han Li was missing an arm, leaving her as an amputee. Standing at the very center of these ghostly beings was a puppet clad in a suit of crimson armor. This was one of the crimson-armored puppets deployed by the Mayfly race. From its outward appearance, this puppet was no different from the other normal crimson-armored puppets. However, The ghostly beings around it clearly all wore expressions of awe and veneration, seemingly rather fearful of it. The puppet stood in a stationary manner among the high-grade ghostly beings, appraising the dark cave before it with faint green light shimmering in its eyes. After a while, a long sigh sounded from deep within the cave, following which an elderly voice rang out. "Don't you think it's inappropriate for the mayfly race to be requesting for my help?" The ghostly beings all adopted serious expressions upon hearing this. The crimson-armored puppet replied, "I'm only doing this because I have no choice, Senior. The ones who have encroached upon our holy land are far more powerful than we'd imagined, and there are 4 of 5 of them that are even more powerful than our golden mayfly tier beings. Aside from myself, all of the puppets have been destroyed. I've already sent out a signal requesting for assistance, but it'll take at least half a year before reinforcements will arrive. By that time, those people would have most likely fled the scene well in advance. Seeing as you have some ties with our mayfly race, I can only request for your assistance, Senior." The crimson-armored puppet extended a respectful bow toward the opening of the cave. The agreement I made with your mayfly race was that I would only stay in your holy land for a while in order to rest and recuperate. I'm not pledging my allegiance to the mayfly race. I've already repaid any debts I owe you, and I even went out of my way to gather all of these high-grade ghostly beings to assist you on this occasion. Yet now you're asking me to fight for you in person? Don't you think that's gone too far?" The owner of the elderly voice harumphed coldly, and the entire cave tremored with his discontent. "Senior Jiang, I'm not familiar with the details of your agreement with our mayfly race, but with your unfathomable powers, taking care of those beings would be an extremely simple task for you. If you're really reluctant to eradicate them in person, then please allow me to borrow your 5-dragon chopper. That will suffice as well," the puppet replied. "The 5-dragon chopper is one of my most prized treasures. Why should I lend it to you? I paid a sufficiently heavy price to the elders of your mayfly race in order to enter the infernal river." The elderly man seemed to have recalled something in unsavory memory, and his voice cooled even further. The crimson-armored puppet didn't dare to push the elderly man any further. Instead, it suddenly produced an extremely intricate thumb-sized black vial before proposing, "Prior to my departure, the elders of our race bestowed upon me a small vial of in-water essence. I'm willing to offer this in exchange for your assistance, Senior." In-water essence. The owner of the elderly voice seemed to be quite stunned by this offer. The puppet was filled with renewed hope upon hearing the shift in the elderly man's tone, and it continued. "It takes over 100,000 years just for a tiny drop of this in-water essence to be formed, and not much of it can be found even in the entire spirit realm, making it an extremely rare treasure." A burst of black light swept forth from within the cave, wrenching the small vial from the puppet's grasp before drawing it into the cave. But the puppet made no effort to stop this. "This is indeed in-water essence. Looks like those old monsters in your mayfly race have got me wrapped around their fingers." The elderly man sighed in a resigned manner. "Then you've agreed to help me, Senior?" The crimson-armored puppet was ecstatic. "I have, but I've already made an agreement with the elders of your race to repress the In-Chi backlash of the space for your mayfly race. During recent times, the source the In-Chin in this place has been rather unstable, so I won't be able to leave this place. As such, I can only lend you my 5-dragon chopper," the elderly man replied after a brief hesitation. "Thank you, Senior. With the 5-dragon chopper, I'll be able to slay those intruders with ease," the crimson-armored puppet said in an elated voice. "All right, here's the treasure." The elderly man wasted no further time as a streak of silver light shot forth from within the cave, reaching the crimson-armored puppet in a flash. The puppet focused its gaze to find a mundane-looking silver chopper hovering before it. Aside from the fact that the surface of its blade was as smooth and bright as a mirror, there was nothing else out of the ordinary about it. "Senior, is this really the 5-dragon chopper?" The crimson-armored puppet picked up the chopper and carefully examined it with a hint of bewilderment in its eyes. "Hee, are you worried that I'm swindling you?" the elderly man chuckled coldly. The crimson-armored puppet hurriedly shook its head and tried to explain, "I wouldn't dare to think that, it's just that this chopper." However, right at this moment, the chopper tremored and flew out of its grasp, then hovered in midair before radiating brilliant silver light. Immediately thereafter, several clear dragon roars erupted from the chopper, following which 5 massive WIRM projections slowly emerged along its blade, presenting an intimidating yet spectacular sight to behold. I refined this 5-dragon chopper many years ago from the souls and remains of 5 immensely powerful WIRMs I'd slain while traveling on other continents. Back when it was first forged, it was immediately instated on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, and even now, it's still among the top few handful treasures on that spirit roll. The elderly man declared in a proud voice, "Apologies for my foolishness, Senior. I'll immediately return this treasure after I take care of those intruders." The crimson-armored puppet was ecstatic upon seeing the WIRM projections manifested by the chopper, and it immediately made a hand seal, following which the chopper disappeared up its sleeve as a streak of silver light. "I've already cultivated this treasure to be one with my soul, so even if you take it away from here, I can recover it at a whim. On top of that, you won't be able to make use of the treasure's full power, especially not in that puppet body of yours. I'll impart upon you a mantra for you to activate the power of your spiritual sense to control the 5-dragon chopper. Even though you won't be able to wield this treasure for long, it should be more than enough to take care of those intruders. However, if you choose to do this, the spiritual sense that you've infused into this puppet will be severely damaged. Are you sure you want to take this course of action?" the elderly man asked. Green eyes flashed in the puppet's eyes upon hearing this, and it quickly replied, "If we don't stop these outsiders, I'll be punished by the elders of our race even if I were to make a safe return. I'd rather take the risk and sacrifice this portion of my spiritual sense if required." "Good. Seeing as that's the case, I'll teach you the mantra right away." The elderly man chuckled before his voice trailed off. However, the crimson-armored puppet's eyes were flashing incessantly with rapt focus as if it were listening intently to something. After a while, the puppet exhaled before extending a final respectful bow toward the cave. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I must make haste, so I'll be taking my leave now." "Not so fast. Here's a vial of pills. Feed them to the other ghostly beings. As long as these ghostly beings can recover their powers, they'll be of assistance to you. The water essence you gave me is quite precious, so I'll throw in the pills to make it a fair trade." A gust of wind swept forth out of the cave, sending a white jade vial flying toward the puppet. The crimson-armored puppet was naturally ecstatic to see this, and it immediately stowed the jade vial away before bidding farewell to the elderly man in the cave again. The ghostly beings also departed in silence behind the puppet. Meanwhile, Luzu and the others were flying through the air above a forest filled with dead trees when a large horde of flying skeletons suddenly flew toward them from the forest down below. These skeletons appeared to be remains of some kind of insect beast. All of them had extremely large front limbs that were like pairs of massive bone blades, and their bodies were enshrouded in balls of yellow chi as they charged toward the army of puppets and ghostly soldiers. In order to conserve their magic power, Lu Zhu and the others refrained from engaging these insect skeletons in battle. Instead, the puppets and ghostly soldiers were deployed to face the oncoming enemies. Swaths of saber projections and sword chi hurtled through the air amid gusts of winds, quickly slicing these skeletons into countless pieces. However, a peculiar scene then ensued. Regardless of how severely damaged the skeletons were or how many pieces they'd been pulverized into, as soon as they fell into the dead forest, they'd be completely regenerated before flying up to join the fray again. It was as if they possessed immortal bodies. Han Li had also refrained from engaging in this battle, but his expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Thankfully, they still had many puppets and ghostly soldiers left. Otherwise, these skeletons would have been quite a nuisance to deal with. It was no wonder that Lu Zhu and the others had insisted on preparing so many puppets and profound ghosts before embarking on this journey. Thus, everyone flew onward while the puppets and ghostly soldiers kept these insect skeletons at bay, and it took them the better part of a day to finally fly out of this dead forest. After emerging from the forest, the insect skeletons were unable to continue regenerating, and they disintegrated into clouds of gray mist after their remains plummeted to the ground. The skeletons seemed to possess a certain level of intelligence as they immediately returned to the forest after witnessing the fate that befell that less fortunate companions, and that was Han Li quite amazed by this sequence of events. It appeared that this dead forest had to have some unique properties. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Zhu and the others were intent on forging ahead as quickly as possible, he would have been quite tempted to investigate the area. After flying onward for a while longer, a large black lake suddenly appeared up ahead. The surface of the lake was inky black and enshrouded under a layer of faint green mist. It was quite obvious that this was not the place for a picnic. However, Lu Zhu paid no heed to this as he flew on ahead, leading everyone directly into the mist without any hesitation. Not long after that, sounds of battle erupted within the mist once again. A month later, all of the puppets and ghostly soldiers had been completely eradicated, and everyone was greeted by the sight of a set of gray mountain ranges in the distance. That was their final destination. The Inbone mountain ranges where divine infernal river elixir could be found. At this point, there were barely even any high-grade demon beasts left aside from the demon monarchs. With Hanli and Jin Ling's powers, they were naturally still alive and well. Yuan Yao and Yan Li encountered perilous situations on several occasions during the journey, but Hanli had made an effort to look after them, so they managed to survive those ordeals with only minor injuries. At this moment, the group stopped around 50 kilometers away from the mountain ranges. The demon monarchs had gathered together to discuss something with grave expressions on their faces. Han Li was looking on at the mountain ranges up ahead with a heavy heart. The second half of the journey had not gone as he'd expected. He'd thought that, with how perilous the infernal river was, there would always be chances for him to get away from the demon monarchs. However, to his surprise, they did encounter some perilous situations along this stretch of the journey, but none that were able to draw the demon monarch away. Furthermore, Jin Ling seemed to have received some kind of instruction from Mu Qing, as the golden ape refused to leave Han Li's side. What was even more depressing to Han Li was that this golden ape was also proficient in some kind of spirit eye ability, so even if he were to unleash some kind of concealment technique, it'd be very difficult for him to escape its surveillance. Of course, if he wanted to escape on his own, he could still escape using his high zenith invisibility talisman. After all, as his magic power improved, the potency of the talisman had also been markedly enhanced. However, if he couldn't take Yuan Yao and Yan Li with him, then he wouldn't be able to eradicate the tracking marks planted in his body by the 4 demon monarchs. In that case, how far would he be able to get before he was simply caught again? Han Li looked on at the gray mountain ranges in the distance as he pondered his situation. According to Lu Zhu and the others, this so-called divine infernal river elixir could be found at the center of the mountain ranges. The demon monarchs hadn't disclosed what effects this divine elixir had, but for a being at the pinnacle of the body integration stage like Lu Zhu to risk his life just to secure this elixir clearly indicated how precious it was. However, seeing as this was the holy land of the Mayfly race, there were definitely going to be powerful restrictions around the source of the elixir, and it was most certainly not going to be an easy task to secure it. All of a sudden, Han Li discovered that the demon monarchs all seemed to be looking at him. All of them wore different expressions on their faces, and it seemed that they were engaged in a heated argument. Mu Qin was shaking her head emphatically while a cold light had appeared in Lu Zhu's eyes. The white-haired beauty wore an indecisive look on her face, while expressions of the crimson-robed figures remained a mystery to Han Li as their faces were enshrouded under layers of crimson light. Han Li's heart immediately sank upon seeing this. He didn't know what these demon beasts were talking about, but if the discussion involved him, then it definitely wasn't a good thing. Han Li forcibly repressed the unease in his heart as he cast his gaze toward the mountain ranges with a contemplative look on his face. After a long while, Lu Zhu's cold voice suddenly sounded. "Come over here, fellow Taoist Han. We have something we need you to do." Han Li pursed his lips and slowly flew over to them. "What do you need from me, senior?" Han Li asked as he cupped his fist in a salute. Lu Zhu was appraising Han Li completely expressionlessly, while both Mu Qing and the white-haired beauty wore rather strained expressions. "Please have a look at this, fellow Taoist Han." Lu Zhu suddenly raised a hand to offer up the black bead for Han Li's inspection. Han Li faltered upon seeing this object, and he felt that it was rather familiar, so he drew closer to get a better look at it. However, as soon as he focused his gaze on it, black light flashed from the black bead, and a thin beam of black light shot forth from it like lightning. Han Li's heart jolted as he immediately tried to take evasive measures, but the air abruptly constricted around him as if it had been turned into iron and steel, completely immobilizing him. Mu Qing and the white-haired beauty had just raised a hand each to unleash a restriction on him. Han Li's body was immensely powerful, but there was no way that he could struggle free of a restriction conjured up by two body integration stage beings at once. Thus, the beam of black light disappeared into his glabella in an instant. Black light flashed over Han Li's face, following which his eyes became completely vacant, and he no longer tried to resist. Arg! Yuan Yao and Yen Li were naturally extremely alarmed to see this. However, before the two of them had a chance to do anything, crimson light flashed in front of them, following which the two crimson-robed figures appeared. They then immediately plastered a crimson talisman onto each woman's shoulder, and those talismans instantly exploded, transforming into two plumes of crimson threads that enshrouded the two women in the blink of an eye. One of the crimson-robed figures then made a hand seal, and the crimson threads instantly disappeared into their bodies. Yuan Yao and Yen Li felt their bodies go numb before they lost control over their motor functions, but their consciousness were still fully alert. Their eyes were filled with fury and horror, yet they couldn't muster up any facial expressions, thereby giving them an extremely wooden appearance. My body control talismans can control all bodily functions, including even one's spiritual qi. You're both conscious, but you'll be forced to do my bidding as long as I don't remove these talismans, the other crimson-robed figure said in an indifferent voice. The two of them then swept their sleeves through the air, sweeping up the two women before flying into the distance. Following just a few flashes, they returned to where Yuan Yao and Yen Li had originally been situated. At this moment, Lu Zhu cast a series of incantation seals into the black bead in his hand while chanting something at the same time. Moments later, a low-ringing sound erupted from the bead and it flew out of his hand. It then embedded itself firmly into Han Li's glabella as if it had become his third eye. Black light flashed erratically over the surface of the bead, creating an extremely unsettling sight to behold. Lu Zhu was quite pleased with Han Li's current condition. This eyeball of a Ci-Li beast was something I obtained many years ago. Unfortunately, this treasure contradicts with the cultivation arts I'm using, so I couldn't fuse it into my body and I could only refine it into a captivation treasure. Brother Lu Zhu, this brat's cultivation base isn't very high, but he possesses a lot of strange abilities. Are you sure he's under your control? Fellow Taoist Mu and I have already given up on the treasure in the devilish tomb. We don't want anything to go wrong, the white-haired beauty asked as she looked at Han Li with a grim expression. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Lan, Ci-Li beasts are true spirit beings that can compare to the likes of true dragons. A captivation treasure refined using its law destruction eye is extraordinarily powerful, and even beings like you and I would be susceptible to its effects, let alone a deity transformation cultivator. If you don't believe in me, I can use the treasure on you so you can experience its power. We trust you, fellow Taoist Lu Zhu. It's just that I still think it's a real pity that we've had to give up on the treasure in the devilish tomb. In order to secure the treasure there, Big Sister Lan and I have made many preparations in advance, but that'll all go to waste now, Mu Qing sighed with a wry smile. The so-called devilish tomb is merely the burial site for a few powerful devils that unintentionally infiltrated the infernal river only to be slain by the elders of the Mayfly race at the time. Those devils did indeed possess incredible abilities. As for the treasures you're referring to, those should be their remains, some special parts of which may have attained spiritual nature after being nurtured for so many years by the Yin Qi in this place. However, those treasures can't compare to the divine elixir. Don't forget that if you consume the elixir, then apply it all over your bodies, the amount of world's origin Qi that you control will increase by several-fold. In that case, it really wouldn't be a pipe dream for us to further our cultivation paths. If we're lucky, we could even have a shot at ascending to the true immortal realm, Lu Zhu said with a rare hint of excitement in his voice. I understand all that, brother Lu Zhu, but one of the treasures in the devilish tomb is extremely important to me. Otherwise, why would I have spent so much time and effort recruiting Han Brat to my side? Mu Qing was still feeling a little forlorn. Regardless of how important those treasures are to you, we have to employ some special methods if we want to secure the divine elixir before the Mayfly race reinforcements get here. Only through doing this will we be able to break the restriction as soon as possible and lure the infernal lightning beast away. Alternatively, do you want to give up on the divine elixir for the treasures in the devilish tomb instead? Lu Zhu asked in a cold voice. There's no way I'd give up on the divine elixir. If I had to make a sacrifice, then it'll have to be the treasures of the devilish tomb. Mu Qing made up her mind in the end. Good. Besides, getting Han Brat to lure the infernal lightning beast away isn't imposing on him a sure death sentence. If he survives, you'll still have a chance to go and secure the treasures of the devilish tomb. One of the crimson-robed figures chuckled. Humph, you and I are both aware of just how fearsome infernal lightning beasts are. He really will be extremely fortunate if he could survive after luring away that beast. By the way, didn't we only discuss restricting Han Brat earlier? Why have you also restricted the two girls who accompanied fellow Taoist lands here? Mu Qing harumphed coldly before turning to the expressionless Yuan Yao and Yen Li. Don't be alarmed, Sister Mu. I transmitted my voice to Di Shui asking him to control these two. That Han Brat won't be able to protect the two girls any longer after luring the infernal lightning beast away, so it might be rather dangerous to have them running around on their own. Furthermore, the pure yin qi in the bodies of those two girls can assist me in refining the divine elixir. The white-haired beauty explained in a nonchalant manner. Mu Qing fell silent upon hearing this. Seeing as all three of them have been restricted, let's act according to the plan. We'll break this restriction together, then get Han Brat to unleash his divine devil-bane lightning in order to lure that infernal lightning beast away from the divine pond. After that, we'll be able to secure the divine elixir with ease, Lu Zhu said. Infernal lightning beasts are extremely fearsome creatures. Will divine devil-bane lightning really be enough to lure it away? What if that fails and we only end up aggravating the beast instead? The white-haired beauty asked in a cautious manner. Infernal lightning beasts love to devour lightning, and divine devil-bane lightning is one of the 5 divine lightnings of the spirit realm. How could it possibly be willing to ignore such alluring bait? Lu Zhu was clearly quite confident in his plan. I see. I'm feeling a lot more confident and assured now. The white-haired beauty nodded in response. Di Shui then turned to the two crimson-robed figures and said, Fellow Taoist Di Shui, the final wall that we face will have to be broken down by you and you purple blood puppet. We refined this purple blood puppet for none other than this purpose. One of the crimson-robed figures chuckled. Lu Zhu merely nodded in response. After that, the demon monarch took close to an hour to discuss their strategy in detail, and after ascertaining that every single fine detail had been addressed, they flew toward the Gray Mountain ranges along with Jinling and the remaining high-grade demon beasts. Han Li, Yuan Yao, and Yen Li followed along like mindless puppets. A distance of close to 100 kilometers was naturally covered in virtually the blink of an eye for demon monarchs like them. After entering the mountain ranges, the demon monarchs' expressions all became quite grave as they continuously surveyed their surroundings in an extremely cautious manner. However, this stretch of the journey was remarkably smooth. They didn't encounter so much as a single ghostly being, and 2 hours later, they had passed through a small portion of the mountain ranges. Thus, they arrived in a massive basin. This basin was several tens of kilometers wide, and it was surrounded by undulating gray mountains. The basin at the center of these mountains was enshrouded under a barrier of black light. This light barrier was extremely dark, making it impossible for anyone to glean the situation beyond it. Lu Zhu and the others paused in midair as they began to carefully appraise this light barrier. It's a good thing that we destroyed most of the ghostly beings here last time we were here. Otherwise, I don't think that part of our journey would have been so smooth, Mu Qing murmured. But we were taken by surprise by the infernal lightning beast in the restriction, and fellow Taoist Zhu, unfortunately, fell here as a result. That mature infernal lightning beast truly was very fearsome. One of the crimson-robed figures sighed. Let's get started. We'll destroy a small section of this profound light barrier to lure out the infernal lightning beast, and after that we'll have to rely on you to conceal us, fellow Taoist Mu Qing. Lu Zhu said in a grave voice. As long as I don't have to attack and can focus wholeheartedly on maintaining the concealment formation, there's no way that the infernal lightning beast will be able to discover our presence. However, this formation is very taxing on my magic power and spiritual sense, so I won't be able to keep it going for long. We have to get that Han brat to lure the beast away as quickly as possible, and as far away from this place as he can. Mu Qing replied with a solemn expression. I'm aware of this. I'll be giving Han brat a flying treasure from my collection to enhance his speed. Fellow Taoist Dai Shui, plaster a few of your talismans on him. Fellow Taoist Lan, give him your all-encompassing flag as well, Lu Zhu said in a confident manner. A hint of reluctance appeared on the white-haired beauty's face upon hearing this. Are we really giving the all-encompassing flag to him? It's not a divine spirit treasure, but in terms of defensive properties, it's superior even to some divine spirit treasures. If some kind of mishap occurs, you should be aware of this by now. The safest situation for us will be one in which Han brat manages to stall the infernal lightning beast for as long as possible. You can just recover the flag after all is said and done. You're the only one among us with a treasure of this nature, which can offer superb protective properties without the need for much magic power expenditure and complex mantras. Lu Zhu said with furrowed brows. All right. Looks like I have no choice, then. After a long, lengthy hesitation, the white-haired beauty finally rubbed her hands together in a dejected manner, following which a ball of white light erupted, and a small silver flag emerged. The flag was shimmering with light and its faces were riddled with runes. Even at first glance, one could easily tell that this was an extraordinary treasure. The white-haired beauty wasted no further time with words as she pointed a slim finger at the flag. The flag then immediately flew toward Han Li as a streak of silver light. The eyeball situated on Han Li glabella flashed at Lu Zhu's behest, and he swept his sleeve through the air in a wooden manner, sending forth a burst of gray light that swept the silver flag up into his sleeve. After that, he stood motionlessly on the spot once again, and his expression remained completely unchanged throughout this entire process, as if he really did possess no sentient will. Immediately thereafter, crimson light flashed behind him, and one of the crimson-robed figures abruptly appeared before raising a hand. A few muffled thumps rang out as the crimson-robed figure plastered a dozen or so talismans onto his body in rapid succession. Crimson light instantly radiated from Han Li's body, and his aura became significantly more powerful. Almost at the exact same moment, Mu Qing slowly rose up into the air before descending upon an obscure location nearby. The golden flower disappeared in a flash, and her 2 feet landed on the ground below. All of a sudden, the shoes on her feet spontaneously combusted, revealing a pair of fair and delicate feet amid a ball of white flames. She then swept her sleeves gracefully through the air, and countless specks of light flew forth from within, then disappeared into the nearby space. Immediately thereafter, a black light formation appeared before disappearing without a trace after a few sporadic flashes. An incredible turn of events unfolded thereafter. Mu Qing began to chant something in a delightful voice, and her feet suddenly turned into an azure color, morphing into thick tree roots before this transformation quickly worked its way up her legs. In virtually the blink of an eye, Mu Qing had transformed into a tree trunk from the waist down, and the tree roots that were once her feet had embedded themselves over 100 feet deep into the ground. Countless trees and wildflowers suddenly sprouted from the barren ground around them. Those flowers instantly blossomed, creating a patch of paradise amid this bleak land. The black light formation appeared on the ground again, and every single flower, tree, and blade of grass was perfectly encompassed within the light formation, without any plan overstepping those boundaries. Green spiritual light flashed, and Mu Qing disappeared along with the plants that had sprouted around her. Lu Zhu immediately swept his spiritual sense toward Mu Qing's location upon seeing this, and his eyes immediately lit up in response to what he discovered. Good. Your concealment formation really is quite extraordinary, fellow Taoist Mu. As long as the infernal lightning beast doesn't focus its search on this specific area, there's no way that it'll be able to find us. Lu Zhu then waved a hand and flew toward the green light barrier, followed closely by the 2 crimson-robed figures, the purple blood puppet, and the white-haired beauty. Green light flashed, and all of them disappeared into thin air, leaving Han Li standing alone on the spot. Moments later, the black bead on his glabella flashed, and he slowly flew into the air above the black light barrier. After that, he remained hovering completely motionlessly in midair, completely out in the open. The demon monarchs concealed under the restriction each produced a crimson saber. The short sabers were no more than 3 feet in length and their design was quite peculiar. Following an instruction from Lu Zhu, the demon monarchs quickly injected their demonic power into their crimson sabers. Brilliant crimson light flashed and tremored like a series of blood vipers writhing in the air. The crimson sabers began to emit a low ringing sound and the demon monarchs were ready for the next step. Everyone failed to notice that the puppet-like Han Li suddenly moved his hand surreptitiously within his sleeves. In one hand, a silver talisman appeared amid a flash of silver light, while 7 or 8 azure beads had rolled soundlessly into his other hand. Han Li hadn't actually lost control over his consciousness and he'd actually retained his sentient will. However, at this moment, he was rapidly contemplating his situation in a conflicted manner. Back when Mu Qing and the others had immobilized him, thereby forcing him to accept the black bead that flew into his body, he'd thought that he really was in deep trouble. However, much to his surprise and elation, the black bead only caused his consciousness to fade for a split second before it was completely engulfed by the law destruction hidden in his glabella. Thus, his consciousness returned, and Han Li himself had initially also been rather perplexed about this. Only after hearing from Lu Zhu that this black bead was the law destruction eye of a Ci-Li beast did he realize what had happened. He already possessed a law destruction eye of his own, so it naturally wasn't strange that his law destruction eye was capable of nullifying and absorbing an ability unleashed by a treasure of the same nature. There was nothing wrong with Lu Zhu's plan, nor his execution, but never would he have thought that Han Li would possess a law destruction eye of his own. After a brief period of contemplation, Han Li decided to go along with what they were doing, pretending to be under their control while searching for an opportunity to free himself. However, he was stunned to hear that they were going to use him as bait to lure away some infernal lightning beast. It was the first time that Han Li had heard such a name, but the demon monarchs were clearly all extremely fearful of this beast, and that was more than sufficient indication of how fearsome that thing had to be. He naturally didn't want to act as bait to draw away such a dangerous creature, but if he were to do anything that went against Lu Zhu's will, they'd immediately realize that he wasn't actually under their control. Seeing as they had a captivation treasure like the eye of the Ci-Li beast, they almost definitely had other treasures and secret techniques that they could use to control Han Li's spiritual sense, and he may not be so lucky next time. Even though he could use his provenance true devil arts to lock his spiritual sense away deep into his soul, the demon monarchs could destroy his soul out of sheer frustration, and that would be an even worse outcome for him. Han Li remained completely expressionless, but his mind was racing rapidly. At the same time, he was experiencing the immense spiritual power surging within his body. He didn't know what kind of talismans Di Shui had plastered to his body, but he suddenly felt his blood heat up and the spiritual power within his body instantly increased significantly. That was quite astonishing to Han Li. Even though these secret techniques that temporarily enhanced one's cultivation base often resulted in negative after effects, in this dire situation, it wasn't a bad thing to receive a power boost. At the very least, the benefits most likely outweighed the potential drawbacks. On top of that, the all-encompassing flag that had been given to him was most likely also quite an extraordinary treasure, as evidenced by the white-haired beauty to part with it. He didn't know if this treasure couldn't be refined or if the white-haired beauty had intentionally refrained from refining it, but it had no residual spiritual sense marks residing within it. White light flashed, and the small flag appeared in Han Li's palm. He then swept his spiritual sense toward it to find that it was extremely easy to use and he would most likely be able to easily unleash its powers. Seeing as Lu Zhu had asked the white-haired beauty to give him this treasure, it was quite clear that it would be able to at least be able to somewhat assist him in withstanding the infernal lightning beast's attacks. Otherwise, there would have been no need to even bother with something like this. With this treasure combined with the trump cards that he was carrying, it wouldn't be impossible for Han Li to escape from this infernal lightning beast. The infernal lightning beast was most likely not going to be an extremely fast being, thereby allowing him to open up some distance between it and himself. Otherwise, there would be no point in the demon monarchs using Han Li as bait if he were merely going to be chased down and killed in seconds. If he were to go against Lu Zhu's will and have his cover blown, even though there was a chance he'd able to escape, those tracking marks were a constant pain his backside. As such, it was better to take a risk and continue pretending to be under their control. As long as he could escape from the infernal lightning beast and separate himself from the demon monarchs, he'd be able to temporarily repress the tracking marks, thereby making it impossible for them to ascertain his location. After that, he could find an opportunity to rescue Yuan Yao and Yen Li. They were the keys to his freedom. Even though Han Li's face remained completely expressionless, he had finally made up his mind. Right at this moment, Lu Zhu and the others finally sprang into action. Following a low cry, the crimson sabers were all thrust forward in unison, blasting forth several thick pillars of crimson light that struck the black light barrier with ferocious might. It was quite clear that these crimson sabers had been prepared by the demon monarchs solely for the purpose of breaking this restriction. As soon as the crimson pillars of light struck the light barrier, it created imagery much like stones being hurled into still water. The entire light barrier suddenly began to ripple and emit a faint ringing sound. All of a sudden, a low beastly growl erupted from within the light barrier, followed by a string of explosive thunderclap that was drawing closer and closer. Lu Zhu's expression darkened, and he quickly withdrew his crimson saber as he yelled, "That thing's coming! Stop!" The other demon monarchs also hurriedly withdrew their attacks. Almost at the exact same moment, Mu Qing's crimson saber disappeared in a flash, following which she made a hand seal. Green light flashed from her tree-like lower body, and she activated the formation underfoot. An enormous burst of invisible power erupted, completely concealing their auras. From a distance, it appeared that there was nothing there. At this moment, black light flashed from Han Li's glabella, and he received another instruction from Lu Zhu through the Law Destruction Eye. Han Li rubbed his hands together in a wooden manner, and a loud thunderclap erupted as a layer of golden lightning surfaced around his body. He then rustled a sleeve to send the small silver flag flying through the air. Without requiring any hand seals or incantations, the flag immediately transformed into black and white spiritual chi that surrounded Han Li, forming a series of yin-yang projections of different sizes. At the same time, Han Li's thunderstorm wings appeared on his back, and he spread them open, preparing to fly away at any moment. All of a sudden, silver light flashed from the surface of the black light barrier, and the barrier was suddenly torn apart by a bolt of silver lightning that was as thick as a water tank. The arc of silver lightning then circled around in the air, and there seemed to be something lurking within it. Before Han Li had a chance to get a good look at it, Lu Zhu's urgent instruction was transmitted directly into his spiritual sense, asking him to flee with all his might. Han Li immediately spread open his wings upon receiving this instruction, and he disappeared amid a gentle breeze. Only then did the arc of silver lightning recede to reveal a black demon beast that was around the size of a horse. The beast's outward appearance was quite similar to that of a wolf, but its back was covered in scales, and it had a single silver horn growing on its head. Its eyes were golden in color, and there were 4 thick arcs of silver lightning revolving around its body. This was none other than the infernal lightning beast that Lu Zhu and the others had been so fearful of. It didn't appear to be all that vicious, but as soon as it appeared, its eyes were immediately drawn to Han Li, who had already fled to several thousand feet away. In fact, it had been drawn to Han Li's divine Devilbane lightning. A hint of scorching yearning appeared in the infernal lightning beast's eyes as soon as it caught sight of the golden arcs of lightning around Han Li's body, and after assessing its surroundings to ensure that nothing was amiss, it let loose a low snarl. Then crouched down before springing forth as an arc of silver lightning. The beast had unleashed some kind of secret technique to blast arcs of lightning out of its limbs to drastically enhance its speed, and after just a few flashes, it was close to reaching Han Li. Han Li didn't turn around to look behind himself, but he could sense the ferocious beast approaching him from behind. His heart constricted as he cussed internally. This beast was most likely only lacking in speed in the eyes of the demon monarchs. For Han Li, its speed was definitely quite staggering. As such, he didn't dare to hold back any longer. His snowy white wings suddenly began to emit 5-colored spiritual light, and after a single flap, Han Li transformed into a translucent 5-colored thread that disappeared into space. When he reappeared out of thin air, he covered an extremely long distance, and he wasn't much slower than the infernal lightning beast behind him. Thus, the two of them sped away into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A short while later, green light flashed, and the demon monarchs reappeared. "We have to make haste," Han Brat won't buy too much time for us, so let's take care of this restriction as quickly as possible. The demon monarchs brandished their crimson sabers again as they resumed their assault against the light barrier. On this occasion, the pillars of crimson light that shot forth instantly transformed into a series of crimson WIRMs, and this wave of attacks was clearly far more powerful than the previous ones. At the same time, a massive insect projection appeared above Lu Zu's head. The projection opened its mouth before blasting forth a pillar of black light, and the purple blood puppet also swelled to several times its original size at the crimson-robed figure's behest. Mu Qing instantly reverted back to her human form again, before also swinging her crimson saber through the air, unleashing several streaks of crimson light that combined to form a massive saber projection, which hurtled directly toward the light barrier. The pillars of crimson light created violent ripples over the surface of the black light barrier, causing it to flash erratically. Within moments, the purple blood puppet had already swelled to around 10,000 feet tall, and it was like a mighty deity as it summoned its massive purple axe, then swung it down toward the black light barrier with ferocious might. A series of rumbling booms akin to thunderclaps erupted as countless axe projections struck the same spot on the light barrier. As for the white-haired woman, she was only injecting her power into her crimson saber with all her might without unleashing any additional abilities. The restriction barrier was extremely powerful, yet it was still unable to withstand the combined attacks from so many body integration stage beings. As such, a hole with a diameter of over 100 feet was blasted into its surface, and even though the hole immediately began to seal itself, there was more than enough time for the demon monarchs to pass through. I'll stabilize this opening with a secret technique. Lu Zu was ecstatic, and he immediately unleashed 8 balls of blue light that expanded drastically as they flew through the air. These were 8 blue pillar treasures, and all of them disappeared into the opening at once. An incredible scene ensued. Blue light flashed, and the opening transformed into a square passageway that was paved with blue crystalline stones as if they'd been embedded into the light barrier. I'll be going on ahead, everyone. Lu Zu chortled before entering through the opening as a streak of black light. The 2 crimson-robed figures glanced at one another before one of them leaped down onto the ground while the other stomped a foot onto the purple blood puppet's shoulder. The puppet rapidly shrank down to only several tens of feet in size, then entered the black light barrier with the other crimson-robed figure. For some reason, the 2 decided to leave one of them behind outside the light barrier. The white-haired beauty faltered slightly upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Mu Qing swept her sleeves through the air, and countless specks of light flew toward her from all directions before disappearing into her sleeves. She had cleaned up everything that had been used to set up that concealment restriction. Sister Lan, are you going to go in with your 2 disciples? Even though the infernal lightning beast has been lured out, who knows what other dangers could lurk in there? With their lowly cultivation bases, there's a good chance that they could perish in there. Jinling, you can stay out here. Mu Qing issued a few cautionary words to the white-haired beauty, then delivered an instruction to the golden ape before also flying into the passageway with her golden flower beneath her feet. Jinling bowed in response and remained on the spot as it was told. However, the white-haired beauty's brows furrowed as she cast her gaze toward the puppet-like Yuan Yao and Yen Li. A cold smile then appeared on her face as she murmured to herself, "I'd be even more worried if I were to leave them outside. You two, come with me." She made a hand seal to release a gust of gray-een winds which swept up the 2 women before she entered the passageway. Thus, there were only a few beings left behind outside the light barrier. Let's guard this entrance here for now. If everything goes smoothly, they should be able to return with the divine elixir soon. The crimson-robed figure who had stayed behind suddenly said to Jinling, "I certainly hope that to be the case. Well, I'll be following your orders here, senior." Jinling was acting in a very respectful manner in the presence of the crimson-robed figure. "Hee, you must be wondering if I'm the true Di Shui or merely an avatar," the crimson-robed figure chuckled. "Surely you jest, senior. My mistress has told me in the past that you're capable of splitting up your soul so both bodies could be said to be your true body and both could be said to be avatars as well, so there's no difference between the two," Jinling replied calmly. The crimson-robed figure faltered slightly upon hearing this before chuckling to himself, "Fairy Mu sure knows about me." At this point, there were still 3 high-grade demon beasts remaining outside the light barrier aside from Jinling and Di Shui. All three of those demon beasts had adopted their human forms and were standing not far away from the two of them. The crimson-robed figure cast his gaze toward these three demon beasts, and he was just about to say something when his pupils suddenly contracted. His hand shot forth like lightning before making a grabbing motion toward a nearby spot in the air without any premonition. A massive crimson hand that reeked of blood and gore appeared in the air above that patch of space, then swelled to around an acre in size before crashing downward with ferocious might. A streak of silver light flashed through the air, and the massive crimson hand was sliced into two amid a resounding boom. A humanoid figure then swayed nearby, and a crimson-armored puppet appeared amid a flash of silver light, appraising the crimson-robed figure and the others in an expressionless manner. "Is that a puppet from the Mayfly race?" Jean Ling was rather surprised to see such a being appear here. "Be careful. This is not an ordinary crimson-armored puppet. A powerful being from the Mayfly race has imbued some of their spiritual sense into this puppet," the crimson-robed figure cautioned in a grave voice. That attack that he had just unleashed wasn't a particularly powerful one, but he was still very surprised to see it being dismantled with such ease. He narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze on that streak of indistinct silver light. The silver light was extremely blurry, and even he couldn't see what was lurking within it. That was slightly alarming to him, and he didn't dare to look away from that silver light even for a single instant. Jean Ling's heart also jolted with shock upon hearing the crimson-robed figure's words of caution and seeing the grave expressions on his face. As such, it also focused its gaze on the crimson-armored puppet. Using its spirit eye ability, it was able to do what the crimson-robed figure couldn't, and identified the object within the silver light. It was a faint silver WYRM that was circling around in mid-air, creating quite a mysterious spectacle. Jean Ling's brows furrowed upon seeing this. It was unable to identify what kind of weapon this was, but it had to be something like a sword or a saber for it to be able to slice through the crimson-robed figure's attack so easily. "You must be one of the Mayfly race puppets that got away, right? Seeing as you were able to escape, why didn't you hide somewhere until we were gone? Are you seeking an early death by coming out to face us here? In that case, I wouldn't mind granting your wish and sending you on your way," the crimson-robed figure chuckled coldly. If we weren't battling you in our puppet bodies, do you really think you'd be able to defeat us? In any case, none of that matters anymore. Aside from your group here, everyone else seems to have entered our divine pond. Looks like I'll be able to trap all of you here and kill you in one fell swoop," the crimson-armored puppet said in a cold voice. "You think you can kill all of us on your own?" The crimson-robed figure chuckled at the absurdity of that notion. "That's right. With this 5-dragon chopper, none of you will able to escape from this place alive." The crimson-armored puppet suddenly raised a hand as it spoke. All of a sudden, a loud dragon roar erupted as a silver chopper that was bright and smooth as a mirror came flying down from above before landing in the puppet's grasp. 5-dragon chopper? I seem to recall this treasure from somewhere. The crimson-robed figure stared at the chopper with furrowed brows. "Is that so? None of that matters, as you'll all be perishing to this treasure soon anyway." The crimson-armored puppet seemed to be unwilling to waste any more time with words as it raised its saber-wielding hand, then slashed it through the air. Jean Ling and the crimson-robed figure reflexively shot forth through the air to take evasive measures upon seeing this. At this moment, 3 chopper projections suddenly appeared in midair, but they were targeting the distance beyond the golden ape and the crimson-robed figure. The 3 high-grade demon beasts in that direction had also adopted defensive measures, but the projections were simply too fast for them to evade, and too powerful for them to withstand as their bodies were sliced in half before any of them could even utter a single sound. After that, the 3 chopper projections abruptly disappeared in a flash. Jean Ling and the crimson-robed figure were both stunned to see this, and Jean Ling attempted to fly into the distance while the crimson-robed figure swept his sleeves through the air to summon clouds of crimson mist. However, the crimson-armored puppet merely stood on the spot with a derisive sneer on its face while slashing its chopper through the air several more times. For chopper projections came crashing down toward its 2 opponents in unison. The projections didn't appear to be traveling very quickly, but they reached the 2 of them in the blink of an eye. Jean Ling's expression changed drastically upon seeing this as he shrugged his shoulders, following which the 2 short swords he was carrying on his back flew toward the 2 chopper projections as rapid streaks of light. The two short swords were then instantly sliced in half before plummeting from the sky as 4 segments. The two projections then continued onward, seemingly having remained completely unobstructed by the two short swords they'd cut down. Jinling's heart jolted with alarm as its body blurred on the spot. A chopper projection flashed past, and the golden ape's body was immediately sliced in half, but its remains quickly disappeared, revealing that body to be a mere afterimage. Golden light then flashed over 100 feet away, and Jinling re-emerged from thin air. However, as soon as it revealed itself, the other chopper projection was already hurtling toward it, and the timing was so unerringly accurate that Jinling had no chance to evade. Thus, its head was sliced off, and its headless body swayed before plummeting from the sky. Meanwhile, the crimson-armored puppet made a grabbing motion toward the silver chopper in its other hand, and a ball of green flames emerged, within which was trapped a miniature golden monkey with a horrified look on its face. The crimson-armored puppet chuckled coldly as silver light flashed from the surface of the chopper, and the miniature monkey let loose a cry of anguish before disintegrating into nothingness within the green flames. Only then did the crimson-armored puppet turn its gaze toward the other direction. There, the crimson-robed figure had released a vast expanse of blood mist that encompassed roughly an acre of area around his body. The two chopper projections were whizzing through the air like a pair of lethal weapons, but the crimson-robed figure had been able to evade them so far, albeit with difficulty. Green light flashed within the puppet's eyes, and it harumphed coldly before suddenly tossing its chopper up into the air. Brilliant silver light instantly erupted from the chopper as countless chopper projections shot forth through the air, and on this occasion, even the crimson-robed figure was greatly alarmed. He immediately hurtled toward the nearby blue passageway, having clearly realized that the saber-wielding opponent was not someone that he could oppose. However, unbeknownst to the crimson-robed figure, the 5-dragon chopper was only truly beginning to bare its fangs now. The crimson-armored puppet made a hand seal, and all of the chopper projections in the air suddenly disappeared. A loud thunderclap then erupted from the silver chopper itself before it transformed into 5 WRMS of different colors. All of them circled around in the air before transforming again into 5 massive translucent blades, then disappearing on the spot in unison. In the next instant, the 5 massive blades appeared directly over the opening of the blue passageway before descending downward, heading directly toward the cloud of blood mist that had only just made it to the entrance as well. The crimson-robed figure's expression changed upon seeing these giant blades, and brilliant crimson light erupted from its body as it prepared to unleash another ability. However, right at this moment, the 5 giant blades suddenly twisted outward before disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, they appeared at the edge of the cloud of blood mist like 5 massive doors, emitting a vast expanse of 5-colored light. The 5-colored light swept the crimson cloud aside without any impediment, and a horrified look finally appeared on the crimson-robed figure's face. He didn't have time to unleash any other secret techniques, so he could only hurriedly sweep his sleeves through the air while opening his mouth at the same time. A small azure shield, a thin crimson veil, and a round bowl were blasted forth at once. The 3 treasures were radiating scintillating light, and it was quite apparent that they were all extraordinarily powerful treasures. As soon as they were unleashed, they transformed into 3 barriers of light of different colors, shielding the crimson-robed figure within. After doing all that, the crimson-robed figure abruptly inhaled before expelling a few mouthfuls of blood essence, then raised a hand to summon a purple talisman. The talisman disappeared into the ball of blood essence in a flash, following which the ball exploded to form a cloud of blood mist that settled over the crimson-robed figure. Immediately thereafter, a suit of purple armor surfaced over his body. This suit of armor was extremely intricately crafted, and there were arcs of electricity crackling over its surface, making it appear as if it were some kind of ethereal, otherworldly treasure. At this moment, the 5-colored light had brushed aside the cloud of blood mist and reached the crimson-robed figure. Following a few crisp cracks, the 3 protective light barriers that had been set up were also shattered in quick succession before the 5-colored light crashed heavily into the crimson-robed figure's body. The purple suit of armor flashed with brilliant light, and it finally kept the 5-colored light at bay. But only for a split second. In the next instant, the 5-colored light began to revolve around the suit of armor, and it was sliced in half at the waist. The crimson-robed figure possessed countless abilities, but none of them stood a chance against this seemingly unstoppable streak of five-colored light. A hint of despair flashed through the crimson-robed figure's eye as over 100 talismans and a dozen or so treasures of different forms erupted from his body. However, his last-ditch efforts proved to be futile in the end, and all of these objects were pulverized in mere moments by the five-colored light. A blood-curdling cry rang out as the five-colored light completely inundated the crimson-robed figure, and not even his soul had been able to escape. A cold light flashed through the puppet's eyes upon seeing this, and it murmured to itself, "The main forte of the five-dragon chopper is its unmatched cutting power. It's nothing more than a laughable delusion to think that you can withstand its attack using those treasures." It then made a grabbing motion, and the five massive blades in the distance transformed into 5 WYRM projections before flying back toward it. In the end, the 5 WYRM projections converged overhead to form that shimmering silver chopper again, then descended from above. A hint of elation flashed through the crimson-armored puppet's eyes, and it raised a hand to catch the chopper, but the light in its eyes suddenly dimmed and its body swayed unsteadily as it almost tumbled out of the sky. Thankfully, it managed to right itself amid a flash of spiritual light, but a resigned look appeared in its eyes. It heaved a faint sigh before catching the silver chopper in its grasp again. It gently swept a hand over the chopper's mirror-like surface, and a burst of ringing erupted from its blade. This treasure is indeed extraordinarily powerful, but the rate at which it exhausts my spiritual sense is just as staggering. Looks like I'll have to put an end to everything the next time I unleash its power, the puppet mused to itself with a contemplative look on its face. At this moment, ferocious winds were swept up in the distant sky. A vast expanse of dark clouds descended and suddenly encompassed most of the entire sky. Several high-grade ghostly beings descended amid gusts of winds before landing in front of the puppet. "Have you done everything I asked?" the puppet asked. "Rest assured, Master, we've set up everything required. As soon as you enter the Divine Pond, we'll immediately seal off the area using the formation. Even if someone manages to emerge alive from in there, they won't be able to immediately get away and we'll be able to trap them for some time," a zombie-like high-grade ghostly being replied in a careful manner. "Half of you come with me, the other half stay behind and take care of the formation. Those people have managed to divert one infernal lightning beast away, but what they don't know is that there's not just one infernal lightning beast guarding, but a couple instead, consisting of one male and one female," the crimson-armored puppet chuckled coldly. The zombie-like ghostly being seemed to possess a high level of intelligence, and it wore a hesitant look as it said, "Even though those infernal lightning beasts were left behind to guard this place by the elders of your mayfly race, we'd most likely be attacked by them as well, seeing as we don't carry any badges with us to grant us entry. Don't worry, those people went in ahead first, so the infernal lightning beast will attack them first. All you have to do is sneak over and land the killing blows when the opportunities present themselves. With this 5-dragon chopper alone, I wouldn't be overly optimistic about my chances. However, with this infernal lightning beast to assist me, it'd be strange if any of them could escape this place alive. As for the other infernal lightning beast, it's a pity that it was lured away, but had it not been for the fact that it had been drawn away, those people wouldn't have ventured into Divine Pond. It wouldn't be difficult to defeat them on the outside, but killing them all would be very difficult, but now..." The puppet chuckled in a sinister manner. All of the other ghostly beings immediately fell silent upon hearing this. A thought then suddenly occurred to the crimson-armored puppet, and it said, "Having said that, we can't just ignore the infernal lightning beast that was led away, either. We need to send people after it, and if that man it's pursuing is quickly killed or if something else happens to make it return in advance, then we have to be informed right away through our myriad distance talisman. Rest assured, Master, we've already sent White Ghost after them. She's the one who's most proficient among us in concealment and movement techniques, so she'll definitely be up to the task," the ghostly being hurriedly replied. "White Ghost? Is that the one who managed to escape with only one arm amputated despite facing the most powerful being among the intruders?" the crimson-armored puppet asked. "That's right. If she was sent out, then we should indeed have no issues. Let's go. The intruders have most likely entered the underground palace below the Divine Pond already," the crimson-armored puppet instructed. All of the ghostly beings immediately heeded its command, and 3 of them entered the blue passageway with the puppet while the other 2 high-grade ghostly beings remained outside. One of them let loose a long howl, and countless black skeletons appeared from within the nearby dark clouds. Hanli waved a hand through the air, and 7 or 8 bolts of golden lightning erupted behind him, heading straight for a ball silver lightning situated over 1,000 feet behind him. It was none other than the infernal lightning beast that had been pursuing it for an immeasurable distance already. At the sight of the oncoming arcs of golden lightning, the beast wasn't intimidated nor fearful in the slightest. Instead, it immediately opened its mouth to expel a burst of silver light. As soon as the divine Devilbane lightning came into contact with this silver light, it was swept up in a soundless manner before being devoured by the beast. The infernal lightning beast licked its lips as bursts of dull rumbling erupted from within its stomach, and its eyes lit up as if it had just enjoyed a rare delicacy. Hanli was able to take advantage of this delay to open up some distance between himself and the infernal lightning beast. However, the beast wasn't flustered in the slightest upon seeing this. It merely snarled as silver arcs of lightning revolved around its 4 limbs before setting off in pursuit again. Hanli didn't even have to turn around to know what the beast was doing, as it had done the same thing countless times along this chase. This beast was a sliver faster than him even when he was flying as quickly as he was capable of, so even though he was able to open up some distance, it didn't take long before the beast narrowed the gap again. After that, it would begin to attack him from afar. In the beginning, it would blast bolts of astonishingly powerful silver lightning out of its mouth. However, Hanli possessed his divine Devilbane lightning and lightning robe to protect himself, so he was able to handle those attacks with ease. The infernal lightning beast immediately stopped blasting lightning out of its mouth upon seeing this, and instead switched to unleashing azure claw projections. The projections started off at around the size of human hands, but not long after leaving the beast's claws, they would swell to around 10 feet in size. Several of those claw projections hurtling through an area at once could even suck away all the air in that area, giving one a sense that escape was impossible. If it weren't for Hanli's thunderstorm wings allowing him to combine wind and lightning movement techniques for short periods of time, he would have most likely been severely wounded by those claw projections already. Even so, the situation was still extremely perilous for him, and he was even dealt a glancing blow by a claw projection not long ago, which had almost resulted in catastrophic circumstances. Thankfully, the all-encompassing flag the white-haired beauty had given him took effect on that occasion, manifesting a gigantic yin-yang projection that nullified most of the power from the attack. Even so, his suit of resentful armor was completely destroyed, and he had suffered some minor injuries. As such, Hanli naturally didn't dare to let the beast draw any closer. Every time the beast drew too close for comfort, Hanli would unleash his divine Devilbane lightning to stall its pursuit. The infernal lightning beast seemed to have realized that Hanli was a consistent source of divine Devilbane lightning, so it wasn't in a hurry to kill him, and merely stalked him as if it were toying with its prey. Close to an hour had passed, and Hanli had already taken this beast out of the Grey Mountain ranges. He had only been able to last this long as he possessed far more magic power than other beings of the same cultivation base. He was proficient in movement techniques, and he had a large amount of divine Devilbane lightning at his disposal. If another deity transformation stage or even spatial tempering stage being were in his position, they would have most likely fallen prey to this beast already. It was no wonder that Lu Zhu and the others weren't optimistic about his chances of survival. In order to break the restriction on the Infernal River, Hanli had already used up a lot of his divine Devilbane lightning, and without a large supply of that lightning left, Lu Zhu and the others would naturally be led into thinking that he wouldn't last very long at all. Hanli was keeping a constant eye on the infernal lightning beast behind him while thinking of a way to escape, seeing as the demon monarchs had most likely already broken through the restriction on their end and no longer had any spare capacity to try and track him down. There was definitely no way that he'd be able to escape from this fearsome demon beast through normal methods. The only things he could rely on were his lightning beads, the 2 new types of talismans he'd refined, and his mature gold devouring beetles. The first 2 of those 3 trump cards were disposable items, so he was planning to use them against the demon monarchs, but unleashing the gold devouring beetles was extremely taxing on his spiritual sense. As such, he would refrain from using them unless he was in a truly dire situation. Countless thoughts raced through Han Li's mind as he tried to find a solution. He couldn't unleash too many gold-devouring beetles as the after effects would essentially cripple him. However, he could try releasing just a few to impede the infernal lightning beast behind him. The beetles didn't have to harm the beast, all they had to do was slow it down slightly and he'd be able to escape. As a safety precaution, he could use his new talismans to assist him in that process, thereby even further elevating his chances of success. After much painstaking thought, Han Li finally managed to devise a course of action that was just barely feasible. He immediately took a deep breath and injected his spiritual sense into the spirit beast bracelet hidden on his body. Following a string of resounding booms, Han Li unleashed his divine Devilbane lightning, and just as the infernal lightning beast paused to devour the lightning, he rustled his sleeve to send 3 specks of golden light hurtling through the air. They were none other than 3 mature gold-devouring beetles. The infernal lightning beast had just devoured the arcs of golden lightning with relish when it saw the golden beetles flying toward it. It faltered slightly in response before opening its mouth in a nonchalant manner. An arc of silver lightning erupted forth before splitting into 3 to strike the golden beetles. Thus, the beetles were completely inundated by lightning following 3 loud thunderclaps. However, in the next instant, a hint of surprise flashed through the infernal lightning beast's golden eyes. After the lightning receded, the 3 spirit insects were revealed, and not only had they not been reduced to dust, they had instead swelled to several times their original size as they continued flying toward the beast. Even though the infernal lightning beast's intelligence couldn't compare to that of a human, it had cultivated to an extremely high level, so it certainly wasn't some brainless buffoon. It had identified that these 3 beetles were rather peculiar, and it didn't dare to treat them with disdain any longer as it swept a set of claws through the air. 3 streaks of azure claw projections immediately hurtled forth, swelling drastically mid-flight before striking the 3 golden beetles. The claw projections exploded amid a sharp screech, and azure light inundated the 3 golden beetles. Gusts of fierce spiritual winds scattered in all directions as the world's origin chi in the surrounding area was sucked away by the azure light, and it was as if the entire space there was going to collapse. The infernal lightning beast seemed to be extremely confident in that attack, and it didn't even bother to check the result before it shot forth toward Han Li again. However, a faint buzzing sound then rang out from within the azure light, and an incredulous look appeared on the beast's face. Golden light flashed within the azure light, and the 3 golden beetles flew forth, reaching a spot that was only several tens of feet away from the infernal lightning beast in just a few flashes. Their bodies were shimmering with golden light, and they didn't appear to have been injured in the slightest. The infernal lightning beast was truly shocked this time, and a hint of ferocious killing intent welled up in its heart. It immediately opened its mouth to expel a swath of silver light that swept up the 3 golden beetles. The gold-devouring beetles were capable of devouring all things, but they were unable to immediately eat their way out of this silver light. Thus, the infernal lightning beast inhaled deeply, and the silver light swept back to send the 3 gold-devouring beetles flying into its mouth. The beast gnashed at the golden beetles violently with its sharp fangs, then swallowed them into its stomach. It then crouched down as thunderclaps erupted from its 4 limbs, and it disappeared on the spot as a bolt of silver lightning again. Han Li had already taken this opportunity to fly over 10,000 feet away, and a peculiar look flashed through his eyes. He witnessed the scenes unfolding behind him. He then immediately flapped his wings and also disappeared as a translucent thread. Thus, it appeared that the Han Li was back to square one. However, the infernal lightning beast seemed to have been completely infuriated by the beetles that Han Li had released earlier, and there was a lot more ferocity in its expression as it raced through the air. It seemed to be intent on killing Han Li now, and its subsequent actions reflected that desire. When Han Li unleashed his divine Devilbane lightning again, the infernal lightning beast merely passed through the arcs of lightning without any pause or delay. It no longer had any intention of fooling around with Han Li. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he circulated his magic power throughout his body in a frenzy as he traversed through the air as a translucent thread in a wrath-like manner. Even so, the infernal lightning beast was quickly closing in on him, and there were soon only just over 1,000 feet between them. Lightning flashed on the back of the infernal lightning beast, and the silver arcs of lightning intertwined to form a pair of wings. The wings were around 20 feet in length each, and they were completely silver in color with countless runes hovering around them. The infernal lightning beast flapped those wings, and its body turned into a blur amid a rumbling boom. In the next instant, the infernal lightning beast emerged just over 100 feet behind Han Li as an arc of silver lightning, and the projection that was situated where it had been just a moment ago also disappeared on the spot. Shadow movement technique. Han Li could sense that something was amiss, and he turned around just in time to witness the aforementioned sequence of events. His face immediately paled as a sinking feeling appeared in his stomach. He had not anticipated that this beast would possess such a troublesome movement technique. Shadow movement techniques weren't the fastest movement techniques, but they were definitely the rarest and most mysterious. There weren't even all that many people in the world who had witnessed such movement techniques. If it weren't for the fact that Han Li had conducted extensive research on his own lightning movement technique back in Deep Heaven City, reading through many relevant tomes that were sold in the city, he wouldn't have been able to identify that movement technique so quickly. However, he clearly couldn't afford to stand around and wallow in his astonishment under such dire circumstances. As soon as the infernal lightning beast reappeared, it immediately flapped its wings toward Han Li. The wings of lightning then abruptly disappeared amid a loud thunderclap. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, yet before he had a chance to react, a loud thunderclap erupted overhead, following which a massive net of lightning came plummeting from above, and it was upon him in the blink of an eye. Han Li's heart jolted with shock, and silver runes immediately surged around his body as he conjured up a new lightning robe, which flew through the air before also transforming into a net of golden and silver lightning to keep the oncoming arcs of silver lightning at bay. Immediately thereafter, azure light flashed around his body, and he hurtled back in retreat to rush out of the area encompassed by the lightning net descending from above. A hint of disdain appeared in the infernal lightning beast's eyes upon seeing this, following which its body blurred once again. Silver light flashed before Han Li, and the infernal lightning beast instantly appeared up ahead. At the same time, it slowly swiped its claws through the air, seemingly in a gentle and completely harmless manner. But Han Li felt as if the claws had been enlarged countless times, affording him no avenues for evasion or escape. Following a few rumbling booms, the surrounding air suddenly tremored before surging violently toward the spot right beneath the beast's claws, as if an invisible yet all-engulfing black hole had appeared there. Han Li's body stiffened before he was drawn forward by a burst of immense irresistible power, forcibly dragging him toward the beast's claws. His face paled even further, but a determined look then immediately flashed through his eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth to expel a small golden sword that was around several inches in length, and it only flashed once before transforming into a streak of golden light that hurtled toward the beast's claws. However, not only did the infernal lightning beast not withdraw its claws upon seeing this, a disdainful look appeared in its eyes instead. The streak of golden light crashed into a beast's claws with a loud clang, only to repel back as a small golden sword as the golden light around it faded. Meanwhile, the beast's claws remained completely unscathed, and they hadn't even moved so much as a single inch. Not only that, but the beast's other paw shot forth like lightning to grab the sword in its claws. A vicious look then appeared in its eyes as its entire paw turned pure silver in color, and it brought its claws together with ferocious might to completely crush the golden sword. Not only were infernal lightning beasts blessed with extraordinary strength from birth, their bodies were as powerful as top-grade treasures. With those two attributes combined, it had crushed countless treasures with its sharp claws. As such, it had thought that it would be able to completely pulverize this small sword, just as it had done with countless treasures in the past. However, the golden sword merely tremored in its immensely powerful grasp, and the spiritual light emanating from the sword dimmed a little, but it remained completely unscathed. The beast had severely underestimated how robust Han Li's azure bamboo cloudswarm swords were. This sword had been refined with several types of rare materials by Han Li, and there were very few treasures as robust as it even in the spirit realm. The sword was unable to harm the infernal lightning beast, but the latter wouldn't be able to destroy the sword in a short time either. The infernal lightning beast was quite astonished by just how resolute this small sword was, and before it had recovered from its shock, a burst of golden light suddenly radiated from Han Li's body. He let loose a loud cry, and the golden light intensified in brightness as golden scales appeared all over his body. At the same time, golden light erupted from his back before manifesting a humanoid projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. The projection slowly extended its 6 arms in unison, sending a peculiar fluctuation running through the nearby space like ripples over the surface of a calm lake. With this split second of respite, Han Li flapped his wings, and a gentle breeze blew past as he disappeared on the spot. The infernal lightning beast let loose a low snarl as it clenched its raised paw into a fist, then lashed out at a certain spot in the air around 300 feet away. A resounding boom erupted as a burst of invisible power exploded, sending an invisible shockwave proliferating through the air in all directions. A humanoid figure was forcibly revealed from empty space by its attack, and it was none other than Han Li, who wore a stunned expression as he stumbled out of thin air. This beast had easily nullified his teleportation technique, and its powers were simply unimaginable to him. Han Li immediately shot back without any delay, and at the same time he swept a sleeve through the air to hurl a dozen or so azure beads toward the infernal lightning beast. Those were none other than the lightning beads that he'd painstakingly refined, and he'd used up close to a third of his entire supply in one go, so he certainly wasn't playing around. A hint of disdain appeared on the infernal lightning beast's face upon seeing this, and its body blurred again as it tried to unleash its shadow movement technique to evade these oncoming lightning beads. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly made a hand seal, and the infernal lightning beast was struck by a burst of excruciating pain in its stomach, as if it were being stabbed on the inside. As a result, it was unable to unleash its shadow movement technique, and this split-second delay was all it took for the lightning beads to reach it. The infernal lightning beast was completely bewildered by the agony in its stomach, so it paid no heed to these seemingly nondescript beads. A loud thunderclap erupted as it half-heartedly conjured up a barrier of silver lightning, then hurriedly inspected its own internal condition. The carelessness with which the beast was handling the situation was very much a welcome sight for Han Li, and his eyes lit up as he made another hand seal without any hesitation. The dozen or so lightning beads flashed with azure light, then exploded in unison at his behest. Initially, only a dozen or so balls of azure lightning appeared. Those then swelled drastically in size as a dozen or so bursts of tremendous lightning attribute power erupted forth. A lightning cloud that was several acres in size appeared in an instant, completely catching the infernal lightning beast off guard as it enshrouded the beast's entire body. Lightning flashed violently amid resounding thunderclaps, and a roar of sheer fury erupted from within the lightning cloud. The beast was naturally proficient at devouring lightning, but this attack possessed power equivalent to that of several body integration cultivators attacking at once, so it was naturally unable to devour such immense and volatile power. Furthermore, Han Li was spurring on his gold-devouring beetles with all his might to eat the beast from the inside, thereby severely debilitating it through sheer agony, and it could only withstand the power of the lightning beads with its powerful body alone. The lightning cloud in the sky put the power of azure heavenly lightning on full display as arcs of azure lightning flashed amid deafening thunderclaps that were audible even from close to 100 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Han Li wasn't just standing idly on the spot. He rustled both sleeves at once, and a series of talismans shot forth before circling through the air, shimmering with silver runes. These talismans were all quite mysterious, and 108 of them were summoned at once. Han Li made a hand seal before rapidly pointing his fingers in succession toward the lightning clouds down below with a grave expression on his face. The talismans immediately transformed into 108 streaks of silver light that disappeared right in front of Han Li. In the next instant, silver light flashed above the giant lightning cloud, and the silver runes reappeared. They surged through the air to form a strange diagram that encompassed the entire lightning cloud below. Han Li cast an incantation seal, and all of the talismans exploded in unison, creating a massive silver light formation. Within the formation, a projection of a large palace appeared in a mirage-like manner, as if it weren't actually a part of this world. The palace was shimmering with silver light, and there were countless runes dancing in the air above it. At the same time, heavenly music sounded, captivating the listener with its delightful beauty. However, as soon as the listener tried to listen more closely to the music, it would abruptly disappear. Han Li was ecstatic to see the realization of the formation, and he hurriedly made a hand seal, upon which the formation slowly descended. Right at this moment, a thunderous roar erupted from within the lightning cloud. Following a few earth-shattering thunderclaps, the azure lighting cloud tumbled and surged violently, and several arcs of lightning that were as thick as water tanks forced their way out of the lightning. The huge bolts of lightning circled around within the lightning cloud like a series of menacing giant dragons, and the entire lightning cloud was eradicated within moments. After the lightning cloud was eradicated, the arcs of lightning also disappeared, and the infernal lightning beast was revealed in the distance again. At this moment, the beast was in an extremely sorry state. Not only had its scales become dull and lusterless, the parts of its body that weren't covered in scales had been completely charred black. Only the single horn on its head was still shimmering with silver light as thin arcs of electricity revolved around it. Those thick bolts of silver lightning had clearly been unleashed by none other than that horn. What was even more surprising was that as soon as the beast was revealed, it immediately opened its mouth to expel a burst of crimson light, within which 3 flashing specks of golden light could be seen. Those 3 specks of light were emitting a faint buzzing sound, and they were none other than his gold-devouring beetles. They had been forced out of the beast's body by its immense magic power. A shiver immediately ran down Han Li's spine upon seeing this. After the beetles had been swallowed by the beast, Han Li had been overjoyed, and as a result, a hint of killing intent had welled up in his heart. Only after witnessing the scenes that had just unfolded did he realize how delusional he'd been. As such, he immediately relinquished any intention of killing this beast. Han Li looked down to discover his azure bamboo cloud's warm sword was hovering beneath one of the infernal lightning beast's paws, and it was shimmering with faint golden light. It was quite clear that the infernal lightning beast had dropped the sword as it was too busy dealing with the attacks from the gold-devouring beetles and the lightning cloud. In any case, the sword didn't appear to pose any threat to it, so there was no need for it to pay it any heed. At this moment, the infernal lightning beast was glowering intently at Han Li with fury and ferocity in its eyes. Having just withstood that devastating string of attacks, it wanted nothing better than to tear Han Li apart with its bare claws. However, Han Li certainly wasn't going to stand around and wait for it. He waved a hand through the air, and the 3 gold-devouring beetles emerged from the crimson light before flying back to him. The small golden sword also tremored before abruptly disappearing on the spot. Golden light flashed as the small sword reappeared beside Han Li, then disappeared without a trace up his sleeve. Immediately thereafter, the gold-devouring beetles were also stowed away in the same manner. The infernal lightning beast faltered upon seeing this before letting loose a deafening roar of fury. Just as it was about to spring into action, silver light flashed above its head, and a massive light formation descended from above in a stealthy manner. With such a massive formation overhead, even if the infernal lightning beast hadn't noticed it at first, there was no way that the formation would continue to escape the beast's detection. It raised its head, and a hint of astonishment flashed through its eyes as it caught sight of the massive formation. A thunderclap erupted from its sharp horn, following which a thick bolt of silver lightning shot forth. The bolt of lightning struck the underside of the light formation amid a rumbling boom, but it then suddenly disappeared following a flash of silver light, as if it had been engulfed by the formation. Only then did the beast realize the perilous situation that it was in. Lightning flashed from its 4 limbs as it immediately attempted to flee the scene, but it was already too late. The light formation rotated in midair before disappearing in a flash. Meanwhile, the infernal lightning beast had shot back over 100 feet, only for a burst of silver light to flash before its eyes, following which it found itself in a swath of white mist. It surveyed its surroundings to find countless tall walls and buildings around it, stretching as far as the eyes could see in all directions. The beast's heart jolted with shock initially, but it quickly calmed down. It had lived for countless years, and it had experienced more than its fair share of situations where it had been trapped in formations by its enemies, so it was able to remain tranquil and unflustered in this situation. It raised its head to look up into the sky, only to find a vast expanse of murky silver light that completely obstructed its vision. The infernal lightning beast cocked its head to the side and contemplated its current predicament, then rose up into the air as an arc of silver lightning, slashing its claws through space during the process. A dozen or so azure claw projections hurled forth in a flash, crashing heavily against the silver light barrier. Silver and azure light intertwined amid a string of dull thump, and the silver light barrier tremored slightly before falling still again. The infernal lightning beast faltered in midair with a slightly surprised expression upon seeing this, seemingly slightly taken aback by how powerful this restriction was. Unbeknownst to the infernal lightning beast, this light formation had been conjured up by the 9 palaces' heavenly talismans, which Han Li had only managed to refine after extensive periods of painstaking effort. There were a total of 108 such talismans, and they were extremely effective for trapping enemies. Of course, that also depended on what kind of being was trapped within this formation. At Han Li's current cultivation base, he wouldn't even be able to truly trap an average body integration stage being, let alone this infernal lightning beast. He was currently standing at the edge of the light formation, injecting his magic power into one of the 108 talismans in a frenzy. When the beast within unleashed that earlier attack, Han Li had felt a burst of immense power being transmitted into his body, forcing him to stumble back a few steps as his expression changed drastically. Thankfully, he was able to recover after circulating his magic power throughout his body. However, it was quite apparent that this restriction wasn't going to be able to contain this beast for long. After all, the gulf in cultivation base between himself and this infernal lightning beast was nothing if not night and day. However, he wasn't counting on this formation to trap the beast in the first place. All he needed was for it to buy him some time. Seeing as the formation had temporarily trapped his opponent, Han Li immediately withdrew his hand before flapping his wings and flying away as a streak of azure light, heading straight toward the direction he'd come from. After a few flashes, Han Li had reached the end of the horizon and he would disappear from view after just one more flash. However, right at this moment, Han Li's expression suddenly changed as he swept a hand through the air. Several tens of small golden swords shot forth in unison, piercing toward a certain spot in space. An astonishing scene then ensued. White light flashed from the location that the golden swords were flying toward, and a white-robed woman with a missing arm suddenly appeared. It was none other than that ghostly woman whom Han Li had battled once. The woman was also quite stunned that Han Li had managed to detect its presence. She seemed to be about to say something, but Han Li wasn't interested in hearing what she was about to say as a cold light flashed through his eyes. All of a sudden, a loud cry erupted from within one of his sleeves, following which a streak of black light shot forth, then faded to reveal a small black monkey. It was none other than the weeping soul beast. Han Li was currently running for his life, and the last thing he needed was a prolonged battle with this ghostly woman. As such, he immediately summoned his weeping soul beast to take care of her as quickly as possible. As soon as the white-robed ghostly woman caught sight of the weeping soul beast, she let loose a sharp shriek as an expression of horror appeared on her face. She abruptly transformed into a streak of white chi and attempted to flee, but the weeping soul beast was even faster, transforming into a massive ape that was several tens of feet tall in the blink of an eye, then letting loose a cold harumph to expel a swath of yellow light from its nostrils. The yellow light immediately enshrouded the streak of white chi, then dragged it back toward the weeping soul beast. The white light faded to reveal the white-robed ghostly woman again, and in her horror, her white robes transformed into a pristine white barrier of light that completely shielded her entire body. Surprisingly enough, the barrier of light managed to withstand the weeping soul beast's soul-devouring light. A grave expression appeared on the weeping soul beast's face, and it let loose a low snarl as winds were swept up around it, and countless arcs of lightning began to crackle in the surrounding area. The giant ape then swelled even further in size. Its fur began to turn red and 3 twisted horns emerged from the top of its head. Its glabella split open to reveal a crimson demonic eye, and at the same time, its face elongated as it bared its mouthful of sharp fangs. 3 black bone spikes had also sprouted from its back, each of which was around 10 feet in length with black yin chi swirling around them. The white-robed ghostly woman's horror was even further exacerbated by the sight of the weeping soul beast's transformation. She suddenly let loose a long sharp screech, sending a burst of invisible sound waves hurtling rapidly toward Han Li and the weeping soul beast. However, Han Li was already prepared for this well in advance. He laid a hand on the back of his own head, and gray light erupted forth along with 5 colored flames, shielding both himself and the weeping soul beast within. As such, Han Li managed to withstand the soundwave attack with nothing more than a slight pain in his spiritual sense. As for the weeping soul beast, it was completely unaffected. Instead, a sinister look appeared on its face, and it slowly opened the demonic eye on its glabella to shoot forth a bolt of lightning as thick as a large bowl. The bolt of lightning was as vibrant red as blood, and it is able to completely ignore the white light barrier as it instantly punctured the body of the white-robed ghostly woman, who was completely immobilized by the weeping soul beast's soul-devouring light. The ghostly woman let loose a howl of anguish as the crimson arc of lightning bound her body like a spirit snake, then forcibly dragged her through the air, taking her over to the weeping soul beast in the blink of an eye. The beast opened its mouth and devoured her with any hesitation, then furrowed its brows before spitting out a black jade badge. Han Li made a grabbing motion to draw the badge into the grasp before giving it a brief inspection.
This is a myriad distance talisman. Even though it was slightly different from the one used by humans, Han Li was still able to immediately identify it. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes, and a contemplative look appeared on his face.
All of a sudden, a burst of loud rumbling intermingled with a furious roar erupted from within the light formation in the distance. Han Li shuddered upon hearing this before hurriedly waving a hand toward the weeping soul beast. The latter shrank down rapidly before disappearing up Han Li's sleeve, and at the same, Han Li stomped a foot onto the ground, transforming into a mighty azure bird as he flew away like lightning. The large azure bird flew through the air as an astonishingly rapid streak of azure light, covering a distance of over 100 feet with each and every flap of its wings.
As Han Li hurtled through the air in his Tian Ping form, he activated the Great Development Technique with all his might, using his powerful spiritual sense to forcibly envelop the tracking marks planted in his body by the 4 demon monarchs. However, those tracking marks were simply too powerful even though he had unleashed several secret techniques from the Great Development Treasured Scriptures and also used the Tian Peng power he attained following his transformation. He was still only able to temporarily repress those marks. It would only take around a day and a night by his estimation before those marks would take effect again. Han Li was naturally doing this to lure the demon monarchs into thinking that he was dead, thereby making it easier for him to do what he had to do next, and that was to save Yuan Yao and Yen Li, then take them to an area with immense qi so they could remove the tracking marks within his body. Only then would he truly be freed from the demon monarchs. Under normal circumstances, Han Li naturally wouldn't be able to achieve this, but with the infernal lightning beast stirring up trouble for the demon monarchs, there was a chance for him. He hadn't bought the demon monarchs a lot of time, so they had most likely only just entered the divine pond area not too long ago. Even if they knew that this beast was on its way back, there was no way that they'd be willing to let all their prior efforts go to waste and give up on the divine infernal river elixir. After the infernal lightning beast escaped from the 9 palaces' heavenly talismans, it would return to its lair, undoubtedly in a thunderous rage, just in time to encounter the demon monarchs, and all hell would break loose then. As long as he didn't have to face any of the demon monarchs in direct battle, there was a very good chance that he'd be able to save Yuan Yao and Yen Li. With those thoughts racing through his mind, Han Li flew rapidly through the air. Just as he was about to re-enter the gray mountain ranges, a dull thump suddenly rang out from his Tian Peng body. Azure light flashed, and he reverted back to his human form. He then rustled his sleeve to produce a white jade badge that landed in his palm. There was an image of a massive 9-palace diagram carved onto the face of the jade badge, but the badge itself had already been shattered into countless pieces. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he took a reflexive glance behind himself. He then stowed away the jade badge before sweeping a hand over his storage bracelet, and spiritual light flashed as a purple talisman with mysterious silver runes shimmering over its surface appeared in his hand. It was none other than the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman. Han Li released the talisman without any hesitation, and it exploded in midair. Several shimmering silver runes then emerged before dancing in the air above Han Li. The runes then transformed into clouds of silver mist that instantly enshrouded his entire body. The silver mist dissipated moments later, and Han Li had completely disappeared. Having attained an insubstantial body, Han Li slowly drifted downward before hiding at the foot of a massive tree, then looking up at the sky with rapt focus.
After a long while, a rumbling thunderclap finally erupted in the distant sky. Moments later, lightning flashed overhead, and the infernal lightning beast sped past with arcs of silver lightning revolving around its body, having completely failed to detect Han Li's presence down below. Following a few flashes, the infernal lightning beast disappeared into the distance. Han Li's eyes flashed and he remained hidden beneath the tree. After about 7 or 8 more minutes, he felt that enough time had passed, and only then did he slowly re-emerge within a flash of silver light. Several silver runes flew out of his body, then combined together to form a purple talisman again. Han Li waved a hand through the air, and the talisman disappeared up his sleeve as a streak of purple light. Immediately thereafter, he sped into the distance as a streak of azure light, traveling along the exact same route that the infernal lightning beast had just taken. Not long after that, Han Li arrived back at the black light barrier from which he'd originally set off. The azure light around him faded, and he hovered in mid-air to survey the situation down below, upon which his expression changed slightly. There was an acrid smoky scent in the air, and thousands of sets of ghostly remains littered the ground below, large patches of which had been charred black. It seemed that this place had been ravaged by lightning, and there were winds surging through the air, as well as residual fluctuations from an extremely powerful restriction. It seemed that a restriction had been forcibly destroyed after it had only been set up halfway. A hint of surprise and bewilderment flashed through his eyes upon seeing this. He was naturally unaware of the fact that the crimson-armored puppet and its subordinates had arrived at this place following his departure, after the weeping soul beast had devoured the white-robed ghostly woman. These ghostly beings were completely unaware that the infernal lightning beast was already on its way back. As such, they had no time to take evasive measures and were naturally destroyed by the infuriated beast. If the crimson-armored puppet were to learn of the fact that all of its subordinates outside had been killed, it would definitely fly into a thunderous rage. If the white-robed ghostly woman had used the myriad distance talisman to inform everyone of the infernal lightning beast's return, then all of the ghostly beings could hide until the beast had passed through before continuing to set up their formation. That was why the puppet had asked its subordinates to deploy a high-grade ghostly being to track Han Li and the infernal lightning beast, but never would it have thought that Han Li would completely ruin its plans. Han Li circled around in the air at low altitudes and didn't discover any living ghostly beings in the nearby area. He didn't know whether they'd all been destroyed by the infernal lightning beast or if the survivors had all fled the scene. However, he didn't delve any further into this issue before turning his gaze toward the shimmering blue passageway, and he began to stroke his chin with a contemplative look on his face. All of a sudden, he rustled a sleeve to hurl forth a stack of silver talismans, and it was another set of 9 palaces' heavenly talismans. Due to how difficult these talismans were to refine, Han Li only had 2 sets in total. He had already used 1 set, so this was naturally his final set. Han Li made a hand seal and cast a series of incantation seals onto the stack of talismans. An incredible scene ensued. The silver talismans rushed into the passageway at Han Li's behest, then disappeared into thin air. It seemed that Han Li had unleashed some kind of secret technique to conceal these talismans. Han Li withdrew his hand seal before blue light flashed through his eyes as he assessed the locations where these talismans had been concealed, and he nodded with a pleased expression in response to what he saw. A thought then occurred to him, and he flipped a palm over to produce 2 more silver talismans. However, these talismans were much different compared to the 9 palaces' heavenly talismans. There weren't any runes flashing on those talismans, but there was a faint humanoid figure inscribed onto each talisman. The facial features of both humanoid figures were quite indistinct, but the suits of golden armor they were wearing were quite clearly depicted. One of the humanoid figures was wielding a golden spear, while the one on the other talisman held twin sabers in its hands. What was strange was that these 2 humanoid figures were moving around on the talismans and brandishing their weapons from time to time, as if they were alive. As soon as Han Li summoned these 2 talismans, he rubbed his hands together. The talismans exploded amid 2 dull thumps and a flash of silver light. 2 golden projections emerged within the silver light, then hurtled downward and disappeared into the ground, merging with Han Li's shadow. Han Li wasn't hovering very high up in the sky, but his shadow on the ground was still extremely faint. Even so, the two golden projections were still able to conceal themselves into his shadow without a trace.
These were none other than the armor origin talismans that Hanli had refined according to the method recorded on that half-page of the Golden Jade Tome.
He had only refined 3 of these talismans in total, yet he was using up 2 of them here, thereby providing a sufficient indication of how seriously he was taking this operation. It was no wonder that this was the case. After all of the beings within the black light barrier were fearsome beings at or above the body integration stage. He wouldn't even be able to take on any single one of them, so he had to prepare as thoroughly as he could.
After using up 2 of his armor origin talismans, Hanli still wasn't satisfied. He opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames which then transformed into the spirit engulfing fire raven.
He then raised a hand to produce a dozen or so azure lightning beads, all of which were swallowed by the bird. Immediately thereafter, the fire raven flew up onto a massive tree nearby before concealing itself from view.
After doing all that, Hanli exhaled to compose himself before he raised his hand to summon the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman again. The talisman exploded and his body took on an insubstantial form as he hovered soundlessly into the blue passageway. After passing through the black light barrier, Hanli surveyed his surroundings and he immediately furrowed his brows.
The area around him was extremely dark, and there were only a few azure rocks situated an indeterminate distance away that were glowing with a faint light, making Hanli feel as if he'd returned to the Umber realm again. However, with his spirit eyes, the darkness naturally didn't faze him. Hanli narrowed his eyes slightly, and everything around him became clear as day. The surrounding area seemed to be extremely bleak and desolate with nothing on the ground aside from a few rocks of different sizes. There weren't even any tall trees around, and the occasional patches of plant life he could see were all short bushes and scrubs. Hanli inhaled a few times to find that the spiritual qi in the surrounding area was quite abundant and rich, which made the scenes around him rather perplexing.
However, he didn't remain in this place to ponder the situation for too long. Instead, he continued onward, venturing deeper into this unknown land. Even though he didn't know where this so-called divine pond was, it certainly couldn't be wrong for him to head toward the center of the restriction.
Even after adopting an insubstantial body, Hanli was still traveling quite quickly, covering a distance of close to 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Hanli's eyes then immediately lit up as he discovered a palace-like building in the distance.
The building was only several hundred feet tall and appeared to have been constructed using ordinary rugged stone blocks. It was the first noteworthy landmark he'd come across, and it indicated that he was heading in the right direction. Thus, Hanli immediately flew toward the palace.
The entrance of the palace was a tall and rectangular one that was over 100 feet tall, and a black stone gate had been completely opened outward. Hanli reflexively swept his spiritual sense toward the gate, upon which a peculiar look appeared in his eyes, and he paused on the spot.
There were a couple of bursts of powerful qi situated on either side of the gate, indicating that there seemed to be a high-grade ghostly being concealed on each side of the entrance.
Hanli was slightly surprised to make this discovery, but he was quickly enlightened as he thought of the thousands of ghostly beings that had been destroyed back at the entrance of the blue passageway. However, Hanli didn't want any unforeseen elements affecting his plans, so a hint of killing intent welled up in his heart as he injected his spiritual sense into his spirit beast bracelet.
Following a loud ape cry, a streak of black light surged through the air, heading for one side of the entrance while revealed himself and pounced toward the other side.
Who goes there?
2 cries of surprise erupted from either side of the palace's entrance.
Gusts of winds were swept up from one end, following which a massive 2-headed skeleton appeared. On the other side, the pungent odor of blood and gore wafted through the air as a white-furred zombie with a pair of crimson eyes emerged.
The zombie had a pair of green wings on its back that were extremely rank and putrid. Black light flashed and a giant ape appeared. It then immediately let loose a cold harumph, blasting a burst of yellow light out of its nostrils toward the 2-headed skeleton.
A burst of eerie cackling rang out from the skeleton's mouths as its arms blurred through the air, creating countless claw projections. This high-grade ghostly being was clearly very confident in its body and wanted to tear the soul-devouring light apart with its bare hands, rather than fleeing the scene like the white-robed ghostly woman had. As soon as the two made contact with one another, the claw projections were immediately vanquished by the yellow light, which then surged onward to sweep up the skeleton's bony claws. Yellow light flashed, and the two-headed skeleton let loose a howl of anguish as its bone claws disintegrated into clouds of black mist. The skeleton was shocked by this turn of events, and it hurriedly attempted to hurtle back in retreat, but it was too late. The yellow light continued onward, sweeping up the skeleton's entire body, transforming it into a dense cloud of black mist that was then sucked into the weeping soul beast's mouth. The beast then let loose a cry of elation before turning to appraise Han Li, just in time to see Han Li hovering above the white-furred zombie, while pointing a finger toward the divine essence-fused mountain. The mountain had expanded to over 100 feet in size, and it had trapped the ghostly being down below. Meanwhile, two golden-armored projections had appeared, and both of them were in the process of withdrawing their weapons from the zombie's body. One of them was wielding a spear with arcs of golden lightning surging along its entire length, and the spear had punctured the zombie's heart, creating a charred wound. As for the dual sabers, they had been withdrawn from the zombie's back, following which a layer of white light flashed, and the zombie's repugnant wings were sealed in translucent glacial ice. Han Li didn't spur on the two projections to kill this ghostly being. Instead, he indicated for the Weeping Soul Beast to do the honors. The Weeping Soul Beast faltered slightly before immediately springing through the air with an elated expression, quickly landing beside Han Li. It unleashed its soul-devouring light from its nostrils again, reducing this zombie into Qi as well before devouring it, then thumping its chest with glee. These two were both powerful ghostly beings that had been cultivating within the infernal river for countless years, so they were most definitely rare delicacies for the Weeping Soul Beast. Han Li smiled at the sight of the ecstatic Weeping Soul Beast, and a plan suddenly began to hatch in his mind. He carefully appraised the Weeping Soul Beast before issuing some instructions. The Weeping Soul Beast listened with wide eyes before nodding emphatically. Black light flashed from its entire body, and it transformed into a demon beast with a single horn on its head and arcs of lightning revolving around its limbs. It was a spitting image of the infernal lightning beast that had almost hunted down Han Li earlier, except it was slightly smaller in size. Han Li nodded with a pleased smile upon seeing this before waving a hand toward the infernal lightning beast, and it shrank down to only several inches in size before disappearing up his sleeve. He then brought out his high zenith invisibility talisman again to conceal himself, then entered through the palace gates. The palace consisted of a main hall with a smaller hall on the side, and Han Li went directly into the larger main hall. The interior of the hall was very clean, and it was completely empty aside from a dozen or so thick stone pillars. However, Han Li paid no heed to all of this as his attention had been completely drawn to a small hole that was shimmering with white light at the center of the hall. He slowly made his way over to this hole, then peered into it to discover that it was a smooth round tunnel that led downward on a slanted angle, and there were no stairs or rungs to be seen. Furthermore, Han Li could only see a vast expanse of faint white light within the tunnel, thereby preventing him from seeing what laid at the bottom. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li slowly drifted down this tunnel. Along the way, he discovered that this tunnel was extremely deep. Even after descending for over 10,000 feet, there was still no end in sight. However, there were gusts of cold winds blowing toward him from down below, so there was clearly some kind of ventilated place at the conclusion of the tunnel. After descending for several thousand more feet, Han Li's expression changed slightly as he could hear the indistinct sounds of thunderclaps and beastie roars, as well as the occasional earth-shattering boom that made the stone walls of the tunnel around him tremor and quake. Han Li began to slow down in his descent while releasing his spiritual sense to survey the situation up ahead. Moments later, a film of piercing white light appeared down below, and he had reached the exit. After sweeping through the area with his spiritual sense, he found that there was nothing lurking down there. He was reassured by this discovery and landed soundlessly onto the ground below, then quickly passed through the white film of light. On the other side, he found himself in another massive hall that was several times larger than the one above it and also vastly more lavish in its construction as well. Not only was the floor paved with flawless white jade, there were gems the size of large bowls embedded onto the walls and ceiling of the hall. These gems shimmered with a gentle white light that illuminated the entire hall. The spiritual qi in this area was also a lot more abundant than that of area up above, and there were spirit herbs and spirit flowers of all types of different colors growing in 2 miniature flower gardens on either side of the hall. All of the plants were extremely vibrant and shimmering with faint spiritual light, clearly having been nurtured here for countless years. However, Han Li merely looked away with a disinterested furrow of his brows. He was immediately able to identify that even though these plants were quite rare, they were mostly renowned for their beauty and aesthetic appeal rather than any practical applications. However, Han Li was only able to see most of the hall as a small portion of it was currently enshrouded in dense blood mist and arcs of lightning that were flashing violently. Clumps of blood mist and lightning intertwined with one another at low altitudes over a certain section of the hall, tumbling and exploding incessantly as they fought for dominance. However, it was quite clear that the arcs of lightning were far more powerful than the blood mist. If it weren't for the fact that there were countless green threads and gusts of Yin winds whizzing through the mist to reinforce it, it would have most likely have been vanquished by the arcs of lightning already. Even so, fist-sized balls of lightning were still being manifested amid rumbling thunderclaps, then exploding to tear through large swaths of blood mist, thereby placing it firmly on the back foot. The blood mist completely obstructed Han Li's vision, but it was most likely the case that it had been conjured up by Di Shui in conjunction with the other demon monarchs. Amid the flashes of lightning, Han Li could indistinctly make out the silhouettes of 2 single-horned beasts, both of which were roaring with fury. There were 2 infernal lightning beasts unleashing a relentless barrage of fearsome attacks, so it was no wonder that the demon monarchs were severely on the back foot. Han Li was quite stunned by this observation, and after spectating the battle for a while, he turned his gaze downward, upon which his pupils abruptly contracted. Directly down below the vast expanse of blood mist was a green pond that was several tens of feet in size. There was white mist as well as rich spiritual qi swirling around the pond, and there was also an indistinct layer of crimson light over the surface of the water as well. Is that the divine infernal river elixir? Han Li made his way over to the pond, but he didn't pause to examine it for too long. Instead, he continued to survey his surroundings as if he were searching for something. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up as he caught sight of the motionless Yuan Yao and Yanli standing in an obscure corner of the palace. Both of them wore stiff wooden expressions, seemingly completely unmoved by the intense battle taking place nearby. Han Li had witnessed the restrictions being cast on these 2 women, so he knew that their consciousness were still intact, but they were unable to control their bodies at all. He was relatively confident in his ability to break restrictions of this nature. After taking a glance at the intense battle that was raging within the palace, Han Li repressed the elation in his heart before carefully turning his attention to other sections of the hall. He had not forgotten about the ghostly beings that he'd encountered on his way here, and there were definitely other high-grade ghostly beings that had snuck into this place as well. He didn't want to save Yuan Yao and Yan Li only to be ambushed by those troublesome beings. Prior to discovering the locations of those hidden ghostly beings, it would be very unwise to set his plan into motion. Thus, he released his spiritual sense toward every section of the hall aside from the one where the battle was taking place, but didn't discover anything amiss. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, and after a brief moment of contemplation, a hint of faint blue light flashed through his eyes. This place was fraught with peril, so he naturally didn't dare to unleash his spirit eyes to their full extent. He merely drew on as little spiritual power as possible to activate this ability before rapidly sweeping his gaze around the entire hall. As a result, he was finally able to discover something. In the corner of the palace furthest away from where the battle was taking place, there was a cloud of faint green qi hovering in the air. Even looking at it using his spirit eyes, the cloud of green qi was still extremely faint, as if it were completely transparent. Was that the ghostly being that had infiltrated this place? Han Li contemplated his situation momentarily before deciding to take a risk. A sharp burst of blue light erupted from his eyes as he attempted to glean the true appearance of this unknown being. As a result, he saw a crystal ball-like object hovering at the center of the cloud of green qi, and it was slowly rotating on the spot. In the instant that Han Li caught sight of that object, it immediately stopped rotating, and a wisp of green light appeared over its surface before disappearing in a flash. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and the blue light in his eyes was instantly snuffed out. He could sense that the bead seemed to have detected his gaze in the instant that he caught sight of it, but he was confident that he'd reacted quickly enough to avoid exposing his location. Even if that bead possessed a powerful enough spiritual sense to detect his presence, it wouldn't dare to release its spiritual sense with such reckless abandon to search for him. If it released too little of its spiritual sense, there was no way that it'd be able to bypass the high zenith invisibility talisman's concealment effect, but if too much of its spiritual sense was released, then it would immediately be detected by the demon monarchs and infernal lightning beasts. Han Li was sure that this ghostly being definitely wouldn't engage in such a reckless endeavor. Moments later, a burst of relatively feeble spiritual sense swept over the spot where he was standing, but it completely failed to detect his presence as it continued onward. Han Li heaved an internal sigh of relief in response. However, before he had a chance to consider how he was going to take Yuan Yao and Yen Li away from here without blowing his cover, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from within the blood mist in the hall, and the battle took a drastic turn. The blood mist tumbled and surged as brilliant purple light erupted, following which a silhouette began to rapidly expand within the mist. In the blink of an eye, the purple blood puppet emerged from the mist, having already reached over 200 feet tall, and it was still swelling in size with reckless abandon. One of the crimson-robed figures was also standing atop one of the puppet's shoulders with his hands clasped behind his back.